Good morning and welcome, and I call to order this open session of the joint special meeting of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino. Invited Councilmember Charette to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please all stand.
Thank you, Mayor, and would you all join me as we pledge allegiance to the greatest country in the world? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thank you, Councilman Charette. You may be seated. I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out from closed session.
There's nothing to report, Mayor, from closed session.
Thank you. This time we will entertain public comments for items listed on the agenda. First speaker is James Penman.
Mayor, I'll wait till item number 4. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark Estenmeyer.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, staff. Just to speak on item number 1, and I'm not going to take a whole bunch of time up here. I just wanted to just be able to say something real quick on a couple things here, specifically about the recommendation list here. You had a committee that worked extremely hard, very fast. They came up with some excellent solutions that I think that really there's not a whole lot of time or needed discussing a lot of it because it's already been discussed. So I certainly hope that with what the committee had made, the committee recommended pertaining to anything outside of Measure O, I would highly recommend that you simply adopt with what they put together. And something specific here in number 1 are the unregulated operators. You have, I've said this a number of times, unregulated operators wouldn't have been here if you all did your jobs 5 years ago, okay? That's a simple fact, okay? People would not be coming up to us, they wouldn't be buying from us if they didn't want it. And because look, there was a lot of mistakes made, and I don't want to see any more mistakes being made over something like this. And I'll talk more about it when it comes time for ballot timing. There are lots of measures. If you guys don't take action to take care of the unregulated operators right now, the good ones operating in the city, if you don't take some sort of action today that enables them to provide a service to your constituents, and if you are going to continue to make these your constituents go somewhere else to purchase their product, I would like to hear something from every single one of you on the words that we can use to tell them why we are no longer able to sell to them. Okay, this is your responsibility. We're the ones that are actually operating outside of the law because of your guys' mistake. We're here to be as helpful as possible. I mean, I personally shut down my stores in anticipation of this. So I want to be one of the people that's part of the solution. So really take into consideration the unregulated operators here today and to give them some sort of avenue that they can continue to do business or at least get on the right path well before you guys take all the time you want. You can take 10 years if you want to get this thing right. But if you just do the right thing for the operators today, I promise you, all this other stuff will be super, super simple to handle. Thank you much, Council.
Thank you.
Mayor, a question for clarification.
Yeah.
For clarification, you're going to be giving directions to staff, I notice, on 2 or 3, and I have a presentation I wanted to make that covers that as well, that I have some information and some insight that I think might be valuable for the mayor and council.
So did you want to speak on the items before the public hearing?
Well, I'd like to, but I'm concerned it might take a little bit longer than 6 minutes.
Well,
Well-
you have 3 minutes.
Okay, is it three?
You have 3 minutes for public comments on items listed on the agenda, not including a public hearing, and then you'll have time under the public hearing. So you've indicated that you want to speak on items 1, 2, and 3, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on those. And then item 4, during public hearing, you may speak again.
Okay.
So if you want to take your time now, you're welcome to.
Okay.
I'd like to go ahead and proceed. You
Should
made
I
up your
speak now
mind?
then?
You want to speak now?
Yes, sir. I just noticed
Okay.
that it says 6 minutes on the back.
That's total.
Okay, so I have 6 minutes total?
You have 6 minutes total. If you were wanting to speak at the end for public comments, not of items on the agenda, then you have 3 minutes then. You have 3 minutes now, and then you have time during the public
Okay.
hearing also, okay?
Okay, I'll try to be, now, is this on items not on the agenda right now?
No, these are the items on the agenda. Items
Okay.
1, 2, and 3, that's what you'd be
Okay.
speaking on now.
Pardon me, old age seeps in, Your Honor, it takes me a while to understand all of this. Well, just really quickly, on the ballot measure timing, the same people that.
Can we
was-
restart Mr. Penman's time, please?
Thank you. The same people that are responsible for Measure O being on the ballot have submitted another ordinance, and it has priorities in it, and I foresee some of the same problems that we had with Measure O. If that gets on the ballot for June, and I understand it may not, it may or may not, the timing is going to be difficult, it's going to be important for the council to get something on the ballot at the same time, because if there's only one thing on, it's probably going to pass. And whatever Mr. Diamond's crew has put together is done to benefit Mr. Diamond's clients, not the general public. We saw that with Measure O. So that's a concern. The ordinance that can be done, there are a lot of ordinances out there of other cities that pass muster that can be fairly easily done. The important thing that you're going to need to do, in my opinion, is to make sure that you don't have an ordinance where the zoning is subject to the same problems that Measure O encountered from the court. And part of that problem is whether or not there's a rational basis. I would strongly encourage you to consider industrial light for both growth and sales, and also the business corridors. Now, and that has to do with the rational basis. You don't have to issue a license to someone in a business corridor where you don't want to issue one. But to
Excuse me, would you-
protect,
Please silence your phones.
your ordinance from attack, and I would not be surprised to see Mr. Diamond attack anything that you put out, it would be smart to include business corridors such as, well, I'll try to go from, well, east to west, Waterman, before the bus, East Street, maybe still now, Mount Vernon, Fifth Street, Baseline, Highland, and 40th, to give a rational basis. That doesn't mean you have to grant licenses there. I mean, you don't. That's going to be up to you. But to protect your ordinance, I would strongly encourage you to consider those business corridors as well as industrial light. I think those are our optimum areas. There is no reason that this ordinance should not produce substantial income for the city sufficient to hire additional police officers and code enforcement officers, not only to monitor, but to keep the illegal dispensaries and any grows that are illegal from happening. Because that's going to become a major problem once you start issuing permits. The people who get the permits that are paying the fees are going to expect something to be done about the illegal ones, and something can be done. I'm out of time. I will speak again later.
Thank you.
Number 4. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sandra Olivas?
Public hearing.
Robert Porter?
Mayor, council, good people. Glad to see you all here today. We've all pretty much know they're going to ban it again for 10 months and 15 days or put a moratorium. But the sad part about it is that we've been warning them for about 5 years that this was about to take place. Where we run into this point where everything would have to be rushed. But that's a common thread here. They always wait till the last second and say, oh, wait, we have to do this. But it didn't have to be that way. It really didn't. They could have listened to us a long time ago. But they didn't. So I'm here to just document it. I'll be writing the book later on about what happened in the cannabis capital of the world with marijuana legalization. And some will look well in the light and some won't. But believe me, if you can get your enemy to come up here and defend you, this is a hardcore game. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William Cioce.
Oh, good morning. So I got 3 minutes to talk about different points. I'd just like to reiterate something that was made earlier, that you had this Cannabis Commission made up of all your best friends and law enforcement and everybody, and they came up with some decent regulations that you immediately ignored. I just want to put you there. This is going to be a game of chess from here on out. And the only way that you could even think of winning is to allow each and every business currently operating the opportunity to go legal, and to restore justice, expand that further, allow any business that wants to apply to easily apply, to apply at low cost, to have low taxes. Let the state regulate them, let the consumers regulate them, and bad business will go out of business. If you don't restrict personal cultivation rights, there will be no black market. People will be allowed to grow their own or go and buy it from a regulated market. The only thing that keeps the black market is high taxes and over-restricted regulations. You need to do what's right. You need to do what's right now, or you're going to face multiple initiatives, multiple lawsuits, and waste more and more time and money. That's all that there is. Do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers for? No, thank you. All right, that concludes public speaking for items listed on the agenda. Next, turn to staff reports. Turn the time over to the city manager for item number 1. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, you requested that we conduct a special meeting. A couple of weeks ago, you did hear from a Citizens Advisory Commission on those areas that were not regulated by Measure O. We've attempted throughout this process today to identify the various topic areas that need to be addressed so the council can provide policy direction to the staff. We have various consultants here. We have David McPherson with HDL. They assisted the Citizens Advisory Committee in walking through various aspects related to cannabis regulations. They have a brief PowerPoint presentation just to kind of walk through the various issues. And again, what we've attempted to do is to structure it in a way that we can walk away from this meeting with enough direction, policy direction from the mayor and council that we can go back and craft ordinances that meet with your approval. Ultimately, those would have to be considered at subsequent notice meetings of the mayor and city council. So I'd like to start with HDL walking through their presentation. We do have members of our city's law enforcement team, two captains, Captain, almost called you a lieutenant, I'm sorry, Captain Lawhead, but we have Captain Lawhead who deals with our enforcement issues, and then Captain Moss has been not only an advisor to the citizens group, but he's also been dealing with regulations and enforcement efforts. Oliver is here. Unfortunately, Mark Persico did have a pre-scheduled vacation, and we didn't want this to go on any longer. The council's direction to us was that you wanted to meet as soon as possible when all of you could attend in January, and unfortunately, Mark isn't able to be with us today, but we do have Oliver Mujica. Oliver is familiar not only obviously with our planning and zoning efforts, but as you're aware, we are updating currently our development code. Oliver's aware of those discussions. We've had a group of business leaders and developers in the community looking at that and assisting us. So there, as we talk about regulations, there may be zones that you want to look at. Oliver's familiar with the discussions and some of the discussions that we've had taking place related to the consolidation of some of our various zoning districts. So again, Oliver can assist with that. The police chief is here. He does have a couple prior engagements, but he'll be here for the most of the day. And then, of course, the assistant city manager and myself. So I think it'd be helpful if we start with the presentation by HDL, walk through that, and then again, attempt to receive policy direction from the council. With that.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson?
Good morning. Good to see you all again. So just a background a little bit for some of the council members who haven't interacted with us or the audience. A little about us is HDL has been around about 30 years, serving over 400 cities and counties, of which out of that we have about 100 of our clients that utilize us for our cannabis management program. Our staff consists of former policymakers, law enforcement, and regulators from both state, county, and local levels from both Nevada, Colorado, and here in California. We've been doing this as far as our staff expertise probably for about 8 years. On the knowledge base, as you can see, we've also conducted over 11,000 compliance reviews and investigations on marijuana businesses alone. So we understand the regulatory world. We're here in California. We just kicked off in January. There's a lot of moving parts that most of the folks aren't as familiar with that. And so there are a lot of moving parts for everyone that's involved. So know the rules a little bit. You know, we've had a lot of changing of rules recently that has caused a lot of havoc. You know, although some of the people that spoke this morning, you know, saying that you're a little behind the game. You're not necessarily behind the game because it is a moving obstacles that you've been facing, and so trying to get clarity in it is always something that's hard to do when you have a moving dartboard. You know, in 2015, we put together MARSA from the state regulations, thinking we had it under control, learning from what Colorado did, Washington, and Oregon, and yet we didn't get there right away. And there was a lot of difficulty to make it happen, going from a black market, gray market, and more importantly is not having the proper resources in place to make all this happen. So as we moved along with that, then, you know, whatever gaps there was, then the industry put out a ballot measure, a Prop 64, tried to figure out some of the gaps of things to get people to vote for this. A lot of positives in it, but also a lot of negatives because there was a lot of gaps in what it said or didn't say, which we will talk about. And then as we got closer to trying to make that date of January 1st or to January 2018, is then there was still difficulty of trying to still make it regulated. And so what the governor did is he said, wait a minute, I'm not going to have my staff have two different processes. We already start seeing problems with it. So he created the lowest common denominator of the two bill, the bill and Prop 64, and tried to do that. And so he created SB 94, which will go in a little more detail how it specifically goes to you. But even when we thought we had all the dust settled from that, there was gaps in that, and literally a month later, they had to create AB 133 to address some of the vertical integrations and some of the issues associated with bringing, for example, an adult use and a medicinal side together. An example I like to use is if you have a retail store or a dispensary, as you know it as, in the old bill, the way the language is written, you literally couldn't have them in the same building. Or you'd have to have a separated wall for it versus using, one cash register for both. So that's what AB 133 did for us. Well, as you all may have the question that's come out recently is Jeff Sessions has made a lot of noise about where he's been. He's been very verbal, silent, indirectly about where his position on all this has been. Well, on January 4th, he came out and rescinded the Cole Memo. For those that don't know what the Cole Memo is, basically the guideline we've been following, co-ops and collectives, banks, local industry, state regulators, just about everyone has been using that to kind of keep moving forward on where we're at. Well, that put a little time out to think about what that all meant. So as we reflect on that, we have to remind everyone that the Cole Memo is only that, a memo. It is not law. It is more of a guideline of what you can and cannot do, but people have used it as a confidence level of what would be a minimum threshold of making sure what you're doing. By doing that, he also basically then rescinded the FinCEN guidelines, which has to do with banking. So that impacts both government of taking in money because it's fees and taxes, but more importantly from the industry that was making movement as far as being able to get checking accounts, and banks and financial institutions, they were kind of on the bubble or, tippy-toeing about wanting to work with the industry, is it made them have to really slow down or reevaluate if they were going to continue or even consider keeping those that they are working with in the bank. So with that, each state, what he basically said was each state, we will leave it up to you what to do. California has 4 AGs regionally done. 3 of them are interim, so they haven't came out and created a position on this specifically yet, but they were appointed by session literally in the last 90 days. So, not knowing how they feel about that is a little concerning of what direction or confidence if there's going to be any disruption. But the real key element really out of this would have been a date that just has come and gone. That was January 19th, where the Rohrabacher-Blumenauer, which was the Rohrabacher Farm Memo, amendment the last 3 years, was supposed to see that is law. And if that would continue, there's a better confidence in what will happen versus if that's not in place. Because then the AGs can go after and disrupt what we're trying to do or what California is trying to do if that thing does not pass. Here we are the 22nd, and we don't have an answer or clarity of what that means yet. So if it passes, again, things are as normal because then the AGs can't take action legal, criminally, or civilly against anyone. But let's say for the sake of argument that does not pass. What does that mean to what action could be taking or concerns about both from a government standpoint and from an industry side? Well, if it's criminal action, they go through the process. They have been, but unfortunately when you have a 64% or higher people supporting that cannabis should be used for a legal activity, then you're going to have jury nullifications, and it's going to be difficult to get convictions or actually for them encouraged to move forward in wanting to do something. On the other side, if they choose not to do it from a criminal side for this, then you have a civil action. And that has already been tested in the courts in both the McIntosh case, in the Marin Alliance case, and in the Harborside case, where they went after the property owners and tried to do forfeiture of the properties. And in the cases in the 9th District Court, the judge clearly says, I'm not saying this is a legal activity. What I'm saying is you have 8th Amendment rights, which is basically reasonable fines and punishment for what the action is. And you have, in general, code enforcement fines that are $1,000 a day. So in that case, you should have been charged $150,000, which is what they settled, and not take a property of $3.5 million from the property owner for not doing that. So what I'm trying to say to that is there is going to be difficult for them to actually get where they want to do and use the proper resources, even of that date, if it gets rescinded. The last step or my comment here is medicinal versus adult use. The Farr-Rohrabacher memo, which will be in the Blumenauer, only has to do with medicinal. It has nothing to do with adult use. However, here in California, as in some states, it's a blended use in the same locations. It's going to be difficult for them to take action of enforcement clearly if it's just adult use in there. So that's where we are today on what the AG's federal enforcement policy impacts could be, and any questions that may come out of that. I'll be more happy to take a question on that right now if you'd like, or do just continue moving through the workshop.
I have a question for you. You said the FinCEN was rescinded. Was that rescinded at the same time that the Cole memo was rescinded?
Yes, it was. Any other questions?
Councilmember Valdivia.
I forget your name, I apologize.
David McPherson.
Mr. McPherson, to kind of piggyback on the mayor's question, was the FinCEN just enumerated within, when I read Attorney General Sessions' memo, is it cited as a FinCEN removal, or is it just retraction of the coal?
It's a retraction of the coal that has part
FinCEN.
of FinCEN policy in that. It says as long as you comply, if FinCEN policy complies with banking-related stuff. But
Okay.
there is still a BSA Act that it complies within that, which banks follow.
Very good, thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, last week I attended a League of Cities meeting, and I understand the city of Ceres, California, has had its banking privileges restricted now due to acceptance of cannabis-related monies. Do we know anything about the circumstances of that particular case or situation, and how that may or may not apply to our city and what we're considering today?
Sure. So what it is the banks have a risk assessment they do. It's from the BSA Acts, and they have to follow compliance law for internal controls. So the bank that Ceres uses is a small bank. It's either a community bank or a state bank. It's not one of the bigger banks. And if it is, it may be the case as well. The bank will not, especially with the recent case of this, is not taking that risk of letting Ceres, who maybe had $5,000 a week in cash go into their bank, to maybe now $100,000 a month go into their bank. That creates a big problem for our banks. Big banks don't like to have the industry, cannabis industry in there because it's too much effort for compliance. Small banks are too small because they can't afford the compliance element. So it's the middle bank that looks at that, but they also look at the risk associated with that. Keep in mind that whatever bank allows the industry or even government to take money in there, they're personally liable for what action they do or do not take as their due diligence. So that's why this bank chose to say, no, we're not going to take your money in there. As it pertains to you, we have had other clients have had this concern. We now have a relationship with financial institutions that will work with both local government to actually, one, coordinate transportation of the money and also put the money in the bank. They will take it straight to the Federal Reserve in LA or San Francisco, depending where you're at, and allow you to put that money in it. They perceive it as, in general, the FinCEN law says, 8300 says that if you are a business or profession, you must comply with the $10,000 requirement, aggregate or individually. You're a government institution. You are neither a business or a profession. You're not having to follow that compliance issue of putting money into the bank. However, if your bank balks at it, there are alternatives for you. There is not that many banks. There's over 360 banks that are actually doing this throughout the country, and there's about 4 or 5 of them that are now specifically trying to work both with government and industry for allowing get money in the bank today. Move on.
Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. McPherson, does FinCEN apply to credit unions, or specifically are they mentioned and called out for the traditional banking systems so that they would somehow, the community bank components or credit unions, are they somehow exempt from FinCEN?
They are not.
They are not?
No. They are both have to comply with financial institutions in general, so have to comply with that.
And what is the position of the state treasurer, John Chang? Last year, he was kind of stirring the pot on community banking components for this type of money and receipt of money. I know that the state treasury department receives the tax residual benefits that are deposited on a Friday through Sunday, and many of these are trucked in over the weekend in Sacramento. So my question is, what is the position of John Chang and the state treasury, and what are the implications for local community banks and credit unions? Is there an acceptance and a recognition that these banks can now take this sort of money?
So referring to the state treasurer, he had an advisory group put together. They had 8 meetings, kind of brought in experts from various areas, financial institutions, industry, solutions, people that had solutions to try to address this thing, and of course industry folks bringing in their concerns. It does not change what federal law is regarding this, but of course with this changes a little bit. The Board of Equalization, now the CDFA, brings in millions of dollars in there. They're probably the biggest money launderer in the state. If there was anyone, I don't see Wells Fargo or Chase shutting them down. Part of it's politically. But to answer, the committee is just an advisory committee that was looking at solutions, alternative. He still wants to try to put a bank, a state bank together that would be insured through that process. That is a very difficult process and probably was not something we will see in the next 3 or 5 years as an immediate solution, but at least getting the thought that this is an industry that needs to be able to bank and sometime in the near future to make it more efficient and also make everyone feel more comfortable and address safety issues.
Mr. McPherson, Councilman Mulvihill, go.
So, Mr. McPherson, banking is still a problem for the cannabis industry. That's what you're saying.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Could you clarify, you had indicated that the FAR Rohrabacher was only applicable to medicinal?
Yes,
Is that
at this
correct?
time it only refers to medicinal.
As far as the restriction of funding for enforcement?
That's correct.
So it's not restricting enforcement for recreational?
If it's purely recreational, then it does not cover that. And yes, the federal government can go after just the strict adult use associated with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Our California Attorney General, Javier Becerra, has he made a public stand on all of this?
He has. He's clearly supporting the state's position of state rights, but he's not one of the four because he's not the federal AG, he's the state AG, so it's a little different, but he supports and came out against that as well as committing to that.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Councilmember Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. For banks that are going to cryptocurrency, how is that going to affect this industry?
Well, banks going to that are still testing that out. Industry has been doing that for some time. It's a matter of being able to monitor and regulate that and move the money because, you know, crypto, not knowing all the complexity is of it, but it's hard to move the money straight to a bank in or enforce our banking as it relates to paying bills and things of that nature. So technology and how that comes about is happening in the back end. You know, if you're doing it from a vendor to vendor and things of that nature, it's a lot easier to do because you're just kind of bartering elements of that. I think it's still premature to really to see how that is going to be in a regulated world work its way out.
Any other questions? Along the same lines as far as banking is the taxation of it for federal tax, the level of taxation is higher because of the restrictions with the amount of deductions that they can take. Is that still applicable?
That's correct. So it's called the 280E rule. It's COGS, cost of services and goods. So the like cultivation manufacturers, people that do everything of the product of manufacturing product up to a certain point have a higher ability to write exemptions or things off on their income taxes. Retailers, being the dispensaries and delivery component, it's not because it's now still selling an illegal product Therefore, they're taxed at almost 75% versus others may be down at 40% and have more deductions.
So does a cultivator have a higher cost of goods sold that is deductible for computing their taxable income than a retailer would be?
Yes, so for
And
example,
what's that percentage?
it varies of what it is because, for example, you can write off your electricity, you can write off your employees, you can write off the building itself if you purchase it, anything you have to do to put the product together. Once that product leaves, that's where then it's an illegal product that's being sold. So as long as the wholesalers, there's a degree of that, and it varies depending on the type of business model that the cultivator does, or manufacturer as well.
Thank you. Any further questions? Go ahead and
Okay.
continue then.
Okay. So specifically, some of the things that SB 94 did is, as it relates to local government, is it required that you establish a local contact with the states. Now that we've kicked off and going, so the states, if they have to call someone, if somebody goes and puts in an application in and they want to coordinate and check to verify it, they need to know who to send that or to talk to. And then the state will notify, and they have been on the temporary permits when applicants have been putting them in this month and even last month, they would go to them and advise them, you've got 10 days to respond to let us know if you're going to allow the temporary permit to go into effect. So that's what the notification does. So you're aware if something is going to be happening. And then we already mentioned about the merging of the two medicinal adult regulations together as part of SB 94. So some of the things that are important to you are local control. Local agencies still have the right to ban any or all commercial cannabis activities in the city. The law shall not limit the local jurisdiction to adopt any enforcement or regulatory ordinances that need to be done, both by land use and regulatory. The law does not supersede or limit existing local authority by law, so you still, again, that local and dual control at the bottom. At the end of the day, whatever you decide to do at a higher degree is it got more control than what the state allows or doesn't allow. And then some other key changes, as I mentioned, January 1st, we already kicked off temporary permits. I think as of somewhere end of last week, there was only 685 permits for both medicinal and adult use. About 15%, about 15 businesses have about 15 to 20% of those numbers because they got multiple touching permits associated with that. And of all the cultivators, a majority of them have been in Mendocino, Humboldt, in Sonoma County and Santa Cruz. And then they trickle off in variations in there. So it's not like a mad rush of January 1st that we had thought, some thought was going to happen. But it is there. And then vertical integration will now be permitted. So again, if a business wants to do any touching point of the industry, they can't, for exception of the testing labs. That must be a separately owned and in a separate location.
Did you say can't or can?
Can.
Can.
Yes. Everything but testing lab can be all at the same place. There will no longer be a transportation license under MARSA. There used to be a transportation license. What we found is most of the industry people were moving their own product, and they didn't see a need to really have to pay someone to move a product, especially sometimes they were just going from building to building. So that didn't seem practical. But under the new regulations, there now is a distribution license, but there's also distribution where if you just want to move your own product, you now can do that at a reduced cost and requirements associated with that. One of the unique things that cities and counties were being challenged is by just doing the mirror conversation of proposing a regulatory ordinance is that they were being challenged by communities regarding CEQA. CEQA does not trigger, just because you do a regulatory ordinance, does not trigger a need for CEQA requirement. And so the bill specifically talks that if you put a regulatory process in before July 1st of 2019, then you are exempt from the CEQA requirement for the regulatory part. And I want to emphasize that. It doesn't mean that you don't have to go do a negative DAC or that you have to do a CEQA for each project. That's still required depending on on the tiers requirements for a CEQA that would trigger it. And then the other thing, the delivery companies were really pushing about having the ability to be able to deliver do deliveries, because not all dispensaries wanted to be tied or doing deliveries. So they created, as part of the retailer license, the Type 10, a non-storefront license. So what that means, instead of someone working out of their residential house and doing deliveries, that now they can do it, but they must be at a commercial location, which is unique. So in some cities, they don't want retail, so what they've done is allowed non-storefront retailers, just like on the third story of a commercial building, very discreet, have an office where they take in through web orders or through phone calls to them, and then they have people go out and deliver the product to the constituent or consumer by not having that walk-in traffic. So, a lot of conversation about where everyone is on this, and it goes up and down in the state, as you know, overall, why more people are pushing this. Statewide, the voters have a little over a majority, 56% said that they'd like to see this be legal. San Bernardino County, not as much, but still in the majority. And uniquely, the city of San Bernardino is pretty consistent where the statewide average is as far as where the voters chose to be on this. So at this point, I will hand this over to Stephen to talk about this.
Mayor and council members, I did want to just give a brief update on the Measure O litigation. As you'll recall, in February of 2017, the city was served with 2 lawsuits by parties claiming that Measure O was invalid. And then in March of 17, we were sued by 2 other groups. We had 2 other lawsuits claiming that Measure O was valid and we were just moving too slow on implementing it. The briefing, the evidence, everything was heard by the court on December 28th of 2017. The court issued an oral tentative that Measure O was invalid, but that was going to be followed up in a couple weeks by a written decision. We received the written decision last Thursday. The court has stuck with its tentative that Measure O is invalid. That decision we expect to become final in the next 2 to 3 weeks and to receive a judgment. At that time, I expect to receive an appeal, appealing that up to the appellate courts, and we will definitely keep the mayor and city council updated, but I did want to let you know that it is looking like Measure O is going to be invalidated, at least at the trial court level. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. McPherson, if we could roll back to the 2 slides or one more. Thank you. Ms. City Manager, have we established a protocol on a local contact list? Because my understanding when I attended a conference in early December, that the loophole is if we don't respond, somehow that gives permission. So I don't know if you've...
Sorry. As one of the actions the council took a couple weeks ago, you've directed the city manager to transmit ordinances, the moratorium ordinance. Day-to-day, though, Mark Persico is the one having contact with the state and advising them of the status of permits and things like that, and he has had regular contact with them.
And so we have established he is our point person with the state.
Yes.
And so all mails, deliveries, emails, phone calls.
Are going to his office.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, my question is for our HCL consultant. Just quickly, has there been a mechanism for cities to engage the U.S. district attorneys as this process unfolds? I think the big concern I have is this disconnect between our state and federal laws. And my biggest concern is to make sure we don't run afoul of the federal government, given some of our reliance on DOJ funding at this time. I don't think it's wise for us to be in a position of perhaps jeopardizing that relationship. And so is there or has there been a mechanism for cities to work with the U.S. district attorneys so that we have some sense of where they are? so that we can have some sense of what direction they may be going. What is your advice, or what are your thoughts or experience as relates to cities engaging the U.S. District Attorney directly?
I'll tell you my experience, and then I'm going to defer the rest of it to the city attorney. I was the first case law on Harborside over this situation back when I was in Oakland. So mine was the other side, as I sued the feds over this issue because we had invested right in Harborside and the whole legality of that. So it's a little different in my experience on it. But with that said, obviously having good collaboration, understand what your intent and desire, your regional one, is important, and I think important to do that, and I'll defer that to council maybe to react to. That would go from there.
I would say that we just recently, after 1 year, got our U.S. Attorney appointed for the Central District, Mr. Nicola Hanna. I don't know, I have not seen any statements from them on what their enforcement priorities are going to be or how they're going to proceed. But insofar as we do, we'll certainly be communicating those back to the council.
Thank you. And I would highly recommend that as we move forward, we look at developing some kind of relationship. I think that's really the big concern I have. And so I would feel much more comfortable as relates to this issue if and when we've established some kind of relationship with that office, just so, again, we don't run afoul. I think that's the big concern I'm hearing from my constituents, is to make sure that we don't jeopardize our relationship with DOJ.
And also for council that's not familiar with, Tim Cromartie, who is the public safety ledge for the League of Cities, has just joined our firm. He actually starts February 1st, so he's up in Sacramento and is very close to all the different agencies, and we'll be having assist on this as well.
Go ahead and continue. Thank you.
Okay, so status on other local agencies around you. Some of them are obviously been movers earlier, 2012, 2013, 14, but some are starting to move a little differently. City of Blythe, who's a client of ours, they are having about 20 industry people there, building a few business parks, doing a few individuals, really focusing on revamping some blight areas in their downtown area for retail establishments. That's where they're at, about 17 permittees in there. City of Coachella built some big projects there. They got some big early movers that are in the city building manufacturers and cultivation facilities. They have explored looking at retail sales because they did have some illegal retails in town that they were trying to address, and they continue to do that. Cathedral City has a good balance of everything. In fact, they have, I think, 10 to 12 permittees that actually got their state license as far as a temporary up to this point. And Desert Hot Springs is similar to that. They not have as many cultivators. I think they have the 2 or 3. We haven't done the inspections on them, just on the retail side for Desert Hot Springs. They have about 8 dispensaries, of which all of them have got permitted, at least the temporaries. City of Moreno Valley, just recently, I drafted their ordinance with them. They're actually going through the land use and the secret process. They're not sprinting out the door, but they are doing at a good pace as far as moving the process along. And we will be putting a ballot measure on the ballot for them for a tax measure for November. Palm Springs is similar to a relationship with Cathedral City and Desert Hot Springs. Obviously it's an attraction to tourists, so they do have their fair share of retails and working on the other activities. City of Riverside, we met last week with the council. There are 3 council members actually going to Colorado to kind of review some of the processes and a report back to that. We currently have drafted a testing lab ordinance only for them because they have a testing lab in town that's been doing other activities, and they wanted to expand their ability to do this as well. And probably at the end of February, we'll ask direction of a yes/no action item to council to direct us to what to move forward with the City of Riverside. City of Paris, we've done their backgrounds. They've gone, I think we currently have 10 to 11 dispensaries. Some of them were there prior to adoption of an ordinance. Now they're allowing them to go through the process and be regulated. They are currently paralleling to that to put cultivation and manufacturing, distribution is pretty much every category to parallel in there. So they could end up with about 25 to 28 types of permits in the city when we're done with that process. Any questions on the locals before we move on?
Here, I have a
Our
question.
neighbors, could you give a rundown on our surrounding neighbors?
In San
Revens-
Bernardino County.
Yeah, so
Revens, Grand Terrace, Rialto, Fontana, Loma
Yes.
Linda.
I think on the matrix that we provided on the handout, I think it's in there, was a check. Most of them have bans other than focusing on the personal cultivation. So we focused on those that were doing something versus those that are banned. And I think we may not got all of them in there, but we do have some of them. Primarily, the cities that in the San Bernardino, Montclair's is in discussion of doing a workshop in the drafting of an ordinance and looking at pursuing something, and the rest are just on a very preliminary discussion or more of the ban stage at this point, unless Stephen knows something other than I don't know. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Charette?
To the PD, how many do we think we have operating illegally in our city right now? Dispensaries, that is, approximately. And we're making an effort to currently shut them down until we resolve all this issue. That anyone that's operating in any way, shape, or form in the city of San Bernardino is now operating illegally, correct? And how many are operating that we know of?
There are in excess of 40 open cases right now. We believe that there's still a number of those, a number more than that. If I had to venture to guess, I would say that we're probably in excess of 60. Once we find them all, there are some that are hidden very well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Nichol?
Do we have any sense on the cultivation operations? Some sense of the scope of that issue?
Yeah, there are some very large grows in the city that we are, continually trying to identify and enforce, but I don't have a number for you on that.
Councilman Barrios?
Mr. McPherson, out of the cities that you listed here, which city had the most dispensaries?
I'm going to say that they're kind of right in that same boat, but Paris probably has the most that are in numbers, but not necessarily in productivity as far as, how they're performing. Palm Springs, I think, has one of them.
What's the population of Paris?
I'm not sure of what that is, 60,000, somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Oviedo?
Mr. McPherson, you have a matrix summarizing what you just said, going down each, is there a matrix? What page is that on?
The first attachment, page 14.
In the matrix, not may match of the samples. Some of these have been moving parts since we've done the matrix on there, but I think some of them had to do with more of the bans or criteria.
And again, this is as of December 13th.
Okay. Thank you.
So the county of San Bernardino has a prohibition,
Yes.
as well as the county of Riverside, but it's under being considered.
Yeah, so
County.
Riverside County is actually going to go out to vote in November, and depending on the outcome of that is where they'll go, direction-wise.
And is that a supervisor's action?
Yes, it
That they're
is.
putting out? Councilman Nichol?
As relates to the delivery services, how are those typically regulated? Are they sort of a franchise-type operation, or what is sort of the common practice of cities in terms of regulating and controlling those operations?
Well, the regulations have changed now. In the old way, it was unregulated. It was just like the wild, wild west. But now with the new regulations, the deliveries now again have to have a fixed location. That's why they're now non-storefronts, and they have to have a permit, both at the local level and at the state level, in order to lawfully be able to do deliveries. And that has not been traditionally in the past.
So would it be regulated, I would assume, similar to how we regulate taxi cabs, ambulance services, so forth in the city, just more or less a traditional franchise type agreement?
Yes and no. I mean, it would be similar to that because obviously it's not at a fixed location, but you got to recall that, for example, let's say another city allowed a non-storefront retailer, and you did not allow retail, and you allowed them to deliver into the city, then you would follow similar to that process. You could require a requirement for them to follow similar to that, where, inspect the vehicle, you make them sure, you can do backgrounds, make sure there's no DUI arrest or safety issues, and they meet certain protocol similar to what you would for a taxi driver.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Valdivia?
2 questions. Point of clarification. The San Bernardino County has voted in the unincorporated portions and pockets of the county not to advance the marijuana issue. Is that
Yes.
correct assumption?
That's my understanding.
All right. And then the Riverside County, the Board of Supervisors, they have initiated the ballot measure for the November of 2018, but that's also, again, county unincorporated pockets.
Correct.
The city of Riverside has, as you had mentioned on your slideshow, many of the cities contained within Riverside County have advanced various marijuana ordinances and policies in favor of some type of address publicly for their particular cities within the Riverside County. Is that correct?
Yes, that's pretty consistent, yeah.
All right, very good. And then finally, the delivery component that Mr. Nickel had suggested, can you maybe, is there a case in point that you'd like to compare or contrast? You've done work in Washington and Colorado, is that right?
No, we're not. Colorado we have. Our
Okay.
staff is from, our state regulars from Colorado.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And so you have experience with dealings of Colorado and the marijuana initiatives there?
Yes.
Is there a delivery or transportation component that you could say has been favorable to a local community that has attempted to address the retail dispensary component, and rather than have those retail dispensaries on every corner, on the corner of First and Main Street, a local municipality or jurisdiction has adopted a transportation or delivery ordinance versus a retail component? Have you seen that, and can you compare and contrast the quality of life improvements, if any?
Well, first of all, Colorado does not allow deliveries.
They do not?
They do not,
Okay.
yeah. So that's kind of
That's
unique.
a moot point, okay.
Yeah. Regarding delivery onlys, again, since the regulations are just kicking off, they're very premature as far as the outcome of that process. But there are cities, I drafted an ordinance for this, for example, for the city of Ventura, that only allows deliveries, but only from Ventura County. So there's Ojai, there's Thousand Oaks, there's Port Hueneme. I know there's one more I'm leaving out. But if those dispensaries in those cities want to deliver into the city of Ventura, they can do so, but they go through this vetting process similar to what was being asked, and then they will issue a permit to allow deliveries in the city of Ventura.
As I see and understand, that this council can adopt delivery or transportation components, curtail the retail dispensary aspect, reduce blight on corner of First and Main Street, adopt the transportation or delivery component, if that's the will of the council. But understanding kind of what cards we have, that might be a favorable or consideration for the council to entertain. If we want to remove the appearance and the erosion of, quote, quality of life in our community, then the delivery transportation component may be a more reasonable ordinance to entertain. Thank you.
And if I may comment on that, when you say reasonable, it's really a policy decision on, I don't want to say reasonable or not. There's different concerns regarding that, pros and cons. Granted, you're going to have people in vehicles going in residential communities where now they may cause a different safety issue or different concern associated with that, although there's a demand for that because you have people that have limitations of getting transportation to a dispensary. The concern from a public safety standpoint is a retailer has, 40 cameras, armored guard there, surveillance of everything, control of cash, control of products at one location versus now you're putting multiple people in vehicles where you don't have the same control mechanisms in there. So,
As the city of Ventura entertained the ordinance draft up, was it the city of Ventura that entertained this delivery ordinance that you worked on?
Yes, and that was driven by more consumers that were tired of having to drive an hour away to go get product because they were not allowed to have it in town.
Okay. And so these same considerations of both pros and cons, I'm sure you shared those with Ventura City Council.
That's correct.
And so nonetheless, they proceeded in favor of a transportation ordinance. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Movia?
Just following up on what Councilman Valdivia had mentioned, the record keeping for the transportation would be pretty much the same, in fact, better. They have to have an invoice for where they're going to and coming from, how much they're giving, and so forth. So I wouldn't see that there's much of a problem in terms of the recordation, what's going on, correct?
From a monitoring of inventory element, there isn't, because there is a manifest. It's more from a safety issue or concerns, and we're more happy to defer that to
Well,
the folks
in
if they
the,
want
in the
to
case
concerns
of
of it.
people traveling, you have more people traveling to a central point. It's the delivery versus the, I worked on a problem in Michigan with regard to whether you provide services at the home or you have people coming from the home to the services, elderly care, for example. So, again, I don't see much of a difference there. And in fact, in terms of medical marijuana, delivery would be much more preferred, in fact. But look, you had mentioned the city of Riverside. What's the status of the city of Riverside?
So the City of Riverside has approved a testing lab ordinance that we drafted. There's 3 council members that are going to Colorado.
Just a testing lab?
Yes, just testing labs, because they have a testing lab in town that does other testing things, so they wanted to expand in this, so they were open to that.
But they prohibited the other forms of cannabis?
So currently they prohibit,
Yep.
and there's 3 council members that are going to Colorado and doing some research, and then they're going to report back at the end of February. We will come back and expand back to that discussion regarding where they want to be for the different touching activities. And it was deferred to that versus the last council meeting where they were going to make a decision. They chose to wait until the return of that report.
But presently, it's prohibited outside of
That's
testing.
correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to ask Captain Lawhead about some of his thoughts regarding transportation ordinance and how you would see it as a fit for this city, as a potential idea.
Well, there's always issues with transportation. It's just like anything. They're going to be carrying probably most of this is done in cash basis, so they're going to be carrying large amounts of cash, which creates an opportunity, an issue. But it's similar to some of the issues we have with dispensaries now. We also know that they maintain a lot of cash. So I think one of the biggest things we could probably work out is a banking issue. If we could find a way to do away with the cash so there wasn't that lure there, I think it'd be a lot safer for everybody.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay, why should your city care? One of the things we've seen as a consensus is really what I call core values. When I say core values, it's not from a moral core values, which we may all have a different perception on. It really is the core values from a policy standpoint. And at the end of the day, whatever you do, either maintaining a ban, moving forward with something, or evaluating what you do, it's really based on those core key issues. And those are public safety, environmental protection, land use, and access to youth. And so when we talk about building something in either way, it has to do with that. How do you make sure that you can move in that and make sure whatever those core values are built into whatever policy you make becomes very critical in how that model is created. And the first one, which is a concern, because with Prop 64, even if you ban everything else, you're going to still have to deal with public consumption. And at the ad hoc committee, this was something that came up, and one of the focus really is, you know, we talk about smoking, just like tobacco. You don't want smoking, but what happens when someone's using an edible or something that really doesn't cause any problems, but they're under, you know, they may be under the influence of some activity and how that impacts things. But the core really is back to the public health, safety, and general welfare of your community. What does that mean when 4%, 9% of your community wants to do something that impacts the rest of them? That your responsibility as policymakers really is how do we make sure that our community is safe, addressing the issues just like you would tobacco around kids. You know, you see commercials on now where, you know, someone's in the second floor and the smoke goes up to the third floor, 23 feet from someone, and it impacts their health. So smoking definitely is something of addressing in an ordinance. We had drafted one for consideration that there was discussion for of addressing this issue. But then beyond just the smoking now with edibles and products, how you're going to address that, I think is still a borderline question of the pros and cons of that. But you do have the core buffers that to consider of how you would look at it, just like you would in a regulatory ordinance. State law has where it's 1,000 feet from K through 12 daycare, youth centers, and then you can expand into areas, you know, with libraries, parks, areas in which primary purpose are used for minors to address so that you don't have these issues occurring as well when someone's trying to go out and enjoy just being in a park. And then alcohol rehabilitation centers are substance abuse facilities. Some just keep in mind because of the, you know, you're trying to not encourage someone that's trying to go through a rehab in there. On the other side, Prop 64 also forces our hand with a band, is that you still have to allow for personal use cultivation, but you only have to allow it for indoors. So how do you establish a very, very reasonable but clear defined personal cultivation ordinance that's going to allow someone to have access to this but not over it? I just was working with another client down that small community that put these ordinances in place. By the time they were done, it was going to cost someone $800 just to get a personal use cultivation, just because they were trying to be over safety about looking at the electricity that they're using and requirements of water and sewer and things of that nature. So where do you find that balance that you don't get in that position, but yet you have something in effect that you're making sure people are doing? And I always use the analogy when we did the police chiefs training last year is, you know, you get a call to service, show up to the front door, you know, obviously you can't do nothing for the plants, but you see a 2-year-old crawling on the carpet, wet carpet with electrical cords going, with 6 plants exposed in the living room where the TV is, and there's pesticides on the ground, right? So without having reasonable requirements in place of restrictions, then that becomes another issue. Not about the marijuana or cannabis, it's really about the quality of life and safety of kids. That how do you make sure all those are? And then where 40% of property, 40% of the residents don't own their property, then they're damaging and creating damage to someone else's property that may or may not do that. So requiring that the property owner is aware of that someone is using his property for that use becomes very critical. So we try to be mindful of all the things that should be in it to make someone aware for personal use that I think for safety issues, not about the cannabis in itself, but becomes critical component of that in addressing those issues. Is there any comments about this before we move on?
I do. Going back to public consumption, talked about the different locations where it would be prohibited. oftentimes churches got youth activities going on. Has that been something that's oftentimes considered, where those ordinances would also exclude the proximity to churches?
Yes, I mean, that's primary purpose where kids are. You can put that as one of the criteria in there.
Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and I did receive some concerns from individuals that live in apartment complexes. We have a lot of them in our city, many multifamily facilities, and the concern was expressed as to, I know some apartments, they have bans on smoking and so forth. Does this set of regulations permit a landlord to perhaps prohibit that type of activity in their complex if they so choose, with or without a local ordinance?
Yes, it does. So, a property owner, it's his property. He can put something just like the smoking of tobacco. If he chooses to have that as part of the lease agreement that prohibits that, then that's their right or prerogative to do that.
So it's not necessary for us as a legislative body to make a decision as pertains to multifamily units. It's up to the landlord, more or less. They can make that decision themselves.
You could do that if that's something that was done like you would for tobacco, consistently with that. It doesn't prohibit you by doing that because a single-family residence versus a multifamily residence. It's just a matter of at what degree do you want to make that a policy versus a property owner's rights to determine who he wants to allow and why.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill?
You indicated talking about the smell of smoking marijuana, but there's also a problem with cultivating cannabis, the smell of cannabis growing. And so many jurisdictions prohibit the outdoor cultivation of cannabis. Is that true?
Correct. So when you go back to we're talking about personal use again? Yes. Mm-hmm. So you can prohibit the outdoor grow, and we can prohibit outdoor cultivation for that various reason. I mean, outdoor grows have an impact of odor mitigation, in the harvest time of the period, especially in the summer months. But it's also a safety issue of people jumping fences and trying to take product from someone, and people putting booby traps or worried about juveniles trying to take their product from them.
Yeah, they know if it's outdoor, they know where it is.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councilmember Mulvihill's comment regarding the cultivation in Fontana, renters in the city of Fontana have to get a notarized approval from their landlord before they can cultivate marijuana.
Yes, and that's where we must have written consent of the property owner.
And I think that's really crucial because I'm a property owner and they would have to go through me first.
Sure.
Thank you.
We've also even gone in degree, depending on the makeup, is that you have to have consent of the people on the lease. So if I had a roommate, my roommate doesn't like it, not only the property owner, but you can also require consent of the roommate. So if he's tied to the lease as well. Okay. Any more questions? All right. We'll move on. So a big conversation came up last time at the ad hoc committee, special events, and I know you've there's been issues about one is just cost recovery associated with it, but the concerns that you have on there. What I have done on this slide really is just there's some requirements that a special event operator has to go through. One, they do have to get a local permit, so they can't just go get it themselves. They have to be registered and follow some of the requirements that we have here, local approval. They can't be more than 4 days for the event. They do have to both register. They still have to show who's involved with that as far as almost the same kind of level of degree of due diligence that the state wants to make sure people that are doing these types of functions do occur. And then I think there was some discussion on the report out about just cost recovering and making sure that you're made whole for any impacts in public safety and other resources by the city in order for these events to occur.
I have a question regarding that. Back on packet page 11, there's temporary cannabis event locations. says that temporary cannabis event license will not be issued for more than 4 days and will not be issued separately for consecutive days for the same event.
Right, that's state law. Those are requirements. The things I put here for the special event those are basically taken right out of the state law regulations associated with that.
So a event organizer can place a request for a permit, temporary permit, to not hold it for more than 4 days,
Correct.
and will not be issued separately for consecutive days for the same event.
Right, so they don't want, obviously, just circumventing the 4-day event by just getting a license for, for 4 more days to 8, and then get another one for 12 days, and then another one, so that they're limited to being consecutively and reviewed that way. I think that still needs to be vetted out at the state level, but because it just went into effect, I don't think they've had any that have, but that's their requirement.
Because this doesn't indicate what the duration would be before they could then reapply.
Right.
Is it a month? Is it 2 months? So
Right.
so it's
I think
not
just
clear.
a gap in time, and I think we haven't had any of this new regulation. These are state laws, so I think that will still be something that needs to be smoothed out in clarity.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Mr. McPherson, are these, is this slide, does it fall within the provisions of local home rule control to modify or somehow do we have powers to somehow curtail or amend some of these guidelines and guardrails?
That's a good question because these are the minimum the state has. It didn't say we have the authority to reduce less than that, but for example, like on a retail dispensary where it says they can be open from 6 to 10, you can't say 11 o'clock.
Sure.
So I'm going to have to, at this point, without doing additional inquiry, assume that you can't go beyond the 4 days.
Oh, understood.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah.
My position particularly is with the National Orange Show, I'd like to see this slide as a policy consideration for our city manager to somehow enforce and enact special event provisions in keeping with this. I'd like to see this a little bit more restrictive so that it cannot exceed a 2-day. I can't foresee a 4-day event. And then I'd also like to see a decibel level on this as well. But this is a good framework for in which us as policymakers can start establishing the ground rules for special events, if that's ultimately the desire of the council. I can't have a crystal ball here, but this is really a good platform in which to launch and restrict these activities. Or if this council desires to fully ban it, that's fine too. But I think this is really something that we need to get a handle on. And my other question is the moratorium, the 45-day placeholder that we established on December 20th, does this also ban special events from operating?
It currently does, yes. And one of the things later on this agenda, you'll have a discussion about the moratorium and the timing of the direction that you provide to us, how quickly we think we can return any types of regulations, and whether or not the council wants to consider expanding that or extending that for a period of time to allow us to get regulations in place. But yes, currently banned. We are having ongoing conversations, as we've reported, with the National Orange Show. They're aware that our perspective is that we can enforce local regulations, and so this is one of those that we do want the council to provide some guidance collectively on how you'd like us to enforce that.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of revisiting more aggressive permitting issues relative to special events, including the raves. But on this particular issue, it'd be my desire that our council certainly consider restrictive guardrails here, similar to these presented on the slide. Many residents have called and requested and complained about not only the cannabis events there at the National Orange Show, but also the raves. And so I'll be visiting with those individuals in an attempt to gain their perspective, understand what their issues are, and yet see if we can compromise on a lot of these, which I believe are variables and negotiables that we should be at the table, seated with these industry partners and say, how can we, what is a better solution? And how can we understand their perspective, but at the same time, understand we have the prerogative, we have the local control authority to control and mitigate this, and I would be in full favor of making sure that we're at the table. Thank you.
And I think especially given the fact, one of the things that Mr. McPherson commented on, there isn't currently a guideline as to what is that duration between events. So there are some things like that where the state, in an effort to get something on the table, really hasn't fully vetted this. I think it's certainly an opportunity for this council to establish how you want to see that happen in an ordinance.
Well, and final point is what cost recovery and what fees, if there's a tax or if there's a fee
Right.
on that ticket or event, we should also understand and really comprehend, is there value in assessing a fee on a ticket and the permit fees? There's a financial component to it, and I certainly don't want to miss the opportunity for financial gain recovery for our city. If this if this event is something that the council were to consider and favor, then what are those costs and what are the benefits of costs associated outside of the commercialized components? In other words, we already understand that Hospitality Lane and other local grocery stores and C-stores will benefit, but I want to understand what are the residual annuity payments to the city and what are the benefits associated with that? Thank you.
Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and I think some of the underlying concerns I have are the costs of enforcement and the mechanisms of enforcement and the traditional tools that we've had available to us and what additional tools we may need to consider to ensure effective enforcement. We do have, fortunately, in the room today, one of our former city attorneys that really dealt with this issue for many, many years. And I know he's in the room today, and I think I would like to ask if we could, I'd like to get his perspective. I think he brings a lot of understanding of this issue in terms of what we've done in the past and kind of what we're dealing with currently. And I think he is a resource to us that I would like to ask for his input and some of his comments based on some of what was discussed this morning already. If I could, would it be possible to ask Mr. Penman to come forward and give some comments and some of his thoughts on some of the discussion we've had today?
Let's hear it.
Councilmember, I appreciate that. We do have a number of people that want to speak, and it's difficult to establish that order.
Yeah, I'm requesting it as an expert commentary and as expert testimony based on some of the circumstances we faced in the city. I think it would be appropriate to ask for his input.
Right, and I certainly think we can do that. I would just suggest strongly, though, that anything be followed up by Gary Sines and Selena Greider.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is, within the last 2 to 3 months or so, we have dramatically changed all of our enforcement mechanisms. So, again, I don't think he would have any information related to those things. And so, again, I would just suggest that they follow up with anything.
Sure.
I appreciate
It's just to get some historical perspective on this and understand kind of where we are today and kind of the history of what we've done in the past and some of the recommendations in terms of some of the tools we might consider going forward.
At this time, though, I would like to continue with Ms. McPherson's presentation because there are others here that also want to hear that. And then if they need to leave, they would then lose the opportunity to hear that. So, Mr. McPherson, if you continue.
Okay, potential public concerns. You know, we have both, we've had some conversation about the unregulated world and what a regulated world does, and they are very unique. You know, we've got in our minds perception, and perception, unfortunately, is reality to all of us. And what's unique is no one in this room, probably exception of me and maybe one other person, understands what a regulated world looks like. We know what a good policy is, and we know what a good regulatory function would be, or good businesses or good practices, but we, you know, when you have a 300-page document that you get scrutinized over and actually putting it in a place with over 20,000 employees to trying to figure out overnight, it's a whole different way. But in the unregulated world of cannabis is what we've seen and know, and we've talked about public safeties of cultivations at home, illegal industrial things, extraction machines, illegal retailers, deliveries, things of that nature, is what we're seeing. And the reason why we have an unregulated world is because one thing that is here, no matter what we do, is we have consumer demand. Just like when we had prohibition for alcohol, there's a consumer demand. And so when we look at banning something, what we're banning is regulations, not the fact that there's a product that people want. And as long as there's a product that you're going to have an unregulated world if you don't address the consumer demand issues on that. So with that said, how do we move from dealing with, the consumer demand, the accessibility delivery services coming in our neighborhoods, pushing local markets underground, cost increase without resources for public safety to go after, and in the cases you heard the numbers of addressing with, they're very costly and very expensive. And so it has to be addressed. How do you find that balance in there of addressing that, but also addressing a consumer demand and what you need in a regulated world? So in a regular world, what do we have? You have police oversight to that, so you have a lot of more confidence in the people that are being involved in the industry, because if you've done your due diligence and you're addressing back to the core values, public safety, land use, environmental, and access to youth. And conversation about special events, of trying to make sure you're whole on that, where you're very tight capacity of staffing or cost to go after it, is you can charge fees directly to the benefit for those that are actually being regulated, to make sure at the level and degree you want to be having a management oversight, you can do that very, very effectively, because they're going to pay for it, not the city, for that results. It'll generate new revenue funds through taxes that can be used for other priorities or parallel to dealing with social issues or public issues associated with this, or for other services. But minimum, you're at least be able to get public safety, and not only from the police department side, but also from the fire department side and code enforcement side, that are dealing with all the issues around you in a regulated world. And more importantly, because as you know, Measure O, you may or may not lose control. In a regulated world where you create the process to address the concerns, is the city controls the who, the what, the when, the where of this industry, to bring it and make sure it meets your policy decisions how you would like to, and your constituents does. And more importantly, it discourages black market. And I say discourages because it's not going to go away. It's just a matter of reshaping it. So long as you have a regulated world for consumer demand and access, then they have an option to go to, and therefore those black market delivery services, black market cultivators, and retailers seem to be tightening up, and then you have, again, resources to continue that momentum of reducing that to a certain degree.
Mayor?
Councilman Barrios?
So just to be clear, a city such as San Bernardino, who has all these conditions, it's probably imperative that we do move forward and put something in place.
It's imperative that you, as policymakers, you keep those things in mind when you make a decision. I'm not going to recommend you going forward with something. I'm just going to recommend, when you make a decision, what are things to be concerned about, the unintended consequences one way or the other.
Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia?
Mr. McPherson, I'm very amused and elated that these two slides are here. I'm certainly in favor of making sure that our law enforcement component is sat here at the table, and I'm so glad to see Captain Lawhead and Captain Moss here. But also, I think what's important to this conversation is, how do we use the wisdom of Solomon to proceed forward? This is a philosophical kind of question here that the council needs to entertain as to what do we do to advance public concern safeties and the outcry of the public. And when I get a lot of concerns from residents who are apprehensive about Johnny getting to school safely, and yet he has to traverse a trail of green crosses. So these are concerns that we need to understand how best to use and what tools in our belt. I think having the component of law enforcement and specifically a carve-out, so that if money generated from the potential passage of an ordinance, we could restrict use for more law enforcement, a degree of traffic enforcement, I'd be in favor of that because there are certain components there of safety on the vehicular side and California Vehicle Code enforcement. But my particular carve out would be for law enforcement and understanding that this is a dramatic increase in a risk of concern to our residents. How is the policy best adopted for controlling this, mitigating it? And I'm very glad to see these two slides here because it helps us understand certainly the gravity of what's before us. And yet we are the decision makers. The time has been now for this council to lead for many, many years on this particular issue. And so I thank you for these two slides because it really brings to home the importance of us discussing it and publicly understanding the nuances and minutiae of this very important topic here. And so thank you.
You're welcome. And, you know, I get asked the question a lot, and for those that don't know, I was the first person in the country to actually tax and regulate the industry in Oakland. So I've been interviewed by every newspaper and television station in the country, and the question always come out, because I'm also a former law enforcement. And the question to me is, I always tell them, I said, even though you get focused on the money or revenues, is that your priority should be two things: public safety and land use. In those orders, and those are your priorities. And when you figure out the numbers or strategy or land use and addressing all those concerns, whatever money comes is going to be where it's appropriate and not the other way around, because you will have those unintended consequences. As the saying goes, is once you ring that bell, you can't unring it. So how do you find that balance of addressing that when you look at addressing these concerns and issues?
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and again, to get some historical perspective, I would like to find out how much we historically spent on enforcement in the city. I know we've done it. We did have a zero tolerance policy at one time. I am curious to really understand the components and the costs related to that type of enforcement. So I would again reiterate, I know that we have a former city attorney in the room that did this, and I'd like to just get some information, if I may. Please, Mayor.
He will be given an opportunity during the public hearing time. Please continue.
Mr. Mayor.
You're out of order. You haven't been recognized. Go ahead, Mr. McPherson.
So to one of the balance of this, of public safety and the public health, addressing it from a cost, not where you have in the past, but how do you address it going forward, is in a study that we did with Stanislaus County. Stanislaus County has over 1,000 illegal growers in town. And so their number one priority was they did a cost analysis of what would it cost to take care and address a ban, and it was $3.4 million. And so what they try to do is look at is, if we're going to find a balance of regulating industry and a numbers that would be appropriate for that, and actually prioritize that money, not for other activities, but purely to get to that money level to make a statement and go after the illegal market. They hired more sheriffs. They got chipper machines. They've been robust, hiring enforcement, and they made a statement because now they had funding sources from a regulated market, so they kind of reduced some of their issues, but they had a funding source from a regulated market that they earmarked for nothing more specifically than make sure they had appropriate funding to address all those issues, to give the public safety folks the proper resources to go after and focus on the things that you're concerned about. Okay? So that's a minimum of one way to approach it from a policy standpoint of, what decision you could be doing with that. But the bad actors, and the public safety concern, you still have the bad actors. And how do you go through bad actors? In a regulatory process that you can get more defined of addressing from a security element to this, to a background element to this, to conditions and terms of addressing this, health-related issues, IDing, having badges, dealing with both the fire side and the public safety side, and putting things in effect that your youth is not exposed to to these facilities, the buffer zones that we talked about, not only the minimum buffer zones of 600 feet, but in some areas, a greater buffer zone of up to 1,000 feet. And then how do you make sure that by even in a regulator world that you have mechanisms in place to make sure product is not being diverted into the regulated market or being out to the black market as far as tied to that. You've already addressed legal cultivation activities. You continue that momentum with having proper resources to that, but also making a clear statement right now where they know your hands are tied. It makes it a little difficult to do things. Now, one key thing that's important to note as well is that the way the law was written, Prop 64, stipulated is that the co-ops and collectives will go away once the implementation of regulations go into effect from when the state regulators put a notice in. So January of last week, the Bureau of Cannabis Control put the notice in. So effective January 9th of next year, co-ops and collectives go away and therefore is not a legal defense anymore for those that are doing illegal grows or any other activity, because that no longer will be there as a mechanism for them to take action against them. The bigger issue we are seeing in the public safety concerns is the driving impaired. It's not a matter of, people have been smoking cannabis or consuming products, not just in the last year or 5 years, they've been doing it for some time. But what we have seen is concerns regarding that we're having, because THC content's a little more, is the traffic accidents or the fatalities seem to be more higher degree than it was in the past as associated with this. So that's why it's important about the education or limitation and public safety addressing this, because it's not only what's happening, but it's happening what's on the street to a community that's concerning about this. State law is limiting how much someone can purchase in a day, which is good. So that'll be important to make sure that's enforced should you allow retail sales or in possession of. And then increase traffic by the retailers as far as how do you make sure you're not creating green belts or retail locations where you're spreading them out. I believe was a question come up regarding congestion associated with that for public safety concerns. On the public health side, same things about the odor mitigation. There's a lot of good technology to make sure you address this and you have it properly outlined in a regulatory process through the land use process, the UP process, building code require our inspections related to this to make sure that's not addressing, especially if someone's sharing a building with another type of business that's not tied to a cannabis business. The other public health question you have from the paramedic side is you have overdose response calls, training associated with that. So what's causing those issues? Is it because people are not being responsible regarding leaving products out, where a kid may get access to it and calls to the hospital or emergency room? And so there's ordinance you can put in as part of your responsibility ordinance, as you do with alcohol parties, that you can put requirements in there or hold adults responsible for having adult use personal ordinance associated with that in there for public health issues, especially for the youth. And then that'll focus on the access to youth or restricting that and addressing that, especially when public safety goes for calls of service and they address that, you'd have some kind of mechanism in place for them.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Before we go beyond that point, we really don't have a good hard and fast test for being under the influence, do we? It's not like a breathalyzer test. We don't have anything like that.
No, we don't have a breathalyzer, but
It's a blood test.
you can do a blood test. There is no study that says, this amount of nanograms, you're totally impaired. That's the part that we're lacking right now.
It's difficult to do that, though, in a field, take a
That is
personal blood
correct.
test. So basically, we really don't have a hard and fast test on the spot that we can, if there's a traffic accident, we can't tell if it's because also the THC deteriorates within a couple hours, so.
That's true, but we can still go back, even before we had the .08 for alcohol, we use field sobriety tests and other things to determine, and then we can do a chemical test to determine if they are, in fact, under the influence. We could do that rather quickly today. Years ago, we had to go to a hospital to get blood samples and that kind of stuff. We now have nurses that come to the scene if we need them in a quick test like that. We also have other hurdles that we have to go over as far as search warrants and everything else to actually get the sample nowadays.
But there really isn't any hard and fast test like there is for alcohol.
Not yet. They're actually field testing a variant of the breathalyzer for THC, but it is still in the field test stage at this point.
Okay, thank you.
So as
Excuse me, Mr. McPherson. I have a request from Mr. Penman to speak, and my concern is that the public that's here also has an opportunity to listen to the full presentation that you have. And so I do want to hear what Mr. Penman has to say. If Mr. Penman could limit his time to 3 minutes to get across the majority of his points, I will allow that alteration in our schedule at this time. Is that something that you could comply with? Thank you.
Ron? In November, I attended a members-only meeting with Attorney General Sessions in Washington, D.C. That was before he made his announcement. He made it clear that he is going to do away with all letters and memos that interpret federal law and will only enforce federal law as it has been passed by the Congress. Individuals who were present Friday when Shahab's facility was closed say that the sheriffs and code enforcement and fire came in, did an inspection, and then then they left, and about 20 minutes later, DEA arrived and closed them down. We also understand DEA is closing down facilities in Colorado. Mr. Nichols' comments about establishing a relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office, based on what Attorney General Sessions said, the only relationship is going to be submission. Federal law does supersede state law. That does not mean that you cannot be ready in case this federal law changes. That does not mean that you cannot pass an ordinance that is in compliance with state law that allows you to go ahead should federal law change. I'm with the law firm of Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox. We represent a number of clients who are property owners and business owners in the city who want their property values to be the same as those who are allowed to sell marijuana. Under Measure O, only 2 sites in the city could sell Measure O. Our law firm filed a lawsuit against Measure O. We contacted the city. The city at the time was going to defend Measure O. We were able to point out that the voters had been duped by Measure O, as had the mayor and council not been informed as to what it really did, and instead of giving 174 locations, it only gave 2. And those have been licensed now. We need to circumvent Mr. Diamond's appeal. The judge is going to, this decision is going to be final. Measure O is invalid. It's invalid because it's spot zoning. And that's what we argued. That was our permanent argument. Others wanted to argue other things, such as not compliance with the city's general plan, which we did argue also, and I encourage others to do that. But that is the issue that will be upheld, if it's going to be upheld, by the 4th District Court of Appeal and by the Supreme Court. You need to short-circuit Mr. Diamond's appeal, and you can do that, I think, in the manner I'm going to suggest. If you don't do that, Diamond tied us up for years on the Flesh Club, years, 8, 9, 10 years in court. And this city will never get any revenue from marijuana. Mayor, right now, San Bernardino has the unfortunate distinction of being known in the cannabis community as the dispensary city. More marijuana is being sold here than probably any other city in the Inland Empire, certainly at least in San Bernardino. Perhaps Paris sells more, but I doubt it because there's not as many people who have close proximity to Paris. A lot of the dispensaries here are doing what they should be doing and not selling to minors, but a number are selling to minors. We need to stop the sale to minors. Only if there's an ordinance in place, governed and regulated by the city, police department, code enforcement, and so forth, can we do that. We need to stop these kids. There are numerous medical studies that show the frontal lobe does not fully develop until people are in their early 20s. Some studies even say as far as late 20s. These kids are going in there now today. I understand the desire not to be legalizing marijuana in the city on the part of some people. But in reality, it's going on
Could
here.
you please wrap it up, Mr. Penman?
Yes, Your Honor. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that you pass an ordinance that includes the 2 dispensaries that have been licensed by Mr. Diamond's clients. That would remove the incentive for him to continue his appeal. His clients are not going to want to pay him to continue an appeal when they already have permits. And I think it's important, Your Honor, that that be done. Also, if you don't pass this moratorium today, and folks in the audience may not understand this, you lose the right to make the decisions on what happens with marijuana, and the state will take over. So you need to adopt this ordinance today, not because it bans marijuana for another 10 months, but to give yourselves the legal right to go ahead. I have more to say. I'm sorry. I'm appearing before the Grand Jury Association at 11:30 today, and I can't wait. I'm making a presentation of Measure O, and it's pre-scheduled. Your Honor, thank you for the courtesy.
You're welcome. Thank you. Mr. McPherson?
So kind of what the speaker just mentioned is about starting now is important because, and what you can do, and I think kind of commented in the city attorney as well, but we've already started. We're now, where everyone says, oh, you got to be in there before January 1st or we're going to be left behind. Well, that didn't occur. There's only 600 businesses that are registered or licensed. We'll probably see about 2,500 in the first 90 days that'll finally get there. Most locations out there throughout the state are in infrastructure stage. They're not in let's get going, we're ready to go stage, so they kind of do there. So you're kind of right in that element in there as far as if you continue moving in progression one way or the other for clear to find. The regulations are now more developed, so, as we shared the slides where it was like quicksand for a short period of time, even in the last, 4 months, it still kept shifting on us. Even as of mid-November, the last regulations made additional changes that really threw people off in there. And those regulations, for example, one we didn't talk about on just the law side is in November when the regulations came out, historically they allowed that a Type 3 cultivation license was one that is 22,000 square feet of canopy. And it was not limited on the numbers, but 1 acre in only one jurisdiction and 4 acres statewide. Well, they changed that and actually now said that a Type 3 license is limited to 1 for 5 years till 2023. But you can have as many Type 2 licenses or 1 license, which is 10,000 square feet for a 2 and 5,000 for a Type 1. And there was no cap on the back side of that. So that 4 acre maximum or 1 acre maximum is no longer existent. So we have one facility in the Central Valley that's got 30, 20,000 square foot buildings on them and now is not restricted to a cap, which causes a problem of an oversaturation of market to a degree. But that kind of changes even, the paradigm shift a little bit strategically for investors, people that were going to do certain things in the industry. So again, the regulations are under development. They keep moving on us. We'll see if that gets changed as well in the future. The third point here is concerns is that you have investors looking for a place to go, investors looking at it. And as you know, just like any other project, buying property, planning out, figure out where the best place to be and to start your business, they're looking for that and trying to decide where's a good place to go or what'll work for them, where's more cost effectively. So they're all kind of searching right now, and being that you're at this phase of the game, they're still looking to see if this is an opportunity for them to keep in mind, and you probably have had several people talk to you about that. Step 4 is it will be legal. It is legal, so you must either establish or maintain the ban or look into regulating or a combination of both with the moratorium as we parallel putting something into place from a regulatory and get clarity as far as the appeals from Measure O. So,
If I may, David?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, really, at this point, we've kind of separated the discussion. This first portion was really background information. The next section is addressing public concerns through regulations, and David has a series of slides that talk about or provide opportunities for input. One of the things that may be helpful to do, though, is to take these slightly out of order in the sense that a couple of the council members have suggested that they'd like to consider I know Councilmember Barrios had a town hall meeting. Some have asked how much polling has been done. You may want to have a discussion generally about public outreach, town hall meetings, and surveys that you may want to do before we actually walk through this section related to addressing public concerns. And again, I'm suggesting that because I know a couple of you have commented that you would like to at least give some consideration to whether or not there would be additional opportunities for people to come forward and provide input.
So flipping to packet page 44 and 45, is that what you're suggesting that we move to?
Well,
That area of the planning for the public outreach?
That's part of that same report. So what I'm suggesting is before we actually take that portion where we're asking for input about specific license types and things of that nature, it may be appropriate to take item number 2, public outreach, town hall meetings and surveys. And then, again, our verbal report is really only that some of you, I know, have had town hall meetings or at least have considered that. And we wanted to provide an opportunity for you to give additional input before you start talking about specific regulations you might want to put into place.
So you're making reference to some of that outreach that has already been...
Yes, has already been done, and I know most recently Councilmember Barrios had a town hall meeting. Some of you have commented that you wonder whether or not there should have been even a greater opportunity to seek public input through polling or surveys and things. So again, I think before we start talking about specific policy direction you'd like to provide to us related to particular business types, it might be appropriate really first to talk about whether or not you would like to do any additional town hall meetings or outreach and what those would consist of.
So you're talking about having discussion amongst the council
Yes.
related to that?
Yes.
All right,
And again, so before we get into the actual policy direction that you'd like to provide related to particular business types, that I think there's some who may question whether or not we've done enough outreach to understand what the community's perceptions are. And so I wanted to give you a chance to have that discussion before you provide direction about regulations.
So, Mr. McPherson, about how much longer do you think your presentation will take?
Well, I can speed it up a little bit, probably 15 minutes, or I don't know, how many slides do we have left? I think it's a matter of the Q&A stuff on the questions.
Yeah.
All right, so let's pause for just a few minutes here and get some input from the council related to the efforts for some subsequent public outreach.
Right.
So I think Councilmember Valdivia has a comment.
Ms. City Manager, do you have a specific recommendation other than us discussing? What is staff's recommendation, or does Mr. McPherson have specific slides to item number 2 on the agenda?
He does not have specific slides to agenda item number 2. I just am cognizant of the fact that over the last several days, several of you have commented in discussions that, there had been some attempt prior to my arrival, so that would be prior to October 2016 or so, that the council had talked about doing some public opinion polling.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, and did not
All
engage
right.
someone. So again, I just want to give everyone a chance to really vet. Would you like to do more outreach?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman.
Thank you, sir. My understanding is that in the spring of 2016 through August 1st of 2016, the council, under the auspices and care of the Legislative Review Committee, brought forth a recommendation to provide polling services at that time. And the vote was taken, and I think it won favorable passage, and it was somehow vetoed by the mayor's office. And so my position is, we're here now today, and I don't know if, what is the expense? My concerns are, what are the looming expenses with polling services? Do we have one ready and available now to do it? I think this just furthers and complicates the issue regarding the public sentiment. We have heard it over at Coffee with the Cop. We've heard it with various town hall meetings throughout our community. I'm not suggesting that we dismiss public comment. That's not what I'm going for. I'm saying I think the council has enough information to move forward. We have professional HDL consultants. We've hired them and we've retained good services. In the 2016-17 legislative session, we heard many public comments and inputs. I don't know at this point that I can support a polling service. I know that at one time it was considered a $25,000 to $35,000 expense. Possibly that was maybe some of the concerns that the mayor had at that time, but to somehow delay it, and I'm not saying that you're delaying it, I'm just saying I appreciate the offer, but I think at this point we need to really kind of work with our HDL consultant and move forward on some legislative policy here. So I appreciate the public. We want more comments. We're not stymieing or stifling comments, and you can always call the council office at 909-384-5188. You can call or send your emails, your policy points, suggestions, and recommendations in written format to council@sbcity.org. There's multiple formats in which the public can retain their right to talk on their particular issue. We're here today. We appreciate our audience here for coming. This is a very important issue. We do understand the gravity of the situation and also the public policy dilemma. So I'm very grateful for our public input and comments. But at this time, I don't know if there is a need for public polling.
Well, if I could interject here, this process that I think that we're talking about isn't taking a poll, a paid professional poll. Part of this process is to have, over the course of about 45 days, some outreach, some locations where we can make available to a larger population of our community the ability to provide some of that input. And so the opportunity that those that could be coming to a meeting in the evening where the cost would likely be very minimal. I don't see that this is going to be creating a problem as far as the cost is concerned, that the input that is, I think, helpful to hear from the community will somewhat be added to based on some of the recent changes that have taken place. And so some of this is also some educational to help to give the community some update about what's taken place with Measure O, also what Mr. McPherson was talking about related to the uncertainty that's being put forward by the federal government in the rescission of the Cole memo and not understanding exactly what that means in terms of how the state AGs may take action or may not take action. And so I think in part that was the attempt to be able to gather some of that information from our community over a fairly short period of time, which then I believe also does aid the council in getting some information to understand the constituency's input. The sentiment could very well change from where it changed in November related to our community. So, Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. To our city manager, it indicates on here, one of the public outreach tools will be town hall meetings. How many are you proposing to have?
Really, I'm responding to the council, and I don't want to put Councilmember Barrios on the spot, but he did recently hold a town hall meeting. Might be appropriate to hear what he learned as part of that. And others of you have commented that maybe there is a need for us to host a series of town hall meetings to provide additional input or opportunity for residents to provide us input, and also, as the mayor's indicated, to help educate about the status of the regulations, both at the state level as well as our own Measure O. And again, I'm really reacting because some of you are hosting town hall meetings. There's been some discussion about a desire to have increased community participation. So,
And I just bring that up as a question because constituents, or at least in the first ward, don't need to attend a town hall meeting. They'll call me, email me, text me, and say, can you give me a brief update about what's going on? So these are just my thoughts. They need to be educated on the current legislative update, what's going on at the federal level, which is different, obviously, from the state level. And maybe we can have Councilmember Barrios chime in and let us know how his town hall meeting went, how many people showed up, how many people were from San Bernardino, and what the outcome was.
Councilmember Charette?
Yeah, my only comment is that I do agree that we need significant community engagement on this issue. I'm one that believes that this issue is certainly not going away, and we're going to be somehow engaged in, well, we're engaged now, but we're going to be, quote, legalizing this in some manner, form. It's just a matter of how we do it and how effective it is. But, you know, running for office, for a political office, I'd love to win by 5%, 55 to 45. However, I think it's a little different when you're looking at a statewide issue that's only 5%. That's pretty much 50-50. So there's a lot of people that are against it or don't understand it completely. There's a lot of people, obviously, that are for it. It's pretty much split down the middle. So I believe that a true quality engagement of the public, and our particular public, is very critical. It was asked, why aren't they here this morning? Well, most people have day jobs and work, and to come here on a Monday morning for 4 or 5 hours is not always that easy for the general public. I'm interested to hear what did happen at Councilmember Barrios's community engagement. But I tend to agree that we need to do this. I did say, and there was a lot of people who were concerned about us having this 45-day moratorium, because they were obviously very cynical, thinking, okay, you're going to take 45 and then you're going to just automatically extend it to the year's opportunity. And I don't believe we should be doing that either. And I think we put in the language here that up to 10 and a half months it can be extended, and we should obviously that allows us to take the time to really get this right. We've been working on this a long time. Mr. McPherson says that we really aren't behind the 8 ball. We're not much further behind than many, maybe behind some, but not that far behind, and that we want to get this right for our community. You know, we've exited bankruptcy. We're on the mend. We're turning this city into really a world-class city. I mean, that's all of our goal. And to just force something through or hurriedly put this through, I'm extremely concerned that we've got 60 to 80 dispensaries in here operating illegally right now. And I want to get a handle on this and get this thing regulated so that we've got some teeth in it, so PD can really go out and enforce the regulations. So I'm in favor of further engagement. However, I don't want to take very long to do it. I'd like to do it as rapidly and as expeditiously as we can, and give as many opportunities as we can to the public to get down here and to get to wherever we have those meetings. We did it with our charter reform. I'd like to see us do the same thing. So that's my concern, or my comments on this.
It could even be something as simple as putting a notice in the utility bills,
Right,
where we're asking, or the water bill or something.
I am supportive of polling. I know it's expensive, but I am supportive of polling. We all know that polling didn't do very well in the last presidential election. No one believed that, or everyone believed it, and it turned out different. But I'm generally a supporter of a good poll, and I don't think it has to be quite as expensive as you might think. So I'd like to look into that and get some opportunity, or get some feedback on a poll.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, and I think one of the frustrations, having dealt with this certainly since I've been on the council, is really getting a good grasp of the facts in terms of what are the real trade-offs here. And I think our consultant has done a very good job this morning kind of laying out kind of the landscape that we currently confront and what those trade-offs are. I know when we first started having these discussions, we had some conversation about the cost of enforcement. We were given sort of a rough estimate of about $10,000 per dispensary, per closure, based on the Riverside experience. We had, in May of 2016, we shut down the break room, which is in my ward off of Kendall. The cost of that closure was upwards of $100,000, if I recall correctly. So putting those numbers into context in terms of what it is going to take in terms of actual resources to close down these operations, and to put a dollar figure on this, in our strategic planning, we've been talking about operating under a paradigm of a corporation. And I think being a corporate entity, we really have to understand what the underlying costs are. If you want an absolute prohibition, there's going to be a cost. And that cost is going to have connected to it some mechanism, we're going to need some mechanism of covering those costs. And if we aren't regulating the industry and providing a mechanism for either collecting fees and taxes from these operators to assist in that enforcement, well then, bottom line is the residents, taxpayers of the city are going to have to cough up the difference. And from my estimation, looking at that $10,000 to $100,000 figure per dispensary operation, and given the fact that these things pop up, they more or less have 90 days once we issue a closure notice, they more or less relocate. So in theory, a dispensary could close and open up 4 times within a year, more or less. Given those numbers, just doing my quick math, that ranges from $1.25 million upwards to $12.5 million per year just to maintain the enforcement component on dispensaries. It's not even cultivation. So that sort of gives you some scope of what we're dealing with here. And I think it's important that the public understand this, that yes, if you want a prohibition, that's great, but there's going to be a cost. And then the question is, how do we collect the revenues needed to sustain that prohibition and effectively enforce it? And that's the discussion, and I think the set of facts that have been missing from this discussion, and the public needs to understand that. If we're going to shut these down, if we're going to have an absolute prohibition, we're going to need to come up with some revenue source for this, whether it's taking it away from other services we offer as a city, or adding an additional tax on the residents and business owners of the city to give us the resources to effectively enforce this. And I think once residents understand that question, suddenly things are put into perspective and we can start having some meaningful conversation of the road forward. But as of right now, this is still very much an emotional issue. I get it. I have my own personal take on this. But I think whatever happens in the context of public polling and forums, we need to give the public some real facts. And that includes what the real costs of enforcement are and what the consequence of real enforcement will be in terms of their wallet and their pocketbook. Thank you.
Councilmember Mulvihill.
Getting back to the issue I think that we were talking about is in terms of public input. I'm very much in favor of public input, but from my point of view, this is a complex, we've looked at this for months, for years, the pros and cons, and going with our background material here and talking to our residents for years. And so, I think receiving a poll in the mail or over the phone, individuals really don't have the information background. So if we're going to go to public input, we really need to have some sort of at least a small presentation, Mr. McPherson or someone like Mr. McPherson, to introduce what the boundaries are, what the basic issues are. Because I think most people have got a very, I wouldn't say biased view, but a very distinct view, pro or con, with regard to this. And so just a poll isn't enough. And so if we're going to go to it, I think we really need to have some more of a town hall setting in which there's some discussions with a moderator and some input. But ultimately, the decision is going to be ours. And really, it sort of goes, I think about, the founding people of our republic argued about representative government and the role of the public with regard to the representatives. And we can cite number 10 on that one. And that's been an issue that's been around for as long as the republic has been here. But the point is that we have to get the information. If you want to have more information, hopefully you've been forming your opinions for months now. But the point is that ultimately, we've got to make the choice. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Richard?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of things that have been said. You know, I also attended Councilman Barrios's town hall meeting, and I agree that we need to have more of them. We need public input, because there's a lot of public that don't even know and don't understand what's going on. I know one of the questions that was brought to me is, what is this going to do with the unemployment rate in our city? If we are going to legalize marijuana, what does that have to? What's going to happen? How do we keep a workforce that is not under the influence? And I think that that's very important that we do know that, because we don't want businesses leaving like they've done in other cities because we can't keep the workforce here. And we've already had a problem with that in our city, with having the proper workforce to get businesses to come. So all of this is part of the not necessarily the problem, but it's a part of what's going on here. And I believe that we definitely have to educate our public. There's a lot of people like so it's already been said up here that people can't get here. People couldn't come here on Monday morning. I mean, I'm missing a day of work coming here, so I know that there's other people that won't do that. And we need to reach out to them just like we've done in the past. We need to get out and we need to have a moderator. One of the things that that I wish that Barrios would have had is a moderator that would have taken control of the audience, because there was a lot of people that weren't from the city there. We need to see people from our city and have people in our city give input on what's going on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. Last week's town hall meeting was received very well by the community, although there was conflict in ideas and what was said, and that's perfectly fine. That's almost expected, because everybody's expressing their beliefs and their thoughts, and you're never ever going to satisfy everybody. But one thing, some of the things that were brought up to me, just to give you guys a whole entire overview, is right away. This happened on Tuesday, and Friday, the Friday prior to the meeting, the new initiative came out, and there was questions about it, like, hey, this looks good. This actually looks pretty good. It needs some adjustments, but partner with the authors and make some adjustments, and this will probably work for the city. And so that was one of the first things that came out. I asked a question to the people. It's like, how do we get operators who are essentially growing or having cultivation throughout an entire home? I'm not saying that the 6 plants, I'm talking about every single room in the house it's a grow house is what it's referred to. How do we get those out of the community? And some of the ideas were to create a district where the smaller guy can go and continue his business, whether it's a 5,000 square foot place or lower or smaller or bigger. That was one of the ideas that was very much accepted. And also to give courses and classes on how to do it in a professional sense and in a safe sense, because you're necessarily growing a product people are going to consume, such as like growing tomatoes. There has to be some regulation there so that they're grown safely. Also, a strong opinion, of course, of not continuing the moratorium for 10 months and a half. I mean, I'm not for that as well, but I do understand if we need a little more time to get this right, then we're going to take a little more time to get it right, but not months at all. I mean, I'm talking days, if at the most weeks. There's also, as far as the question was for banks, and there was a person there to give a solution for banks. You know, Anna from our local Farmers Credit, our union, was there providing a solution for that, so that as the industry grows and as people start you know, and we legalize this and make it an operating system here, people can start investing their money. People can get loans for homes or cars. People can get benefits such as health care or pension plans. So that was a topic of conversation as well. And those things are happening. Those things are happening and waiting. People are kind of sitting on the sideline waiting to see what we do so that they can help this industry solidify itself. And one of the bigger questions also was, how do we set systems in place to protect the community? You know, if we do go to a non-storefront, how well are we going to protect those drivers? How well are we going to protect those businesses from being out there? Not sure if that's it's a solution, but I don't think the solution that's going to cover everything and make this right. I think it's very beneficial that we continue having town halls because there are a lot of people that don't know what's going on in the city. They have different means to approach us and to gain information from the city. But I had a gentleman there who, he said, look, I don't know anything about what's going on. I'm here to learn. And I was really appreciative that he was there. I was really glad he was there because it put into perspective, like, okay, not everybody knows what's going on. And whether we can provide a little booklet with information, a summary of what's happened in the city so that people can just come up and like take one and actually read and take something home to reference, I think that would be great. Having maybe even HDL or our city attorneys, the mayor, the city manager at a town hall. So specific questions that were directed toward them can go toward them would be great as well. One of the things that also what was mentioned and somebody brought up to me after the meeting is that we need to have these operators at the table. And I know that some of them are here, just to hear their side of the story as far as not story, but you know, their input as we create this, because they have information we don't. They have that experience. They have the in and out, the daily in and out experience of what they're dealing with, and how their input may improve how we build this ordinance. In attendance was about 60 people, and this was in a span of a week. If it was probably 2-3 weeks, there'd probably, I believe, over 100 people in there. And at the end, people were very thankful, although there was some tense moments and some little bit of conflict between some of the speakers. Overall, everybody was glad that we had the meeting there. And I know Councilmember Valdivia, Councilmember Richard, thank you guys for coming out. They were there as well in the audience, just kind of observing. And the overall summary for myself is that we need to inform people, not just have a meeting to hear the voices, but we need to have these town halls to let the people know about what things are happening, how this city is evolving, and not just on cannabis, but on everything else that's happening within the city. Because if we're going to get to, if we want to change the culture, if we want to change the attitude, the outlook and perspective of this city, we need to include our people. We need to include our people and let them know we are on our way to building a world-class city. And you need to change your mindset and reverse the hope of a lot of negative people. Because that is going to happen, and that's my strong belief. We are going to change this city. Whether I'm here or not, that's the different story. But this city is on the move to create history in a very positive way. And the people need to be involved, and they need to get involved. And they're only going to do that if we're out there putting our hand out and inviting them. So the town halls provide that. They provide that opportunity. It's like, how can I get involved? We can maybe even create something on how they can get involved from a different array of ideas. But one other note I made here from Councilmember Nichols' point, and give real facts. And that was one thing that, you know, for the gentleman that, or anybody that's brand new, like they don't know nothing about what's going on with this, they walk into a town hall meeting, that they can take with them some facts of what is happening and what's going to happen with this city. And that is all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Schreiber?
Just one further comment. I wanted to make it clear that I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we have one poll and go by that. I think a poll might help us establish what is of interest to the community, and in fact might help us in the engagement in some of the town halls. So I believe in polls, generally speaking, but I certainly wouldn't make all of our decisions based on a single poll.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yeah, Mr. McPherson, are your PowerPoints here available on a website, your homepage, something like that?
I think this one put online at the agenda.
Yeah, this one's with the agenda online.
Our agenda
Yes.
online?
Yeah.
So
It's in
they
the
would go
full
to the
agenda packet.
city clerk's website?
Yep.
City clerk's website,
Yes.
the agenda for today. And again, I'm thinking about availability of information.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
So what do you want me to do?
Sounds like that there's an interest in pursuing some town hall meetings as quickly as possible, and I think I heard that they should be structured. Councilmember Richard was indicating that I think that if there was a little more format, and that from that, we want to capture some data that is then data that is able to be tabulated, that gives us some basis for an understanding of the leaning of the community. So that.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I'd also recommend that maybe a north and south town hall meeting or a east and west type of, something
Yeah,
that,
we'll-
that is equitable.
Right.
And so that all members of the community, it's a large city, 66 square miles, so we need to make sure that it's not in one concentrated area.
Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, and also just some facts related to the scope of the issue, the challenges we face, and the related costs, so that people understand what trade-offs we're really considering in this discussion.
Thank you. Yes.
And not at the high schools, I think I heard.
Just one other comment. The town halls are very useful, but I don't think we need to rely on them to move forward with what we got to do. I think it is an opportunity to hear people out, but also update them on what we're doing, because the one thing, it's going to slow everything down. You know, it's going to slow everything down. If we're going to wait for town halls to happen and wait for more input, we're going to slow everything down. Now, like Councilmember Mulvihill said, we've been looking at this for a long time, and I think we have an idea of where we're going. Now, the town halls could be happening simultaneously, either updates and like, okay, this is what's going on. How do you guys like that? Hey, it is what it is, but we're moving forward, and we'll adjust as we go along. It's an evolving process, but the thing is, what I don't want us to do is have to wait on these town halls to move forward. You know, my desire is to get people operating as soon as possible, to have people get out of the shadows as soon as possible. And because everything's in place. Now, to hold it up and because we want more input, that's not my intent. That's not what I want to do. You know, so that's, just wanted to make sure the council knew that as far as from what I'm looking at doing, and hopefully we can all look at that and take that into consideration as we move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for my colleague here to my left. You mentioned that we had a total of 60 participants. How many of these were from the city of San Bernardino? Did you
A
develop?
majority, there is a list that hasn't gotten back to me, but
sign-in sheet?
there was some individuals that were from other cities, neighboring cities, and actually a couple from Sacramento.
Really? Would you say the majority of those participants are from our city?
Yes.
Okay.
That's, the majority of them are in here today.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager?
And so with that, then I suggest that we go back to the other portion of the HDL presentation, which is addressing public concerns through regulations, because again, that begins to identify the various business types identified within the state law, and then we will be seeking direction from the council so that we can then take that information and come back with the regulatory framework for consideration.
So before you get started, I wanted to respond. Councilmember Nickel brought up the cost issue, which I think certainly is something we want to try to assess as closely as possible to some reality. About 3 years ago, city attorney, myself, and the chief, we did attend a meeting at one of our neighboring cities, and that meeting resulted in, I think, some information that helped us to understand that, yes, there is an initial heavy cost with the enforcement, but once it was completed, that tended to reduce the cost going forward, because then it became, instead of 20, 30 that they were shutting down on an ongoing basis, they were only shutting down 1 or 2, because there was the understanding that the community was in opposition to it. And so, yes, there's that initial cost to be successful, but that it can. But that was several years ago, and I think that we probably need to have a pretty clear indication of what it would. There are cities, Mr. McPherson, if you could address it, that have been successful at eliminating and keeping bans in place in other cities. And if you could maybe briefly address if they've been able to sustain that.
Sure, Mayor. Riverside's a good example. Big cities, similar in scope, same issues. And, they aggressively in the front end had to take a lot of effort, but they've been able to maintain for a majority of that aspect of it. But as time evolves, that's where different components of it comes into place as far as what the players are doing. And when those bans were there, it was when there wasn't as many other cities doing stuff. Now that more cities are doing stuff, you're seeing people just shifting to taking opportunities to go to places that are out there. But as I also noted, one of the things that will come into effect within a year is that the co-op and collective goes away January 9th. And currently that is the one mechanism that they use as a defensible mechanism to take action against the illegal type activities that are occurring out there. So that would be, something in the toolbox to keep, for those cities or agencies that want to at least establish some kind of control of the numbers. But just remind you again, as long as there's a consumer demand, you're going to always have, at some degree, some level of uncontrolled things that are going to occur that are going to in a city of this larger magnitude versus small cities that are, very restricted on the size and population of addressing those same issues.
Thank you. Continue with your presentation.
Thank you. So kind of the conversation you've had just right now, it's, policies designed today will help shape how your industry looks tomorrow. And we really believe that. Working with 100 agencies here in California, seeing the experience that some of you guys have worked with, Matt, who's one of the first regulators of Colorado, in dealing with the ups and downs of all agencies that have looked at it and addressing comments and the things and doing that becomes very important to, excuse me, of shaping that. And so good policy comes into factor, and that's why having some understanding of the 4 core things we talk about and shaping that, not only in what's allowed in the city, but also how much is going to be allowed in the city becomes a key element. And continue with that conversation that you just had, this slide has actually been something that had up right before that conversation would have been, the education part of it, what you talked about. You're here getting expansion of education. Obviously, for the last couple of years, you've been having lots of, from different levels, but now kind of the dust has settled. Where does it mean today? You're as current as you're going to get on the education side of it. But, what does education mean to your constituents, right? Kind of why the town hall. But not only your constituents, it's your business community, it's your school districts, it's the county that you're dealing with, your surrounding cities that are going to be impacted by whatever decision you make, of expanding or holding to a band, and how that plays into all this. And then that's kind of linked to the education and the collaboration of all those functions. And then part of it, as you shared, that there's industry folks that are part of that decision process, right? What would they like to see? And you've had some input probably to this point. and collaborating with them of where there's opportunities for you, where there's concerns or needs, what are the challenges that they're occurring to doing, and how they can find that balance in a land use, public safety, and address all your other concerns with your community as well. And regarding the town hall meetings, we do that. One of the things that we have done for some of our communities has done workshops where we actually take picture slides of different activities and say, this is an unregulated business, and this is a regulated business. And, you know, again, perception is reality, and they're used to seeing what an unregulated business or what they see is not a good business. And then when they see businesses that, we try to educate them on what are the pros and cons of that type of activity, but also address their concerns, because sometimes when you address their concerns, one, they may not change their mind for some aspect, but at least they have a better understanding of the issues, just like you're being educated. And sometimes it's, well, wow, you know, like a retailer, it's, well, that's not my perception of a dispensary. I'm looking at a place that's got, you know, all these green signs, and they have people with billboards outside, and they've got, you know, bars on the thing, and you show them something that looks more like a hospital, it changes the perception of that and educates them about some of the elements of that. So that's where workshops come in.
I'd like to just quickly comment. I've seen pictures, haven't been in them, but I've seen pictures of dispensaries in Las Vegas that look like fine jewelry stores. And of course, I think it's important that the image, you know, all we're seeing in our community is black buildings and green stars and green crosses and what have you. And I would like to see that eliminated so that they have some standards, and so that it really turns it into an above ground quality. It's something I believe, again, that the people want and is here to stay. And so, again, I'd like to see some of the quality of the actual locations improved, waiting areas, and just the physical look from the outside of it. Puts heavy standards on it to make it look like something that we'd be proud of in our community.
I might just piggyback on that a little bit. Councilman Charette earlier talked about that the vote was 55-45. I think it was similar on 64.
But it was 55 in favor. I don't know what
Well, but 45% were not in favor of it, and so I think it's important in this discussion that their interest also be considered, because as you were just talking about with the look, the aesthetics, some of our constituents also would prefer that they not necessarily be negatively impacted. So,
absolutely, and that's the good point of again. There's both sides to people that are addressing this and wanting or not wanting or concerns, and it's really a matter of getting and educating them of their concerns to at least address those concerns, just like you would with any other policy decision. And then, you know, parallel to that, you would create an ordinance that would reflect those core values and the core values of those concerns that people bring to your attention, and then putting a process in to regulate it.
Councilman Valdivia.
One of the other concerns is that many of our constituents and residents in the community somehow are not aware of the other 16 portions. In other words, MRSA addresses 17 buckets or aspects of marijuana cannabis regulations. However, many of our residents do not understand the nuances and minutia and the legislative authority that we have on the local control to regulate all 17 aspects. And I think sometimes we as policymakers tend to hear the gray noise associated with a retail dispensary on the corner of First and Main Street, and yet dismiss the other 16 opportunities, which are many times can be controlled and put in certain confined areas along with retail, but many can go unnamed, unmarked, and in industrial areas of the community, unbeknownst and to many of the community members. And so I think it's quite important that residents understand we have multiple avenues and multiple aspects to consider. It's not just the retail dispensary that we see that impacts the quality of life for businesses and residents and children. And while I do appreciate and understand many of our residents are concerned about that, so am I. So am I as a father and a husband and provider to my home, but also as a councilman representing my district. The needs of our community certainly are here at the table, and we need to understand that. But I think the missing component is the other 16 components that can go regulated, that can, and we have a very big responsibility. So while I appreciate some of the retail arguments and discussions, we need to understand that there are other mechanisms and tools that this council could approve today, and it would largely not impact the public eye. And so if that is our main concern, then what about those other 16 areas of MRSA in which we can really control, mitigate, and confine and restrict so that they're not a nuisance behavior on public streets? And that's my concern. The other critical component here is, as we understand this, I think Mr. Penman brings up a good point on the ordinance, immediate inaction of ordinance to minors. I don't know if that's a duplicative type of ordinance. Does the state address any of that so that if a retail dispensary were selling to minors, what are the penalties? And would you, Mr. McPherson, recommend that the city also include in their moratorium update restrictions on sale to minors?
So twofold. One, Prop 64, although it's very loose on taking action to people that are, public consumptions, things of that nature, it is very, very robust on people selling to minors. Very, very robust. So if there's any positive came out of that's clearly one of them. And it doesn't matter if it's regulated or unregulated. That's just law. As it comes to a regulated business, there was a lot of scrutiny of selling to minors, and that's one of those no tolerance level things, is that accelerates to the fact that you can have your either significant fines associated with that, or that you can have your permit revoked. And again, because it's a parallel license, that's something that would be just cause for you to revoke a license if it was done at the local level.
And so perhaps the direction to our city manager is to make sure that we enforce if there is a public health threat to minors, as Mr. Penman and others have suggested and cited. What are we doing proactively to make sure that our police chief and our police department understand the direction of the council, that we are serious about these issues affecting minors and the public health threats to minors?
As the council is aware, we have heard you've been unanimous in your support for addressing the impacts that businesses like this, and I agree with your earlier comment. I think all too often the dispensary discussion overshadows everything because that's what people see. So the council's direction has been very clear. That has been communicated to the police chief and through the chain of command. That is the reason why you're seeing a dramatic increase in the amount of marijuana enforcement. We have become aware of some that are alleged to be selling to minors. We're investigating that now. Obviously, we can't discuss criminal investigations now, but we are taking that very seriously because we agree there is a difference between an adult choosing to do something and someone making it available to minors.
Councilman Nickel.
And what are the penalties associated? And who imposes those penalties?
There are different penalties imposed for selling to minors, much like for our alcohol establishments. So it's a combination of some state law penalties, and I'm hopeful that as you craft regulations, that becomes a foundation for allowing us to come back and recommend that the council immediately revoke the permits of those that you ultimately may or may not choose to allow to operate in our city. So again, I would envision that if we craft ordinances, that we handle it similar to what we do with alcohol establishments, where if you're violating that by selling to someone that's underage, it's a grounds for immediate revocation of the permit.
Proceed.
Okay. So just kind of outlining, we've been having conversations about kind of the overall, what we call time, place, and manner and accountability issues. So again, the local control is there. Regulatory system gives you the ability to have the local control, like addressing this issue you just mentioned. really gets an opportunity to vet the applicants. You can put a process in that really vets the applicants to make sure you do get good actors, the quality of the people, just like other business that you have bring in town. You have an opportunity to kind of go through a process and make sure you get the right folks that you want here. Enhance accountability for the security and the product safety, so that's why the security and the surveillance and the scrutiny of them, so that they can't do this and sell to minors or sell to people that illegal or beyond the limitations that they're allowed to sell to them. And with that, then our earlier conversation of sessions, you got a good regulatory process at the state level, you have one at the local level, then you're going to keep the feds out of your backyard because you've demonstrated that you've taken those into a regulatory system. Not going off crazy and doing an overexpansion and just saying open the doors to everyone, but creating a limited number of business based on, evaluating the land use, looking at not creating green belts, addressing your concerns of your buffer zones. Some of those natural things will give you a number, and looking at really what you're trying to balance in there. At the end of the day, you don't want to be stuck with a lot of businesses that are failing or are struggling or causing problems for the community, but yet make sure, that you have the right numbers that's going to address a balance that you're trying to achieve either through consumer demand, economic opportunities, or to address other needs and concerns of the community. The robust access control requirements, police access, doing backgrounds not only on the operators but employees. Employees create 80% of the problems. They're making $13 to $20 an hour, and they don't care what happens to their boss, just like anyone that, steals at a restaurant or works at a retail store. They kind of have the same problems or challenges. But obviously with a product like this, you want to make sure people that are in here are people that should be appropriately in there. And then just proper documentation, the ability to do investigation, protocols, and address, neighborhood policy mitigation for the odor, lighting, traffic, those things in nature are all in there. And then, as you mentioned, about what happens to them when they do that. Having very good definition for suspensions, fines, permits, or revocating the permit are kind of just a checklist things in a good practice regulatory ordinance. So policy decisions are the types of categories we'll talk in the checklist of matrix questions. I think you've been educated quite a bit on the different types of regulatory policy you can choose on, but each one of these have their specific different concerns or needs in there. But there's two that I wanted. We talked about the non-storefront delivery, so I won't point that. The really only one I want to share on here that I think maybe you not be as familiar with is the micro business, because depending on policy concerns of retail and other activities, this is one that may not be aware as much familiar with. So a micro business is a facility that can have up to 10,000 square feet of cultivation of canopy space, but it's also allowed to do other activities. So it can do manufacturing of non-volatile type of activity. It can do retail, both from a storefront or a retail from just deliveries components of that. And it can do distribution. So it can pretty much do everything but a testing lab, a non-volatile activity in there. So there's two things that this can do. One is it can limit having 4 businesses in town or taking 4 more permits and consolidating into one. Or secondly, it gives a flexibility of an operator that has, various what we call the vertical touching points, because they are interested in all those activities, be able to consolidate all those types of activities under one activity. And also you can do these both all just medicinal use, or you can do all these adult use, or you can do them both combined. More and more businesses are looking at consolidating both because they don't want to be stuck if all of a sudden all the consumers just go to an adult use side and they're limited as far as their operations, and vice versa, the medicinal side. If we have concerns at the federal level that they could end up all being medicinal and no adult use because the feds are aggressive going after adult use.
Mr. McPherson, before you continue, is that model being used anywhere right now? And is it effective and successful?
Mr. Barnes, would you please go through the chair first? Go ahead.
If you can restate the question.
Through the chair. Is that model for the micro businesses that you said, where you can put 10,000 square foot lots? Does that exist anywhere right now? And if so, is it effective?
So microbusiness is just recently new under the new regulations. So most of the places that we have seen that are looking at that are just building out their facilities, because before, the problem was before November is they had that definition of premise that it had to be a separate location and a separate entrance, and less than 6 weeks later it changed. So now that being consolidated, it kind of changed the, how they design and configure their buildings and facilities. So now people are kind of shifting to that. We do know up through the reviews that we do for multiple clients, we probably have seen about 15 or 20 micro businesses out there, and I think there's about that many that have temporary permits out there, but we don't know how they're a factor. You definitely have to be pretty savvy to have the skills and understanding of how to deal with all four of those segments of a micro business.
So this is growing then, this model?
The motto is starting to expand, yeah.
So it's my understanding it has to be a minimum of 3 of the categories, but they can have all 4.
That's correct. So in that example, for example, let's say you didn't want them to do retail, then they can do distribution, manufacturing, and cultivation. Or if you didn't want cultivation, any combination. But yes, they have to have a minimum of 3 to be defined as a micro business.
Thank you. We'll take a brief recess here to allow for some needs to be satisfied. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so 12:25. Indulgence. This meeting is now back in session, and we'll continue with Mr. McPherson's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So our next step of conversation, should we look forward to putting some kind of robust process and a regulatory ordinance together to make sure you get the right players in the place, and then determining really of who that criteria that will be used to establish that. Sometimes it's done just pure on land use. Sometimes it has to do with a regulatory process parallel with the CUP process. But at the minimum, you want to make sure you get focus on your concern is the quality of applicants that could be coming into town. So applicants will be asked to meet a specified regulatory standards that will be put in, that we talked about, focusing on the time, place, and manner things for land use, associated with some of the conversations we had about odor mitigation, security, background, addressing access to youth, and quality enhancement, things of that nature. And then where the location is, the concern of where it's going to be, sensitivity regarding that, or access points to near schools, where you want it to zone, potentially opportunities where you see areas of the community that you would like to see improvements of properties, or you have high vacancies associated with them, to try to encourage people to go to those types of activities. And then we already mentioned the background and how important that is and what criteria that is to address. And then through that, like any process, there's fees associated with staff time. And so doing a fit gap analysis, determining what that cost would be that would be reasonable, but make sure we made 100% whole. It's not to generate revenue, but it's to make sure that you are covering all your costs associated with that process, so you're not absorbing that. And then as you get down the road and you get a certain amount of permittees in, depending on what you establish, you have an ongoing payment to the city to recover costs for an annual fee. So if you need, the police department to play a role, you need a fire marshal to play a role, code enforcement, just the city manager, staff, city attorney, finance department, planning department. There's pretty much everyone that's going to have a touching point to oversee this from an annual standpoint, that you will have that all in mechanisms in place. So the process to look at allows you the business, you want to put a process that's going to be flexible but nimble, and consider all the moving parts that go into place. And so having that done, established, but trying to also not have them going all over the place. We had mentioned earlier about we don't want to stretch a process out, so how do we expedite a process, make it effective, make it to do what we need it to do, but don't drag it out so that it's very costly. And I give you an example of why that becomes important beyond just the industry side is that, when you start a process and all these applicants are tying up leases or renting property on contingencies and they're paying fees for vacant buildings, well, the length of time you have that process linger on and they don't get through the process, you may or may not issue them a permit, and therefore you're not getting other businesses that are contributing to the community. Granted, the property owners are making money on their rents, the temporary rents, but you're not getting other businesses to meet needs that you need in your community at that same period of time. So the process should be very fluent. It should be transparent. It should be clear and defined of what the expectation are, but at the same time, make sure it meets all the goals and things that you want to be in there. It requires the compliance of all the standards you're looking for and the zoning code. So this is kind of a framework development where we are today. As we talked about, educate the community, conduct community surveys, stakeholder meetings to kind of get a feel where consensus are. There's various ways, strategies to do that. Also, there's budget constraints as far as what kind of polling you do. But parallel to that, though, we can continue, depending on the outcome of Measure O, we can create a draft or regulator framework ordinance that is going to meet all your concerns to start having healthy dialogue with everyone on what's in that ordinance so that it's going parallel while you're doing all these activities, and then fine-tuning it once you get additional input from the community. And we already mentioned about the cost recovery plan. Then as we move a little far, not too far down the road, March, April, you've got the input from the study sessions. You've got the public hearings you have to go through, because remember, you still have to do a planning commission hearing. You'd have 2 hearings for you as council to hear the ordinance, both the land use and a regulatory ordinance, so you can kind of move that into that range if you're still in that ballpark of scheduling of things based on workload. And then adoption of approving not only a cost recovery plan for everything, which will be built in based on certain assumptions and numbers, and addressing that in application procedures, or the alternative would be a banned cannabis use for certain activities, should you do that. Then as we close to May, we're still, in a reasonable time. We have to get develop a tax policy, which we have a slide on, to parallel some of our conversation about the revenues and the timing. You take advantage of the November ballot and adopt a resolution placing the tax measure on that ballot. So a lot of times it comes about the fees, taxes and fees. We had a little bit of conversation about that. Is what does that mean? What can we look at? What are scenarios, so we kind of have a visual of what we're talking about to see if this is interest, or as we looked about costs of even addressing the black market or unregulated businesses, how are we going to mitigate that with proper funding for it? So first, looking at why everyone's getting all excited about us. There is money to be made. Part of this is not new money. It's just money that we haven't been able to tax or has been in above ground, and it's been black market. So a combination of new opportunities, old opportunities that want to get into the game, get legal and willing to do that. There's looking at $7.4 to $7.6 billion in California by 2020. Local communities are looking to benefit financially from this, where I know Councilman Richard mentioned about unemployment for a different purpose, but this gives an opportunity to some activities for employment to try to help some of those, mitigate some of those unemployment issues in the community by creating the jobs. One of the misconceptions that I hear all the time has to do with, well, we don't want to have medicinal cannabis in town because you can't tax it. That's not necessarily correct. From a business tax, you will be able to tax it no matter what, because that's a local tax. But when it comes to the sales tax, there are very few people that have the state ID card through the county. I think at last record there was about 40 400 people countywide before Prop 64. And now that 64 is legal, there's less and less people that use that card. So now what they're doing is just going with the doctor's recommendation, and a doctor's recommendation does not exempt them from the sales tax if they don't have that 11362.71 card. So I just make sure you understand that when we talk about sales tax exemptions or not, that there's probably less than 5%, if even that will even be subject to an exemption. There are concerns in two sides of the story of health benefits and negative impacts of what that means. There's pros and cons. There's studies on both sides about how beneficial it is, and there's studies depending on the negative impacts of this. And I think part of Prop 64 gives funding for some research into this now so that there can be more consistent evaluation and objective research on this. So this is kind of an extension of of where it is. There's a 15% excise tax that goes into effect from Prop 64 that started January 1st. And I'm going to show you a slide to count an accumulative of how that works. But then the cultivators, too, are taxed for the flower and the leaves associated with that when they move it to market. That puts an additional burden cost on them. And then, of course, there's a sales tax on all the product when it gets actually consumed or purchased from the end user. To the right, I mentioned different types of tax rates. There's a gross receipts tax that typically is used for all touching activity businesses or businesses that are typically everything but cultivation. It tends to be cultivation is on a square footage. It's easier to monitor. You don't have to worry about it being a cash business. And from a budgeting standpoint, it's pretty clear of how that would look you can do the calculation math and know from year to year what you have. Where we've had concerns recently about a square footage tax, it has to do with some of the natural disasters with fires and people's crops burned up or buildings get on fire or things related to that, and then they're still liable for a tax because it's based on a square footage. So there's now ways to mitigate even the exemptions from that. And then some people have played with a per weight, but per weight's very complex of looking at it from cultivation of the different methodology. It takes a whole lot of robust oversight to that. And we've already shared about Prop 26, application fees, cost recovery, the license fee, renewal fees, administrative fees. Any one of those things are can be 100% whole for the city. We've already shared enough conversation on the fee recovery, but I'll focus on the tax side. Two types of taxes. There's a general tax, which is only 50 plus 1, or there's a special tax, which is 66 2/3. Recommend looking at a 50 plus 1. One, you saw your voters were roughly 55%, so if you were in that ballpark, you're not near getting a consensus of 66%. There were two cities that have done that. Sacramento, being a big-sized city like you, tried to do that for cultivation, and they got 64%, and so they came up short. They've got 200 growers in town, and now they don't have a tax associated with it because they went from a special tax and trying to have it used for a special need. So you can see where it's either all or none on a special tax versus being able to have more flexibility in spending it in the general fund for still can use it for the needs you need. There has been conversation at the ad hoc committee, and this kind of is going a little bit throughout the state, and people that have an urgency and saying, well, we need the money, we don't have time to wait for a ballot measure. Ballot measure is upon us real quick by the time anyone gets into town. But more importantly is the concern of when you use a development agreement or not. The question is, are you circumventing Prop 218 by not going to the voters, because this is a tax, no matter how you look at it. And a development agreement is used specifically to address projects, not taking an old building and repainting it, putting a new sign on it and some flowers in the front and say this is a development agreement. We have seen projects that we've worked on where we've taken a piece of dirt, and building on a 100,000, 200,000 square foot facility with, multiple buildings on it for a project, for a business park. And that would qualify and constitute a legitimate use or using a development agreement. But just, having an industry and just throwing a DA on there doesn't meet the threshold requirements associated with that. And more importantly, if someone had concerns about circumventing it, it is subject to a referendum if you did that, so it would invalidate that if there was got called on it. So if we do look at a ballot, what would be the time frame on it? Here's kind of looking at it from looking at San Bernardino County's elections office. Typically, when you want to present a draft with, if we're doing the regulatory ordinance up front with a parallel, having a conversation of a draft somewhere in this time frame, doing a reading or a conversation about it, fine-tune any things that may be of concern, and then meeting the criteria here of getting it to the county on August 10th, and then the arguments and the rebuttals, and then election day. So when looking at a tax, and it's hard to see this, but hopefully you have it on your laptops. What you're looking at of addressing is the tax. And when you address a tax, you've got to look beyond just your city. You have to look at the cumulative impact to the industry operators, to the end consumer, and what that does, because at the end of the day, your goal is to have a sustainable industry in town, not get them in and charge them to death, and then they can't realize that they can't pay their bills, and then all of a sudden they're doing things inappropriately, and they're closing down. There will be overall an average of a 40% failure rate from this industry, and it could be as high as 70%. But depending how you vet them in the process that we talked about in that application process, and the level of tax and degrees of them getting into town and being able to sustain themselves, will diminish that significantly, where you could have a 10% failure rate based on their ability to be competitive. But in general here, you're looking at here, the rate on here, it's hard for me to see from here, it's 28 or 29% that we have our total on here. But the goal is to stay under 30%. Alcohol, the threshold of alcohol is about 30% of what we call the pain point. And so when you look at, we use a price of $1,000 a pound. Today in indoor grows averaging around $16.42 a pound at wholesale. But we got to look at 18 months to 3 years from now, where will it be? It's going to be maybe 1,000. It could drop as low as 800. For the purpose of this, we took 1,000. And so when you look at the different touching points where we added cultivator at tax, then you look at a distributor at a tax, and then you look at the retailer at a tax, and then you take all the state taxes, the excise tax, and then the sales tax. That number is what you're trying to do to keep under 30%. And by keeping under 30%, then it's a sustainable and reasonable. And so you can't look at, well, we want to tax this at 10%, we want to tax this at 8%. When you start adding those different touching points, you can end up having a 45 to a 60% tax. And as we talked about their limitations on banking, we talked about their limitations of deductions, you basically have made them an undesirable and very challenging for them to be successful.
Councilman Nickel?
Now, is this just on dispensaries?
No, if you look at the chart, what we did on the top, if you look at the producer price, you see that 2.5% there, and this is the local tax. So that's looking at the cultivator. And then when you move it to a distributor, if you taxed them at 2%, what they're doing with the cumulative tax on that price, that pound, and then they move it to the retailer, and then if that was 4%, what it gets to there to get to that 30%.
So when I look at the subsequent pages, so I'm looking at page 58, 59, local tax revenue projection scenario permits 27. Is that 27 dispensaries or 27 total operations?
Total operations, right.
But doesn't it make a difference in terms of that mix, in terms of how
Right,
many
the
are cultivators?
Correct.
So these numbers are actually a bit more fuzzy once you get into the differentials between, if you had an emphasis on cultivation in the city versus an emphasis on retail, you're going to have different outcomes in terms of your total projected sales tax revenue, correct?
Right. What I did is we took a blend. I think what we did is we did 3 of each activity. I think the 19 we did 1 of 2, and then we did 3, and then 4. Like if we had 1 for each
So this would
ward.
assume 3 dispensaries?
I think we did the minimum of the 5 from Measure O that Measure O did. So like on this slide, the next one, you can see where, assuming if it was only the 5 dispensaries based on those tax rates for the 3 dispensaries, and then the next slide is a blend of 19 permits that would blend in all categories. So I'd have to look at the matrix, the thing behind it. But basically, it's like two or 3 of each type of activity of each one of those, and then.
So, and then just to be clear on, just so I know what I'm looking at on page 55, so you have, in column 1, you have the producer price, and so you have several elements under the producer analysis. So let's say, so your producer price is $1,000, right?
Correct.
We're starting with, just so, walk me through this, because I'm trying to make
Sure.
sense of
So
what
the
I'm looking at.
1,000 is the wholesale price, and then you have the state tax on the bud or flower at 9 1/4, and then you have the local tax. So if you put a 2.5% tax on that, of what the price now becomes, and the cumulative increase to that. And then you mark that, and then they have to have it tested. So the average batch is $55 to get tested, and the costs associated with that. And you go to the next step where you have a total cost. Now you have the distributor marking it up, and then you tax the local tax from the city would be 2%. And then that's what kind of calculates those other figures. And then when you move it to the retailer, he makes 100% markup.
Okay, so just real quick, so the producer price, $1,000 would be for how much cannabis?
That's for a pound.
For 1 pound?
1 pound, yeah.
So $1,000 a
Correct.
pound is
Yes.
what we're looking at. Okay, and roughly how many pounds are produced per square foot of cultivation space? I'm trying to get a sense of what we're really talking about in terms of scope and size.
Sure.
Sorry to get in the weeds, but this is
No problem there.
this
No
is what
problem.
we got to figure out.
So basically, 16 square feet with 1 light. If you had a 22,000 square foot place, you're probably looking at almost 1,300 lights. And if you had 1 pound for every 2 lights per harvest, you'd be looking at 2,750 pounds.
And that's 2 harvests per year, roughly.
While indoors, you comfortably should be able to do 4.
4.
If you don't, you probably won't be in business.
Okay, so for a 25,000 square foot facility, what are we looking at revenue? Let's just use a model example so we can get some sense of what we're doing.
Well, if you're looking at a revenue gross receipts for the operator, let's assume it was $1,000 a pound. That would be $11 million a year in gross receipts.
For 25,000 square feet?
22,000. 22,000 is that Type 3 permit that they're limited.
22,000 square feet gives us $11 million in gross.
Gross receipts, yeah.
$11 million in gross receipts.
Mhm.
Is that 4 pounds, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. Mr. McPherson, is that, just a clarifying question, is that 4 crops per year?
Yes, 4 harvests per year.
Approximately $11 million in
Yes.
gross receipts.
But that's not tax. That's their
That's gross
their
receipt.
gross receipt.
Correct.
Gross.
Now, if you add the let's say you had 2.5% of a tax on 11 million, that would be $275,000 if it was 2.5%. If you did it in a square footage, if you did $10 a square foot, which is equivalent of 2.5%, would be 220,000. But we're recommending that significantly a little lower than that on a square footage.
Councilman Nick.
So just looking at your chart here again, so your local tax of 3.5%, right, applied
Mhm.
to the $11 million, would be the local tax revenue based on this analysis,
Just on the wholesale price.
on the wholesale price. So let's do, what's the math on that? 3.5% of,
Well, I think we have it on those other slides that are going forward. What I was trying to demonstrate here is really that you need to keep, where you've seen cities that have come earlier, like Desert Hot Spring, Palm Springs, where they're at $15 to $25 a square foot, is not realistic in today's environment. You're, going over even $10 a square foot. That would be the high, no pun there, but that's kind of in the range of more of that's the high component. If you're somewhere in the $6 to $10 range in a square foot, the whole goal is sustainability. That's kind of
what I'm trying to do is pick apart that blended calculation you have. So just looking at the production, because I know the following slides blend everything, right?
Right. Yeah.
I'm trying to pull out some numbers here. So, when we're looking at cultivation versus dispensary. So for a 22,000 square foot facility, in local tax revenue alone, we're looking at $385,000 a year.
For
a 3.5% local tax rate based on your numbers here. So for 22,000 square feet at 3.5%, for wholesale cultivation, we're looking at $385,000 a year for that facility alone, 22,000 feet.
At 1,000 square, yeah, $1,000 a pound, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So this is, as I mentioned to you, is if the assumption was the minimum of Measure O was still valid and you just got the 5 dispensaries in, looking at what they can produce potentially and revenue per one, and then if you did the calculations in here. This is where we just took a number, per, if you had certain amount at a minimum threshold per, spreading out, assuming the amount of words, and then just putting a certain amount of criteria in each one of them is 19. Here's the numbers, what you'd look at of looking at different tax rates. And then we just went up.
19 dispensaries or 19?
No, total businesses.
Total
It's a
business.
blend of
Blend
all.
of cultivation,
Cultivation
manufacturing,
and distribution.
distribution.
In the same scenario, we looked at, okay, if you could, what would be a viable amount as we went up the chain, looking at a little activity of each. This is total for the city of what would be sustainable. Then we gave you at what it would look like with 27 and the tax based on where you would look at. And then the maximum that we looked at, basically looking at, we think would be a starting point at the higher end of a conservative figure of number of permits, not necessarily that that's what you're going to land with or that's the only option you have, because we haven't done a land use overlay, a GIS land lay with all the buffers to look at what would impact it. But I do want to share with you, I think it's my next slide, is why you need to be cautious about not too many permits in the early stage until you can do a better assessment, is the size of the cannabis market. So,
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you. Sir, can you roll back to 2 or 3 slides here? The local revenue tax, is that in addition to the state? I understand that if the taxing component is sent off to the state then circulates the money back to our city treasury. Is this in addition to what that baseline of tax revenue from the state gives to the city, or is this just separate and impounded via the local tax here in the community?
So the tax that was on this, the 9.25%, the 15%, and of course the sales tax, that all goes all to the state. The only benefit you get from the state taxes is the 1% of the local tax, and then indirectly, that in the grant funding through Prop 64, they take all that money from the excise tax. If you qualified, you would get a portion of that by formula based on population of the grant money from the excise tax. However, if you banned retail sales or you banned outdoor grows for personal cultivation, you are not eligible for the grant money.
Right.
Okay, so that's one bucket. The other bucket is that touching of the local tax, which would be the ballot measure that would put on the November ballot, based on the criteria for each type of activity, that would be the tax you would collect. And in doing that, all these figures here are the local city's tax that the operators would remit to the city and would only come from them to you, and that would be money in your general fund. It does not go to the state at all and then brought down.
Is there a deadline in which the city needs to take action? And this has to be via a vote of the people, is that right?
And this is the slide that we just had right here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was a few minutes late.
Yeah. So what we had indicated, maybe in your absence, is this is kind of a ballpark of when we start a conversation to have an ordinance for a talent. But we do have a hard August 10th date that has to get it to the county.
And this is if we want to pass any taxing components on any of our ordinance. It's not specific to general ordinance legislation. It's specific on tax.
Correct.
Correct, thank you.
Yeah, 218 that has to go to the voters and approved, but you have to create the resolution forwarding it to the county.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes, Mr. McPherson. Say you don't have storefront retail, but you've got distribution. Is that still qualified as being retail? In other words, what I'm looking at is that if you don't have outdoor cultivation and if you don't have retail, then you're not, then the benefits from the state are not available to you. So the point is, if you have distribution within your city, does that count as retail?
So I want to clarify that the way your terminology, I think what you mean is delivery, but
Delivery.
distribution is a licensee to licensee moving of the product. So a non-storefront retailer, which is delivery, is what you're saying.
Delivery,
If we had that, does that do? And that's a good question. I have to go relook at the language. It says retail and personal cultivation. And if it's silent on the outdoor, which is legal opinion says absence of silence, it means outdoor. And retail, we'd have to look at the language. Absence of it, it may mean both. You just got to have the retail element of it. But I don't think I can give you an answer right at this time, but I think that's a good question to research.
Okay. And I think you're probably going to be getting into this. Some numbers that you brought up during the Citizens Committee. You had, I think, the total state demand was 2.5 million tons. You're going to get into
Yes.
that?
Yeah, that's the.
We
were just here.
We're oversubscribed tremendously already.
Yeah,
So,
the size
go
of the
ahead.
California market, cannabis industry. So if I may, we'll get to that spot right there. So the reason the numbers that we gave you as far as total number of permits is concerning, I mean, not concerning, is that number is really as getting too big may basically get you stuck with a bunch of shovels and pans and no gold. But how do you find a balance in there that, one, you got a regional demand, so at least you have a balance of a number of businesses that would be viable to support a regional demand, and then, of course, any excess product where there's not too much of an excess product where it can't be moved to market, because that's really the key, is moving it to market. So with that, you have, in California, the cannabis market, there is currently statewide consumption of 2.5 million pounds in today's market. However, we know as of now, that right now, that there's 4.8 million tons being produced today in a regulated market, just for those that are already got a temporary permit or that we've already vetted through our clients' locations. The bigger problem, which is going to go back to our big, our concern, is there's 13.5 million pounds of product being grown in California. Well, there's a big gap between 2.5 and 13.5 million pounds. So if you get too big of an industry, it's going to be a race to the bottom, and that's why we use that price of $1,000 a pound, not $16.42, where even a year ago was $2,000 a pound. They're projecting it will go down below $800 a pound. So not only there's the revenue and the unit costs for each person that's competing to a race to the bottom, now they still have their current high price of rent, cost of doing business, a regulator world that it's just going to be struggling if you get too big of too many people that can't be sustainable, and that's the decision of the failure rate. right? 40 to 70%, but how do we keep it under 10% failure rate while finding that balance of numbers that should be in town and address a consumer demand and a need, but also make sure that they're going to be successful. And that's the big concern that we have to, just the temporary permits that are issued today can produce enough product to sustain California as of today, just in those 685 permits, right? But that'll shift. So that's why important to look at when we look at numbers and the concern of black market that public safety has to deal with.
Where's the 11 million pounds going that's over above?
Black market, and every zip code you move east, the price all the way to New York goes up to almost $4,500 a pound. So they just deliver a ticket out of state. And, you know, and a comment was made earlier about if you tax it too high, they're not going to want to be regulated because it's too much of a burden. Well, I drafted the Mendocino ordinance, and we basically almost gave it away at $1 a pound because there's 15,000 businesses. Their goal was to get regulations or get them to be in compliance. Well, 90 days out, they only had 700 businesses that even came into regulations, and now they have registered between Mendocino and Humboldt 2,500 out of over 20,000 businesses up there. They had no intentions. They had no intentions to coming into the regulated market. They will continue in the black market, and that's the reason why.
Councilman Mobile.
Mr. McPherson, now maybe this is more for Captain Lawhead or Captain Moss. Looking at expenses, one of the things we've been talking about here is cannabis is going to necessitate better enforcement. And I'm just saying, and of course we want to build up our police department. Would be the cost of adding one police officer, a new police officer? There must be a number that you can associate with that. 165,000?
How much?
Okay, 165,000. So, you know, not just the revenues that we're getting, but the expenses that are involved too. So if we're going to be, again, enforcing, and there's going to be problems with this. There's going to be traffic problems. There's going to be, you know, the black market's still going to be there and so forth. And we're going to have a little bit more revenue coming in. But from my point of view, what our expenses are going to be, and I think that's, you know, at least one gauge of what we need to have coming in if we're going to be able to carry this out. So I know you're warning us about the, you know, shooting too high, but the reality is we're going to pay for it. It's got a balance. Thank you.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, these numbers are kind of stunning to see what portion of the market is black market, even with a regulatory environment coming into place. Do you see that more or less being the norm for the foreseeable future in terms of that large component? Looks like almost, 80% of the marketplace is black market. Do we anticipate that proportion of black market activity to continue now that we do have a regulatory structure? My understanding was the regulatory structure was intended to get that black market under control.
And, you know, time will tell, but I think two things will happen. Right now, you got to remember, black market sells to a gray market. That goes away. So that'll diminish some of their ability to move a product along. As we talk about prioritizing of now local agencies, now that we clear defined rules, they can aggressively go after black market and take action. Come January 19th of 2019, co-ops and collectives go away. That eliminates a lot of their ability to continue that. So the goal would be over time that will go away and down, because then the market, if there's too many people buying in the black market, there's a consumer demand, they're going to keep doing it. But if we can eliminate that black market, because now there's a place for people to go and get legal products, then that product will go down. And, you know, if you cut that in half, that's going to be a very effective way to go.
So the gray market is not the market of those who have gray hair?
No. You could, but not necessarily. It's all people with gray hair.
Councilman Nickel.
I guess what I'm struggling with from a policy-making perspective, this is it. I mean, these numbers are really the bottom line of what we need to understand to ensure we have a good policy in place. So I'm trying to get a sense of where is this market going? What's that sweet spot in terms of regulation, in terms of how many permits, what the proper mix of permits should be based on the anticipated trajectory that the marketplace is going to take. Again, think like a corporation. That's how we got to think. We got to be smart. We got to be good business people here too, and make good business-based policy decisions that are based on good numbers. So looking at these numbers, from what I'm hearing from you, is that for the foreseeable future, that $1,000 per pound assumption that we see on page 55, at least in the short term and probably the medium term, is going to be diminishing. At some point, it may stabilize and then perhaps tick up as the black market begins to diminish. But I'm trying to get a sense of what does that look like, and being the expert on this, having really looked at these numbers and really understand this marketplace, what do you see in the next year, 5 years down the road, so that should we enact a policy, we've got something that really reflects the dynamics of the market, what we anticipate the market looking like long term, so we can have a good, stable policy in place here. What do you see as that trajectory? What do you see that maybe that trough in terms of price per pound becoming, and then sort of where it might ultimately end up, you know, adjusting for inflation, today's prices, what that might look like?
Right, and that's why I mentioned earlier when I presented this one slide is the $1,000 a pound is where we see this being in 18 months to 3 years from now, right? So I don't want to give you revenues and you see figures and go, wow, this is pretty good money based on today's price, because it's not going to be there by the time you get something implemented and you kind of see it and go, wait a minute, you got us all excited about a number that doesn't exist. So the $1,000 a pound is somewhere you're going to see kind of where it's going to be in 18 to 3 years. When we get to about 3 years, and you have three kind of modes of people that are going to occur. You're going to have all the volume coming in, like everyone throwing everything against the wall. And then you can have the first set of failure rates. It's all those that aren't going to even try to comply with regulations and aren't going to make it, and they're done. Then you're going to move into 18 months from now, and you're going to have those that are doing everything to the darnest to try to be regulated, do everything they can, got a good heart at it, but just realize, I can't continue doing this. This is too much work. I don't have the funding. It's more challenging than I thought to be in this market. And then you have that next bump of failure rate. Then they sell out to others and consolidate, or you eliminate some of the competition of the failure rate. And then in year 3 is where you have that stabilization in there. But that's also because we have the consumption amount of why you may see it come down between $1,000 and $800 a pound. And then that's really where people are looking at, wow, there goes all my profit margin I had when I came in thinking I'm making $1,600 a pound. And now there just goes my profit. I'm $800. I'm barely paying my bills. And then that's where those that are going to be long-term are going to be. So the figures where we gave you beyond the Measure O was, well, what would that look like in a city of your size that would be sustainable and successful, not only regionally, but potentially moving product beyond just there. And those are the numbers that we gave you that would be sustainable for a city of your size and in the region that you're at.
Councilman Nickel.
And then just to complete the analysis here, to have a system in place for a city of our size, what would you estimate the enforcement costs being? What kind of investment do we need to make in terms of increased enforcement, whether it be police, code enforcement, other mechanisms of enforcement, to ensure that we can sustain this model?
Well, the model part will be based on quality of the operators on its own merit, 1. 2 is when you look at a regulatory process, the question is do you want to be, very aggressive, conservative, or liberal? Let's say for the sake of discussion, you be conservative. And the model where you're conservative to very liberal, you try to utilize as much civilian staff as possible to do a lot of things in a regulated world where it's not necessary to have police as much, sworn folks as well, so that they can focus priorities on criminal activity, one, black market, which there are limited resources to do, and then secondly, then concentrate on that criminal activity associated with the regular world versus basically just, checking badges and making sure people aren't blocking doors and parking at facilities that can be done by code enforcement or civilians. So it varies as far as what level you're going to be, and then looking at the total numbers, there's models that we have based on those numbers to figure full FTE hours dedicated, depending on each position that's participating in that annual process.
Do we have that cost component in this analysis?
We have not, because we don't have a number to build on.
I think that would give me a good sense in terms of policy direction to get those costs figured out. Because I get you on the taxes, I get you on the revenue component, but you're losing me on the costs. And I still don't have a good sense of what those costs need to be to achieve those levels of tax revenue.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, as the council is aware, we have dramatically changed all of our enforcement posture with respect to code enforcement activities, maintenance of properties, residential and commercial, but also related to marijuana establishments. And so while we don't have numbers that we can provide to you now, I think if you at least begin to have a discussion about where we are in terms of our staffing and the model that we're using to accomplish this, I think it'll begin to give you a comfort level, and then we can come back with what we anticipate we would need in order to be able to achieve that. And so I did have the chief move up.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say this, that I'm reluctant to make any decision in relation to any policy recommendation until I really see the prospectus in terms of what this model is going to look like, what are the costs and revenues associated, so that we can ensure that this is an effective, wise policy moving forward.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
And I think also this discussion has been on retail specifically, correct? And, yes.
Regarding these numbers, no, it's a blended of all the different activities.
It's a blend of different types.
For the revenue side, there have been a blend of the different types of touching points. Cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, testing labs, and retail.
Remember, the scenarios that we're presenting here, in some cases, are a blend. We tried to come up with a few different scenarios.
Other than Measure O.
To give you a sense of what it might be.
I think I'm going back to something I was talking about before with regard to delivery. Grow operations, we've got a lot of warehouses here. And I visited a grow operation out in Desert Hot Springs, 40,000 square feet, and they're producing 1,000 pounds a month. They get a harvest every 5 or 6 days. And it's quite, they input their own CO2 and so forth. Completely computerized, and they need backing. And so I guess from my point of view, I'm thinking more about the grow operations, something less intrusive into residential neighborhoods or where kids would be affected by. And it's from my point of view, it looks as though retail is increasingly problematic, and delivery is less so. Associated with grow operations. And I think La Quinta are you familiar with what's happened in La Quinta? La Quinta just allows delivery.
Yep.
And so it eliminates all these issues with regard to retail, corner stores, so many feet away from churches and so forth. It just seems to me that delivery is a lot less problematic. And grow operations that are definitely industrial will be an industrial area. And if you have all the safeguards, the carbon filters and so forth, so it's not intrusive upon the environment. Have any comment about that?
So again, we talked about the pros and cons of both having a retail and having the deliveries, and there are pros and cons. It's really a policy decision based on the concerns of that and the consumer demand. Cultivation, clearly it's, the time, place, and manner, things you put in place have oversight them and buffer sensitivities where you put them. traditionally put our in light industrial or heavy industrial areas just because of the water demand, consumer demand, and the parking issues with staffing. So that makes sense on the cultivation side.
And, well, if I could just follow up with that, personal cultivation in your houses, I mean, we're going to get to this point. They really need to be permitted because of the electrical demands. If people are going to be growing in their homes or in some enclosed space, making sure that they have the right electrical outlets for fire problems potentially, as well as proper ventilation, so that again, the smells do not escape from the facility itself. And I forgot my train of thought, what I was going to get at, but I think the point is that, and I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I think it might be helpful, again, we will put together some cost estimates, and so there's an understanding of what it costs us, but I do think it might be helpful for the chief just to spend a couple minutes talking about what our current enforcement mechanism has been, and at least to give you a sense of what we anticipate it would take to do the kind of enforcement that we need.
So if I could, I'll break this down into a couple categories. There was our past enforcement effort, which was largely a civil or code enforcement-based approach with the work of the city attorney's office and in many cases the use of contract attorneys to try to bring people into compliance. Under that particular scheme, we had probably the equivalent of 2 full-time community policing specialists, which are essentially code enforcement officers, that worked on that with the occasional part-time help from the quality of life team that assisted, and then, of course, the efforts of the city attorney's office, and I can't speak as to their personnel costs or their contract cost. They might be able to.
They're roughly $10,000 for a civil action for an injunction.
On a single dispensary?
Yes.
Location, yeah. And so, and you've heard the numbers from our staff earlier in terms of the constant number that we've had from an investigative standpoint. We have recently changed strategy and tactics, and we have added a criminal component to it. So you can equal the same resources associated before, plus the work of essentially some sworn teams doing criminal enforcement work. Now, it's not just one team. We have really essentially 3 sworn teams that are involved in this. We have 2 set teams from both districts, as well as the quality of life team, that contribute their efforts. I would say that the teams are probably spending 25 to 30% of their time dealing with the enforcement component on the illegal dispensaries. And keep in mind, so that's each set team is, I think, 7 officers is where we have it right now.
We're actually 10 officers per team.
Okay. So 10 per team, 2 teams, plus the DRO team, spending about a quarter of their time. So you can do the math, and that is simply trying to catch up and deal with the bad actors that are not obeying the rules that are in place right now. About 25% of their time, maybe 30% of their time.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Now, we do, just to finish that, we do hope that over time, as we are consistent in our enforcement, as we're sending strong messages, as the council looks to identify what regulatory scheme you want to have in place, that over time, we may see a reduction in that effort, but right now, certainly, we are spending an awful lot of time. Yeah. Yes. And again, taking away from some of the other things that are issues also in this community. Just unfortunately, given the complaints that we're receiving, this is rating very high on the list of things that are impacting quality of life.
And also,
So going back, go ahead.
the point I wanted to make, in addition to enforcement, of course, you need to have fiscal officers, because there has to be accounting involved, the sales and so forth, checking on people's books and among other things. And I guess what I wanted to say before was just the point is that talk about water consumption, but power consumption, I think also with regard to individual houses, that becomes very important because, people think of, I can grow 6 plants myself. It demands a great deal of power, and I've got some numbers on that in terms of just how much draw that takes. Thank you.
So the balance that I think you're inferring, or I'm inferring from this, is that in order for the market to be sustainable, the black market needs to be squeezed, and that's that ongoing effort that we're currently doing now, and the balance between that effort that helps then those who are trying to operate their businesses within the compliance regulatory environment is an ongoing collaboration, so that there is the recognition that the city is going to continue to try to have a robust enforcement to be able to reduce that competition that comes from the black market.
That's correct. And then the other two parts that you get out of this, starting to lose my voice, is having a regulated environment or permittees. They're going to be willing to support action taken, because they're going to let you know who out there is illegal. But since right now they're technically in that gray area too, they're not going to go and snitch on someone until someone can turn around and do the same thing to them. So I think they're going to want to be more profitable and successful by getting rid of the black market, and so they're going to be more supportive of helping you get rid of that black market. The second part has to do with more of a cultural standpoint. Is we see more as we move to this in the millennials and centennials, is that they tend not to buy from black market for twofold. One, they tend to like edibles or infused products. Black market doesn't tend to sell edibles or infused products. They sell flour. Secondly, is that more people are being conscious now with all the knowledge about the quality insurance of these products and people, all the pesticides that are going into them, that they want a better, healthy, quality product, where black market doesn't necessarily test it or follow the same requirements, because they're trying to move a product along without having to get rid of it, for contaminations or molds or mildew. So that trend of that occurring, of both of those occurring, kind of helps mitigate on a natural course to a certain degree. Doesn't mean it's not going to go away. We still think that the black market is going to be in the range of almost what the chief said of staff, 25 to 30% of time. There's going to probably be about a 25 or 30% of a black market, even in a regulated environment, as we move forward.
So the numbers, when you talked about the 2.5 million pounds statewide cannabis consumption, is that inclusive of black market consumption?
Yes, that's the demand of registered patients that are under a collective model that are consuming or registered.
And some of it which is being provided by the black market?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Nipple?
Yeah, and I think when we get some analysis back, this was helpful, getting sort of a baseline of what it's costing us for enforcement now, but that's assuming Captain Lawhead's numbers of 40 to 60 dispensaries in some sense of, to some degree of operation. So I think what I'm looking at, again, is finding that sweet spot, that even with $1 million, that's giving us 40 to 60 operations. We'll see where that investment gets us in terms of whittling away that number. But for us to have a sustainable marketplace that provides us sustainable revenue, my sense is we've got to take an even bigger piece of that black market out of operation. And that's going to mean commitment of some additional resources. So again, getting to this sweet spot, really understanding what the numbers need to be, how that aligns with our revenue model to make sure that we've got, again, a sustainable model that ensures that we have appropriate resources to keep this market under control, to as best as possible optimize. You are always going to have that black market component, at least for the foreseeable future. I don't see it going away. But having 80% of the market black market, I think, is really not a sustainable or desirable outcome for us, certainly locally. And I'm just going to give you the position I'm getting from my constituents. I think there's been movement on the marijuana issue to some degree, but I think it's really getting a bit more complex in terms of what it is that they really want to see happen. I think the dispensary operations are, I think, the biggest biggest challenge for us, that people are concerned about these rogue operations and the effect it's having on their immediate communities and surrounding businesses. We've got to get those under control. And but for us getting that under control, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be very supportive of any policy that doesn't get us to that end result of getting those 40 to 60 rogue operations under control and ideally out of business. I'm willing to meet in the middle somewhere of having some good legitimate operations potentially, but also looking at the cultivation side. I'll be honest, I really see cultivation potentially as something that we also need to explore. And I appreciate the analysis you've done. It's good to give us a good baseline initially, but I'll be honest, I personally would like to see maybe a couple models. One is a no-go, you know, just absolute prohibition model, what that costs, what would that look like, and then maybe a couple of hybrid models based on what you presented today. But and I won't speak for my colleague here, Mr. Mulvihill, but I personally kind of like that idea of maybe more of an orientation toward cultivation delivery services that really addresses that dispensary issue. I'll be honest, the brick and mortar dispensaries are one of the biggest sources of complaints I'm getting from residents and constituents. If we can address that, and I'm willing to work with the industry as well, I'm willing to say, you know, what can we do maybe to fix this and find a model that works so that I'm not dealing with complaints. You know, what the industry has to understand is we as council members, we aren't necessarily opposed to you, at least I'm not, but I am opposed to these rogue operations in the neighborhoods that are dragging down the quality of life of our residents and attracting individuals into the community that, quite frankly, are causing some disturbances and causing some uneasiness among the neighbors. So I think there's some middle ground at some point that I think we can achieve, but the bottom line of this debate is the bottom line. What does this look like in terms of costs? And how can we ensure we get appropriate revenues to make sure that we achieve the outcome that we're trying to achieve? So I think I'd like to see some kind of a hybrid model, not necessarily this complete blended approach, but maybe a cultivation model with some delivery. And then what would that enforcement component look like? Maybe a limited number of dispensaries. I'm sure that we as a body can debate, you know, what that balance would look like. But I think having a few models and using those as sort of prototypes, running our numbers through that, running that analysis through to kind of see what the end result looks like in terms of cost of enforcement, revenue, and what that sweet spot is to get us to where we need to be. That's ultimately, I think, where I'm going to need to be at and what I'm going to need to see to feel comfortable casting a vote in favor of some ultimate policy. So just some advice to staff. That's where I personally am coming from.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if I may, just
Hold
to
on.
kind of clarify that, we certainly can run the models. I think what we're hoping today is because there are 17 different types of licenses permitted under state law. I think, we all tend to know about dispensaries because we hear a lot about those, and cultivation seems kind of a natural because, you got to grow it to sell it. But there are 17 types, and I think as we continue our discussion and we have kind of a sense of where the council, some of you have expressed, potential preferences because of the impacts and the opportunity to minimize community impacts. But as we have that, then we will run some numbers based on different tax rates, different charges and things, so that you can kind of begin to see what those look like. Again, as we have a sense of what kinds of mechanisms and licenses would the council like to pursue.
City Attorney.
Yes, I just wanted to, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but the 40 to 60 dispensaries that we currently have would be much less, I believe, had we been employing the enforcement effort the chief described with the 3 teams of 10 at 25%, that we would be much lower than the 40 to 60 dispensaries that we currently have. I believe that would not be at that level for long.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we were a little late into the game of adopting the current strategy that we've adopted. We tried to deal with this in a way that, in a civil manner, using the civil injunction process that some communities had been successful using. I think the challenge that we dealt with is the volume of them, that we were never able to get ahead of it using that strategy. And I think, and we've talked about this a lot, is simply the available land and the available facilities here in the city that tend to be an attractive target, and landowners that are looking for an income stream, which has created a dynamic where in communities where a property was more valuable, once the landowners realized it was illegal, then there was another use for that property. It was a little easier to regulate. In our case, we were behind with that past strategy.
So,
Significantly longer because of the process that we have to go through. And we, with the sheer number of them that we have, we don't have the time. And I just want to correct, he said civil process. I don't mean, we're always civil, but we're using a civil abatement process, and now we're also using criminal processes.
Let me add as well, it's not that the civil abatement process was ineffective at shutting down dispensaries. I haven't run the number in quite some time, but when we've looked at the number of dispensaries over the last 4 to 5 years that we have addressed, the number that have closed is a very, very large number. The problem is they went through a process, they closed, and then 1 or 2 others opened, and we were never able to get ahead of it.
So, Mr. McPherson, I think one of the takeaways is that the legislation, the regulatory environment be put in place cautiously so that not only is there the ability for enforcement to help to squeeze out the black market, but also develop in such a fashion that there isn't too much floodgates opened up to prohibit the successful sustainability of those that come into the permitting process, so that the initial introduction of it might most likely be somewhat of an exploratory to understand what that sweet spot is that Councilmember Nickel, because I don't know that we're going to get there until we've had that opportunity to monitor it and know how much of that failure rate is controlled by squeezing out the black market and allowing a limited introduction into the regulatory environment.
Mayor, that's correct. One of the things you have now situation, the chief and staff are challenges is that consumers right now don't have an alternative. If you give them an alternative, then the goal would be is that hopefully those consumers that now see it's legal recreation, and I don't have to worry about hiding of who I buy it from, it's the guy who's selling it to me who's got to be worried about it, is that you move them into a regulated market and it dries up or doesn't provide a demand where those places keep popping up. Now, how big of numbers you go, you can move as slow as you want of having one of each or, types of activities to provide them an alternative and evaluate whatever number you decide of safety issues, staffing issues, revenue coming in or not coming in based on what we thought it was, community concerns issues, congestion issues, and you've got something at some level of degree to address it, not only from a law that's in place, but also by having something in there and whatever number that you determine that would be and the type of activity becomes very important.
Well, and also I think in crafting the process, the need to recognize that it's still a changing environment from a federal enforcement level. There probably needs to be some consideration for the permitting process to provide that there's a release to the city and some indemnification to the city in the event that federal enforcement were to shut some of them down, because we don't necessarily know whether or not they're going to come in and do that. We're not quite sure what that is, and so it would seem to me that we're going to want to protect the interests of the city from being sued because we permitted something that then subsequently gets shut down by the feds.
That's correct. In ordinances I've drafted, all of them, there's an indemnification component in there, but also we have an indemnification form that they have to as part of the application process that's done in advance.
Thank you. You want to continue with your presentation?
He will continue. He has a couple slides that I think kind of help frame the discussion, and really staff would be looking for what are the council's direction related to particular types of potential licenses permitted under the state and how you'd want to regulate those. From there, we would propose then that we go back, we draft regulations based on what the direction is, and then come back to you at a subsequent meeting. So I think your next two slides certainly.
Yeah, so we end with that, yeah. I do want to make a comment, though, about the cost recovery. Remember, when putting together a staff cost plan, you have two mechanisms. You have a cost associated with an assumption of the number of permittees you're going to regulate and what type of activities. Then you have the unregulated market that's different. That plays it's kind of like two silos of costs. One, costs that public safety have now, regardless of what you do, right, of what that strategy is. And then you have a cost of just regulating. So you can't say, well, here's what it costs to regulate it when it's not linked. The regulated side has nothing to do with the costs associated with public safety's staffing issues on the unregulated side. I think that's going to be an important differential in what you bring together for that. Okay. So we are towards the end now here where it's kind of a decision process, and I think the first one maybe we have to talk about as far as, sticking to a ban or, what type of activities, the level is maybe clarity of just the silos from the pyramid here of medicinal versus adult use. I think it's going to be important that all in the room are on the same page of where the direction goes is, are we going to just focus on medicinal, or are we going to allow both medicinal and adult use, and knowing that Measure O, if it's validated or not validated, will play a part in that because of what it does or doesn't allow you to do. And so I think that's one question that we would need to ask if the city manager wants it.
And I would just note, we keep referring to Measure O because we have a tentative ruling, but we don't have a final ruling, and so he's trying to be very cautious, not presume. But again, assuming that's the case, we need some direction on, does the council want to see one, both, or neither of these uses?
Councilman Nichol.
Well, again, I'm just going to stipulate that I'm sort of agnostic on either. My bottom line concern is that we shut down these rogue dispensaries. I want them eliminated, period. I want to get to a zero ultimate objective in terms of rogue dispensaries. What I mean by that is unpermitted. Whether that means allowing some permitted or not, I'm willing to have that conversation. I agree that we need to ensure that the city is, in fact, indemnified against any potential federal action. That, to me, is sort of the elephant in the room in terms of a potential risk to the city. I need some assurance that we're going to address that. I also want to make sure that we have very robust enforcement mechanisms, including potential criminal prosecution, misdemeanor prosecution. I think that the current system we have in place, I'm hopeful that some of what we're doing now will move the needle, but I think absent some very robust stinging enforcement and penalties, a lot of this is just academic. And I don't think we're going to have much effect on this black market otherwise. So I'm willing to consider both. Getting to this idea of a corporate paradigm, we're the board of directors. We're looking to you, the professional staff. We're looking to the CEO to come to us with a business model, effectively, that addresses our underlying interests and concerns. Mine being, again, the closure of these rogue operations. I want to make sure that the quality of whatever operations do exist in the city is of the highest quality possible, that these places are safe, that they're accountable, that they're responsible in terms of their role in the community, that they become positive contributors to the community, and certainly want to make sure that as pertains to minors, this is again the interest that I'm conveying from my constituents, that we do everything possible to ensure that this substance is not in the possession of minors, and that there are some very serious consequences for any operators that are found to be engaging in any kind of activity that includes the distribution of the substance to minors. Other than that, you meet those bottom line goals and that we cover our costs for the related enforcement, I'm willing to look at it. I'm open ears.
Councilman Schredt wants to have a question, but I want to just
I
ask
don't really have
quickly.
a question. I kind of want to ditto what Henry said, and
I want to just confirm something. It seems that from what you said earlier that there's a merging of medicinal and adult. Can you reiterate what you were referring to there?
What I was referring to is, historically everyone has been using medicinal because they had to get a doctor's recommendation and go that route, regardless of what level, be it that they were using it for adult use or minor ailments, that they went and got it because it was the only way they can get it. As they move in, they may still have those medical needs, but it's like, I'm not going to jump through all these hoops. I'll pay the extra buck, and just get the adult use side of it. So if that becomes the case, and you got an industry that right now is only medicinal, and as the market kind of dries and moves to a different direction, and their revenues shrink as a result of that, they can't keep up with the market demand of adult use, and then the medicinal side reduces significantly, and they're only, I call it the Kodak camera scenario, where I'm still running the instant camera instead of keeping up with modern times, then it's going to hurt me in my bottom line business, and I'm, could be out of business as a result if I don't have the flexibility to look at both markets. That is part of the challenge that the industry is starting to see, that in time we could see that adult use could be as high as 60% plus in consumption.
So in an attempt to step cautiously into the industry, the recreational, where it's moving, would not necessarily exclude the medicinal because it's going to move in that direction.
Correct. Minimum, you start at the medicinal side and move towards adult use, but you just keep that in mind as far as business models of what restricts them, or how much they scale, or how they brand, or what they do, and who they can build relationships to move their product based on that.
So are you kind of leaning towards you would provide for both of those industries initially in order to be able to provide the flexibility for the providers to have a sustainable business model?
I'm just advising you that, there needs, just keep that in mind in the consideration of the decision you make, that is a realistic issue or concern that needs to be taken consideration, whatever decision you make.
And I think it also, from an enforcement, just, again, as the city manager who's going to be charged with enforcing whatever regulations the council has in place, it is really probably easier for us to deal with the ones that are not operating in a manner that you would want them to be operating in if we haven't made a distinction between medical and medicinal, or medical and adult use. So I would regulate both of them collectively.
Councilman Schredt.
Thank you, Mayor. That's really everything that's been said here in the last few minutes is I'll just ditto and I won't repeat it. I think it's important to notice that I believe that the medicinal use has been largely fraud, that a lot of people use it for medicinal purposes and need it, and it's been proven to work. But I think the way we've dealt with it has been largely my understanding is anyone can call up and get a medicinal card and be buying it within the next 20 minutes. So I think it's important that we regulate both sides. Obviously, the public voted for adult use and for recreational use. So I will support basically that argument as well, and looking at both sides and coming back with. Henry made a lot of good points. I know you took notes on it, Andrea, and I really support everything he's talked about there, and would be supporting that same scenario.
Councilman Mulvihill.
I think also too, again, I get feedback from constituents, and there's a lot of, I think, elevated expectations of success. A number of people approach me thinking about becoming investors or getting into the business. And I think that you talk about the shakeout period, and there's going to be a lot of people are going to be disappointed. And so when you're looking at city manager, in terms of what the city, the taxes that the city will promulgate on this, is the fact that we don't want to subsidize these businesses to make sure that the owner or the investor gets the return that they expected to return. They're going to be in competition, but we need to get our revenues for enforcement. And so I again, don't be shy about lowering the taxes or the fees per square foot and so forth. I think that we need to be able to enforce this and for our constituents' benefit. Thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Mr. McPherson, the hour is upon us. We have exceeded our appointed time, and I want to just commend your efforts and thank you very much for your recommendations and your policy updates. It's quite critical that we thoroughly understand and digest this very important issue in our community. I have another appointment and engagement I have to be at 2:30, and so I want to just let the record reflect that I appreciate your contributions to our local community, and I thank you.
Valdivia needs to leave. If I am taking notes on all the things that council members want, so I mean we can certainly take him next if he wants to provide some.
Yeah, well, I think you've taken notes, and I appreciate Ms. Miller.
Huh? Yes.
So the next item to.
Can I just
Oh,
finish real
I
quick?
thought you were finished.
No,
Go ahead.
I was just waiting for her to.
No, thank you. I appreciate that because I can't take notes and listen to you.
I understand.
Okay.
I think you've taken some copious notes on my comments earlier in the morning, and I appreciate Councilman Nickel and Councilman Mulvihill and Charette for those contributors today. To thank you, because this is really, we need to advance the ball. If the moratorium is extended, I understand the need to extend the moratorium. However, I'd like to make sure that we have at least monthly policy conference and updates. I think that holds everyone accountable. I think if it's not a full day, maybe then a half day, but a specific workshop monthly so that we can digest any updates or concerns and follow-up action items. And those parking lot issues that we from the council have directed you to research, we'd like an update specific and apart from a regular council meeting, because this provides us unique and sole discretion to discuss and concentrate on these important matters. So short of that, I appreciate all everyone's contributions here. Thank you.
Good. And Mr. Mayor, only because, and I apologize, but we are trying to be done by 2:30 or 2. We do though have an item that requires a different vote, and so it might be just before Councilmember Valdivia leaves, if we could move to the public hearing and consider the extension of the moratorium because of the voting requirements.
All right, so we will now go to item 4A, which is the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Those who wish to speak, please stand and be sworn in. William Cioce.
And Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Cioce is coming to the microphone, just because we did promise everyone we would try to be done by 2-ish today, maybe if, much like the council did, if you, and Mr. Cioce, you can come to the microphone. I'm just going to talk to them while you're coming. But if we could, given the time limitations, if they have the same comments as someone else, maybe they just ditto for the record again. So if they, again, just because I recognize some of you do have other engagements.
So item number 4A is a public hearing. The recommendation is an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino extending the 45-day moratorium related to certain commercial marijuana land uses and activities, outdoor personal cultivation, and cannabis events for up to 10 months and 15 days. Mr. Cioce?
Thank you. I just wanted to state again that you had your Cannabis Advisory Committee already work through all of this. They did a lot of work, considering how little some of them actually knew of the issues. I think that personal cultivation rights is a right granted by the state, that I think that you should step away from that and allow personal cultivation. I think that while you're looking at these special cannabis events, that you need to keep in mind the Orange Show and what they might think about continuing banning them from having events. And like I said earlier, I really think the wiser way to go would be, we're hearing not to have a flood of these licenses, but if you allow this flood of licenses, you'll reach that point where consolidation occurs, where businesses find they can't stay in business. And they will be voluntarily closing down as you encourage the businesses to continue improving their image, their storefronts, their practices, whatever it is. You could build it from here. And that's really all that I'd like to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Porter?
Mayor, council, good people. I'd just like to bring up the fact that, so you guys understand, for us, for the last 5 years, I know, Mr. Charette, you think some people don't really have medical issues, but some really do. And yeah, and I know you realize that. And I'd like you all to understand that the way we look at this is more like a civil rights issue. And if you guys can bring yourselves to how we feel like that, you might be able to put yourselves in our shoes. Now, I understand that there's going to be a lot of people applying in the very beginning, but it seems up here you're acting like that's a bad thing. It makes sense what Elmo was saying about an equilibrium will be created by the natural flow of a free market. I mean, most of you are Republicans. I mean, you understand what a free market is, how important it is to our city to have free market. And it kind of feels like you're not letting it be that free. Now, it's easy. The state, we have already paid the state to go over this. We have already paid the state to go over this. The rules and regulations are laid out for all of you. Just follow them. Thank you very much.
Mark Estemeyer? Yes, this is, yes. The public hearing, Mr. Estemeyer, is related to item 4, the moratorium.
Exactly. And again, thank you again, council, mayor, staff. Appreciate it. As far as the moratorium goes, you guys are going to more than likely go ahead and do this. But I'm going to tell you what the consequences are. You talk about the cost of your actions. There are costs that are going to be associated with this, okay? Currently, you have an initiative sitting on your desks right now that actually works really pretty good for the most part. A couple tweaks here and there, conversation with the writer of it. I'm sure that it could be worked out. But by extending this moratorium, this is with what I project to happen. You have Measure O that has been basically invalidated. I've read the judge's ruling on it. It pretty much says this thing's over with, and actually there are parts of it that tell the city that you need to do something now. You need to do something right now. So there will be some lawsuits that will be filed forcing the city to at least consider implementing Measure N. That will happen, okay? If you continue this moratorium, that will happen. You already have one initiative on your desks. I promise you that at least 2 more will come down. At least 2 more that I know of. My bet is somewhere around 3 to 4 more, okay? Those are things that will happen if you continue this moratorium. And that is going to do nothing but create muddy waters for every single one of you. And the backlash from the people who I talk to, your constituents, who happen to be patients, users, that kind of stuff, they don't understand with what's going on right now. I mean, it's hard enough just to tell them, look, if you want to buy legal product, go to Santa Ana, go to Palm Springs. San Bernardino doesn't allow it. And they don't understand that. You know, and the workshops, yeah, maybe they will answer some questions and whatnot. But I promise you, by continuing this moratorium, you are going to be creating a real big headache for yourselves. And it's not a threat. It's not going to be me doing it. I just know with what the industry is what the industry is looking at. This body here does not have a lot of trust. I mean, the last election was evident of that, where Measure P didn't even get 50% of it. So really, really, really think about extending this, because there are things that you can do to appease Measure O people, current operators that do want to be legal, that do want to be under the light, you know, shine all the light you want on them. You know, there are those operators. But if you are able to do something in lieu of this moratorium to appease that group, and we're only talking about a very, very small number of people, but if you find the way to appease that group and still create a moratorium, do it. But if you can't do it, then I would strongly, strongly suggest not continuing this, or at least putting it off until the next meeting when you guys can actually have a little bit more discussion about it. So please, 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 give some thought to the ramifications of this, because I don't believe that any of you want to see 2 or 3 or 4 initiatives on a ballot come June. You say that June isn't possible. I know that one of the groups, they could potentially get it on the June ballot if the staff does their job once everything is turned in. I believe that it would happen. But if nothing else, it's going to be in November. Every one of you are going to be, who are running for re-election, this will be a political issue. You're going to have to address it everywhere you go. That's all that's going to be talked about. So just keep that in mind. How much of this do you really, really, really want to take on right now? There's a way to mitigate all of this with a very small group of people that would be creating the biggest problems for you. Just help them out. Just really, really help them out. Give them the direction and give them a path as fast as possible so that they can be working above board, so that you don't have to worry about the negative ramifications of this. Thank you much. Appreciate the meeting tonight.
Sandra Owens, Olivas.
Okay, this is just one file from our committee meeting. I have 3 like this size. Let's talk about banning. During the prohibition of alcohol, they were making alcohol in bathtubs, okay? And that's where Al Capone made his money, from illegal alcohol, okay? So that's kind of where we are right now with the marijuana issues. Though I have problems with banning it, simply because if it goes underground like it is now, the marijuana that people are smoking that's black market is not tested. You don't know what kind of pesticides. So if you're thinking about public health and safety, you need to think about that issue. A legal dispensary will have their product tested. That's why I feel that very strongly we need a testing lab in this city. The illegal dispensaries, the ones that wouldn't even pass muster to even be able to get a permit, they'll close down. They'll end up being closed down because it costs money. When I was on the BBC, we did a case where there was illegal wiring. So people are worried about these places, catching on fire. Well, you need to close down the illegal ones and let the legal guys get open. Permit them. Permit them. That's a big deal. You have to permit them. And then we'll start making some money. I do want to touch on a couple of things. If you're banning personal cultivation, I really wasn't on the side of growing it outside until somebody had a conversation with me, Mr. Quill, and Mr. Wilson, Randy Wilson. Randy was concerned that a lot of the homes are older homes and that they're not wired for this kind of electricity to be running So that's what convinced me that outdoor grows are better, because you're not going to use the same, you're using the sun to grow your personal use. And in the city, it's been cited that that the homes, that 60% of our people are renters. Okay? So if you're thinking every home in this city is going to have 6 plants growing in the backyard or 6 plants growing inside their house, that's not even going to be true, because you have to get permission from your landlord if you do not own that home. Okay, so you kind of need to look at it in that broader sense. As far as dispensaries go, we discussed it. We thought there should be 3 per ward, 3 in everybody's ward, so it's all cut fair and easy, and so nobody's getting shackled with all of them at one time. But you got to remember, if you do not allow storefront dispensaries and outdoor grows, we can't get that money back from the state. Am I correct? I am correct. That's exactly what he told us. So you need to think about this outdoor cultivation thing. If you read what we did for you, did all you guys read this? We told you what they wanted and what we discussed. And as far as outdoor grows and delivery services, we thought that the dispensary should be doing the delivery services just like Domino's Pizza does. Okay? It's all in here. It's all in here. And not once today have any of you talked about anything that we've done that was in this paper. There is nothing in what we suggested for you guys to do that you could not do instead of putting a moratorium on this. There is nothing in this that we did. We spent hours, Damien, we spent hours and weeks on this. And like I've said before, I talked to 2,000 constituents in my ward. They told me what they wanted. Even the people that aren't for this, they said, bring in a little at a time. You know, let's see how that works, and then we can add a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then everybody's going to be happy. When smoking was banned in buildings, nobody said, oh, okay, well, what about the people that do smoke? No, go outside. So the 45% that didn't vote to have marijuana legal, we still need to hold their hand. We still need to hold their hand and show them that this is going to be okay. Because, baby, I wasn't convinced. I wasn't convinced this is going to be okay. But I've talked to dispensary owners. I've talked to adult users, medical users, dispensary owners. A dispensary owner invited me to come to their dispensary and see what it was like. I was afraid to, because that's all I needed to be busted in a rape. So, that would make for a good headline in the Sun. But really, you guys really, you could, if you just did these things, because it has nothing to do with Measure O. If you just did these things and not do a total ban, do you trust the person you appointed? Did you trust them to make a decision that was good for everybody? I sat next to Cassie Levy. Cassie's way on the other side of this than I am. Sat next to Randy Wilson. He's way on the other side of this. But you know what? We worked it out together. And we figured it out together. Why can't you guys trust what we do, the people that you put on this commission? I really feel at this time that I wasted my time, and maybe I should send you a bill for the time I took off of work to do this. And if this gets me thrown off of this commission, fine. But I'm going to voice what I got to say, because there are people angry. Angry. I'm all for it. I was We're going to have more of this illegal cultivation stuff going on unless we get this under control. And there's nothing in here that you can't do by the next meeting. You can have an ordinance drawn up by the next meeting with what we gave you. And I didn't see one of you nod your head that, yeah, you read it. That's all I got to say.
Damon Alexander.
I would almost say ditto to one of my members. As you well know, I was the chair of this particular committee. And I was concerned when I'm listening to each and every one of you that I got a flash of deja vu. Mr. McPherson here presented us with the same questions, and I find it disheartening as the chair when the city, whether it be council or the city manager's office, when we went over the exact same issues that you just did and provided you with a document and policies and recommendations. I bent over backwards as chair because some of these people I know by their faces. I don't know their names, but I know their faces to provide public comment, not only once, but I always ask council. I stepped out more than once to ask for public comment. You asked about public comment and get the public involved. I'm sure I broke every rule in the book to have their input. So to proceed forward with more public comment from my humble position as chair is futility. I'm just asking you, and I know each and every one of you, to read the document that we put forth. To not spend, and we did the heavy lifting. All you guys have to do is just look at it as the final body and say, I like this, I like this, I like this, I don't like this, and move forward. If I'm asking too much, please let me know. If I'm asking too much, if you don't value what I'm saying, please let us know, because like I said, we did all the heavy lifting here. If it's not exactly what you want, I understand that, because nothing is 100%. But this, you're not only wasting these people's time again, because they were at all our meetings. You're wasting the captain's time that was at the meetings. You're wasting the chief's time, and maybe you're getting paid, I don't know. But you're wasting time when you can possibly move forward on issues that we have already lifted for you guys. And that's why you commissioned us. If you commissioned us for that reason, we did our job, we presented it to you, pick out what you want, and move forward. Every single issue, including what you said about business models, the police department and what it costs, we went over every single one of those issues. Public consumption, police. I'm a retired United States federal agent. You don't think we covered that? Come on. I know the laws about 1,000 feet. We made those laws. That's why it's in the document. Come on. Help me, please. I'm not here to chastise you. I'm just saying, don't waste time. I'm just coming from, and this is my last comment, I'm just coming from the committee chair. But provided the work that we did, and to you guys to utilize as a document. I'm not here to let them clap and all that kind of stuff. I'm just here to present the facts as I see them. Thank you.
Thank you. Soon Kin.
Do I have 3 minutes? I'm not clear. Okay. Wow, thank you so much for having this meeting. And I've been waiting for this day for so many years. I am so excited to be here. We all, well, first of all, let me address Honorable R. Kerry Davis, our mayor. I have not met you, but you are our mayor. You are our leader. You are our policy leader. You set the vision for our city. And our city is going to be, whether you decide or you decide, our city will be the world-class city that you envision. It will be. Without your, whether you hold it back or not, the market conditions and the world economy conditions are going to create a hub here in San Bernardino that will make us the world-class city. This issue is not about cannabis. I have been growing cannabis in this city for 7 years. 7 years. I have put I need my teeth fixed. I have not had time to have my teeth fixed because as soon as I was able to get stable enough to have the time to ask all these people and meet with Councilman Benito Barrios. I'm just getting to know you people. I've only been out for 3 weeks. I left my job as a grower and a employer and a business developer because I know that there's going to be less and less profit in this, in cannabis for everybody, unless we decide as a group to do it properly, and we can take step by step. If you lift the moratorium today, or not lift it today, it won't matter because the market will do what it wants to do. Okay, first of all, Facebook is a fantastic platform to get out the words to everybody. You don't need to spend any more time doing any more paperwork, to do any more studies, to do in one post, I can reach 50,000 people in this city. And I love San Bernardino. People love the city. And I'm falling in love with it because this city is I'm gonna retire here. I'm gonna be buried here. I'm gonna put my legacy here. And I'm willing to do it because I knew that cannabis was going to lift up this economy. There's no difference between cannabis and oranges. And if you study the orange industry, you will know that the first tree, the navel tree that is in Riverside, was a clone of a tree that was given to, I have the notes, and I've been trying to make this presentation for a long time, and I didn't have the time to complete it.
Mr. Kim, we're talking about the moratorium, though.
Yes.
That's what this public hearing's about.
So here's what happens. If you decide to lift the moratorium today, and I just thought of this idea today while I was listening, I will open up an office down at the corner in the Circle. For $1,200, I can rent that space, really nice space. I'll open it up, and I will take in applications from everyone who wants to take an application. That's $250 per application that you will take in, okay? Now, how many residents in this city would like to pay $250 for an application? Some can't. Maybe they only need $10 to get their application. But there are going to be people coming in here from outside, which they call me every day. If you have a building right now, I could either lease or sell that building for you right now. And as happened in Adelanto, when you create a zone that makes it okay to grow, all the prices go double. Not double, I mean $220,000 warehouse went from $220,000 with rent all filled with companies that were successful, 10 employees. They had to move out because the building was sold for $2 million. Now, the people in the city are going to make money. The first people that will make money in this city will be the real estate market. It always happens the same. Real estate always benefits first from cannabis. When you lift this moratorium today, and I hope you do, it will open up the free market here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up that office on the corner. I'll take in $250 for every application that comes in, and I'll charge everyone $100 to comply to those regulations. I mean, no one's going to be able to comply right off when they write that application. It's a 2-page application. I could have brought it and filled it out and given it to someone right now, and I'll give you $250 for it. But I have no idea how to make my place compliant. I can go ask permits, and they'll come and see all my electrical's fine, and my entrances, exits are fine, and my fire extinguishers are there, and you'll be able to get out. I can do that, but I don't really need the fire or permits to do that. What I need is people to tell me, am I in compliance? Now, when I get those permits, I'm going to help everyone get in compliance with the application. And I'll make money from the industry just by providing a service. Does that count in the total amount of money that we're going to be making by opening this industry up? Again, and taxes. Government is great at collecting money because that's how they fund themselves. But we have an industry that can fund ourselves and fund you. We don't need you guys to we could give you more money than you're asking in taxes. Literally, our industry could self-regulate, and so that not one penny of law enforcement needs to be spent on closing down a dispensary. And what happens is, what we'll have is a bunch of people with businesses that are making a minimal amount of money. They'll be making $20 an hour to get up in the morning and have coffee and then go to work. That's $30,000 that any household could make with just 6 plants a year. And by the way, you can crop as many times as you want, depending on the size. The figures that we're talking about here from our consultant here, which I've heard that got paid $50,000.
Mr. Kim, could you keep it to the moratorium?
Well, it is all part of this moratorium, is that the consulting could have been right here because all these people are experts. We could have, that money, okay, this is my point about the money. If outside money comes here and invests, all that outside money is going to go out. What we need to do is protect ourselves. Our industry right here needs protection, and the only people that can do it is ourselves. We don't need you guys to protect us. We want to make money for you guys and to make this city beautiful and the world-class city that it is. The cannabis is really not the issue here. We have bigger fish to fry. The worst news that we got lately was that Amazon turned us down.
But the moratorium is the issue.
Well,
So
you have to decide now,
what
are you
we're
going to say
hoping
yes
to
or
hear
no?
from you is your position, I think, on the moratorium, whether you wanted the city
Well,
council to
I can't
lift
decide
it.
because this is very confusing, okay? I'm against legalized marijuana. Medical marijuana is fine by itself. I have a card right here that the state issues me. I pay for this card. I've been paying it every year for a while, and I have to get a doctor's recommendation, and then I have to go down to the city council, to the health department down right over here and pay my money and wait about a month to get it. This city could provide the doctor and provide every single citizen with this card for free. Nothing in life is for free. Please, nothing in life is for free. Everything has a cost benefit. The Department of Health, County Department of Health, makes money by you buying one of these. Okay, so everything that I'm going to tell you, Carmel Rose is going to probably add on. She knows much more than me. I've just been talking to each one of you at one at a time, and I haven't been able to convey my whole message about what we should do. I talked with John Valdivia, 7 o'clock in the morning. He gave me a half hour. We hardly got anything done. It is impossible for us to get to you. impossible.
Well, the public hearing is related to the moratorium, and so if you've concluded your moratorium position, then if you could wrap it up,
Okay.
if
I
you're
will
ready
wrap it
to.
up. I'm ready to. So thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you.
We have this opportunity. We have a lot of time. And so let's do it.
Thank you. Carmel Rowe?
Yeah, hold on. Just about 2 seconds. Here, Gigi, let me just hand you these. Okay. I do have more things. There's a copy for everybody. Okay, so today is a public hearing, which means I have you guys as the judge. So I would like to start out by telling you, my name is Carmel Rowe. I'm a 41-year resident of the city of San Bernardino. I am here today at this public hearing to represent the residents of the city of San Bernardino, to represent the businesses of the city of San Bernardino, and to represent the cannabis community within the city of San Bernardino. I do declare under penalty of perjury that everything I am about to say will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I can and will testify in a court of law regarding all the facts that will be presented to you here today. I, Carmel Rowe, have been involved in the cannabis industry in the city of San Bernardino for over the last 6 years. Throughout the 6 years, there's been a lack of regulation in the city of San Bernardino. San Bernardino has allowed cannabis to go on within the city for many years with no regulation and no clue the types of operators, good or bad, that are within the city. The city has thwarted the will of the people for far too long. The voters here have voted for regulation and not a ban, with over 55% in agreement from residents of this city. So I'm going to give you guys a brief background and tell you guys a little story. Okay? The brief background is going to start with, in the mayoral election of 2013, we began speaking about marijuana. I was the only open advocate for marijuana. I've dealt with the city attorney's office, and fast forward to today. In these 5 years, dispensaries haven't gone anywhere. Cultivation hasn't gone anywhere. We have not collected any money. Okay? What we have is we have racked up a bill that the residents have had to pay, and we have racked up attorney fees. Okay, so today, what I am going to tell you is, now that we have a brief background, now I'll speed it up. I'll speed it up to November 8th, 2016, where the voters of the state of California enacted Prop 64. Then let's take it one step further. November 8th, 2016, 51% of the voters in the city did not want to vote on the city. 55% of the voters enacted not only one ordinance, but 2 ordinances. One was at 51% and one was at 55%. There is no way that this community is against marijuana. The only people that have been against marijuana has been you. So now let me get to the Citizens Advisory Committee. So I did bring for you guys today, which is in some of the things that Gigi had passed out to you. What I brought to you guys today was every minute from the meeting, okay? In the packet, let me see. They look like this. Here's the minutes of every meeting. They were voted on. They took votes, and we have all agreed. Okay? So let me just point you, I've provided you guys this. If nobody else has ever provided it to you, you now have it, and I suggest that you please read it. Okay? Now, with that being said, okay, we have a court decision. How many of you have been provided with this document? Well, I brought them all here for you guys because I wasn't sure who or if you guys were given this document, so I would like to pass these to you so that you could read them. Okay? And I'm just going to go over it a little bit with you. Okay? First of all, I am one of the proponents of the lawsuit, Carmel Rowe versus the City of San Bernardino. Not only did I ask for Measure O to be invalidated, but I asked for Measure O to be invalidated by certain positions, making it a monopoly and a spot zoning. Not only did I do that, but I did charge the city with derelict duty. More specifically, right here. The voters were deceived into believing that Measure O would permit a large number of property owners, tenants, to apply for permits to cultivate or sell marijuana, rather than the voters being informed by the city attorney's office that Measure O was written and voted upon excluded most of the parcels identified in Measure O from consideration as applicants due to the certain restrictions. Plaintiff alleges that she has a clear and present legal right to the performance of defendants, which are listed as the City of San Bernardino, the City Attorney Gary Sines, ex-City Manager Mark Scott, and the Community Development Director Mark Presico as city officials. All defendants are subject, you guys are subject to the court's power to arrest any proceeding because the city is required to follow all California law and has the ability to do so pursuant to the charter in Section 101. But said city officials have failed to do so in that defendants, all of them which I named, are subject to the court's powers and did not step up to the plate when it was time for Measure O, did not educate the voters, and actually, the more I'm sitting here, the more I kind of think this was a plan that was designed. So, not only that charter section, it does state that City Manager Mark Scott is obligated by the charter of the city, Section 401, as follows. The city manager shall see that all laws are faithfully executed. Scott's obligation included his ministerial duties to assure that no city ordinance, which is a law, be implemented if that zoning includes a monopoly. And I could go on, and I could go on, and I could go on. But the reason I just touched on those things is that you are governed by the charter, and that you can be taken to court, and that you guys should really open your eyes and pay attention, because I could stand here today and charge each one of you with derelict duty. You guys are saying that you're going to pass a moratorium for the health and safety of the community. Well, I'm going to tell you that in all actuality, you are prohibited by law from making a moratorium. Government Code 65858, which you guys are covering yourself under, item number 3 specifically says that the only way that you can enact this moratorium would be that there is no feasible alternative to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact identified pursuant to paragraph 1, as well or better with less burdensome or restrictive effect than the adoption of the proposed interim ordinance. So with that being said, I'm going to tell you that I will personally subpoena every single cannabis commissioner that was on the commission, and I will personally bring this meeting, which I am recording, and I am right now declaring this is evidence of your derelict duty and your lack of responsibility to the people. Because you know what you are doing right now? By allowing the black market to thrive, by not exactly just adopting the state regulations, by ignoring your cannabis commissioners, okay, you guys are in violation of your duties. Now, what I'm going to say here to you is, I'm going to read to you exactly what the judge had said, because I'm sure that they're sitting there so you guys don't know what it is. First of all, we've been told today that Measure O is invalid, and then in 2 weeks, it should probably be all the way invalid. Let me tell you, accordingly, the court conducted a single hearing and now issues this tentative statement of decision applicable to all three actions for the reasons stated below. The court finds that Measure O is invalid, but there's a little number 2 on there with a footnote that says, pursuant to California Rules of Court, Rule 3.1590, Subdivision C, 1, this tentative decision serves as the court's proposed statement of decision, subject to parties' objections under California Rules of Court 3.1590, Subdivision G. So, which I have in the back of these packets right here, provisions of a tentative statement, Subdivision G, states that any party may, within 15 days after the proposed statement of decision and judgment have been served, serve and file objections to the proposed statement of decision. So now, it's not just these 3 cases here. There's Bubba Likes Tortillas and this Kush Concepts Collective. There's 20 people on that lawsuit. Okay? So you can have 20 people plus Roger Diamond plus Carmel Rowe. Okay, which I'm going to tell you when I get to my point, you're going to see I'm already ready to turn in my court papers, and I'm going to tell you that you do not, when you're fighting a war, okay, you come to battle. And I've come to battle because I can no longer sit back and watch the residents of this city just be jeopardized by your guys' lack of regulation, by your lack of even reading. I mean, it's very obvious that you guys are not aware of what is going on and that your eyes have not been opened. I've sat up here and listened to a lot of things today. I can sit here and I can dispel every single one of these things, okay? And the thing that you guys are very wrong about is this, is that the judge, the reason that he did not say that Measure O was in violation of the general plan is because, you know what, he said that it wasn't because of the simple fact that Californians are free to abstain and nothing prevents or impedes them from following that. Plus, Measure O states that it is the purpose and intent of the voters to provide a means for cultivation and use of marijuana for purposes consistent with California law to protect public health and safety through reasonable limitations on marijuana businesses, to limit the concentration of marijuana businesses, to adopt a mechanism to monitor compliance with local and state laws, to impose fees to help mitigate against possible adverse secondary effects, to cover the cost of regulation, to facilitate the implementation of state law, to allow marijuana businesses only by people who have the intent and ability to comply with applicable law, and to protect public safety by limiting the locations where marijuana businesses can operate. The measure sets forth location type, numeral requirements, and states, it is the intent and purpose of the marijuana business overlay to allow marijuana businesses in portions of commercial and industrial zone where such uses would be consistent with the general plan. Then he goes on to say this measure expressly provides for the protection of public health and safety through reasonable limits on marijuana. So today you guys are trying to pass this moratorium under the threat of public health and safety. Well, the judge disagrees with you. The judge thinks that regulation will promote health and safety of the public. The public disagrees with you when they voted in overwhelmingly 55%. Okay? So, then I'm going to go on and on and on until you hear me, okay, about what I'm saying. Let me keep going. The judge, it is reasonable to infer that many of the voters who approved Measure O were as interested in being able to buy marijuana within the city as they were in allowing others to grow it. You have a unique situation here where Measure N and Measure O passed. You have 2 measures that passed. Your measure did not pass. Did not pass. Now, for those of you who got this, let me just explain this here to you.
Ms. Rowe, could you?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I got a whole ordinance. I got the whole moratorium. So yes, this is leading up, and this is a public hearing, and I am the public, and you are the body, and I am allowed to lead up to my conclusion, Your Honor.
We appreciate the effort that you put into this.
No, I'm not
but
done. I'm not done, and this is a
we're
public
also
hearing.
potentially going to lose a quorum,
Hey,
and so. if
guess
you
what?
could-
You know what? That wouldn't hurt me. That would actually help me. So I'm going to keep on because I'm not going to finish. I am going to make my argument because this is on the moratorium and every word that I've spoken is on the moratorium. So I am going to tell you right now that Measure O passed at 55%. Measure N passed at 51%. Measure P failed. Measure P failed. Okay, the people do not want a ban. Now I also want to bring your attention that more people voted for Measure N and O and P than they have in the last mayoral election. So when you look at the number that turned out, and it's up into the 47,000, please remember that your voting public has spoken. Are you paying attention? Because I'll wait. Your public has spoken. 12,000 of you, Mayor, goodbye. Goodbye. 47,000 of these residents, or at least 26,000 of them, stand behind me. Goodbye, Mayor. You are the problem. So I'm going to go on. Now I'm going to go on, and I'm going to tell you that I told that the residents of this city, which I provided you this, that I would address their concerns on the moratorium while I'm here. William Ciocci, should the moratorium expire without local regulations in place, is what the staff report says. My hope is we get a good, robust debate on marijuana regulations and educate ourselves and educate each other on all the various aspects of what we need to be considering. Councilman Henry Nichols said in a phone interview Friday, he is a bold-faced liar who rejected debate and willingly remained ignorant of the plight of the patients who rely on cannabis medicine, and his commissioner's appointment is also his police commissioner. This commissioner has made a lucrative career out of lying and demonizing others for financial profit. Carmel Rowe, everyone needs to be at the hearing. Interesting. Why not just let them open and tax it? The city would make back lots of money to put back into the community. Our downtown and streets need some updating. Kevin, they had a whole year to discuss and come up with options before January 1, but the city, like always, wants to pretend like they were not clued in on what was going on, so they are trying to put a moratorium for a year for their lack of initiative. San Bernardino's always behind the curve. We need someone new in office with Serena. Leslie Ann, what a farce. All they have to do is issue 1 or 2 permits in zoned areas and let it be. If it works well enough, fair. If not, then they have money. Well said. I'm a Republican and I don't agree with these decisions. There are many things the current government of the state of California and counties of California has shoved down the throat. Ruby, I wonder how many upset people vote in local elections and go to council meetings. Go tell the city council that if they want their comfy jobs, they better listen to the people. Leslie Ann, totally agree. The mayor's Republican and one other city council member works for Big Pharma and has done so for years. Alexander, more worried about investors than the needs of the people. SB board is a joke. People with no experience trying to regulate something they have no expertise in. Alonzo, it's time to clean house in San Bernardino. We need politicians making decisions on our behalf to be on top of things. This is ridiculous.
Mayor, I need to make a motion. A number of us have to get back to work.
Yeah, well, this is a public hearing.
What I would like to do is move that we continue this meeting to February 1st at 10 a.m. And I appreciate the public's comments. Thank you.
I'm not done. And you have
but-
one more thing that I'd like you to take over.
But we need to move this, if I could get a second.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move it.
I believe that shutting me up in the middle of public hearing is probably going to be a violation of the Brown Act.
We're needing to continue the.
So in the middle of my conversation?
You'll be able to come back and continue
Okay,
the
well,
public hearing.
I'd like to
The-
tell you guys that I proposed an ordinance,
We,
that I
I'm
wrote it
sorry,
up.
but you're out of order.
No, I'm not. You
a
cut me off.
We have a motion. We have a motion to continue the meeting because we have council members that need to leave. And so you're welcome to come back and continue your dialogue. But unfortunately, because of the time, we need to be.
Unfortunately, because of the truth. The
So
truth is
we're-
that I have
we're
an
having-
ordinance here
Council,
that adopts state regulation and the
Council-
cannabis
Council is going to be
commissioners.
acting, and at this time, we'd ask you please to sit down.
Here,
Thank you.
Gigi, can you please pass these to them so they know what I'll be bringing back, and I will be back?
Please take
But
a
your
seat.
decision today, I
Please
would
take a
like you
seat.
to know that there will be court actions filed tomorrow
And
and
Mr.
this
Mayor,
week.
we will keep the list that you have, so we'll have everyone in the same order that you have, and.
Which would
they will
mean
be
I'm
invited
first.
to I
Thank
agree,
you.
and they'll be invited to speak, and then anyone else that would like to attend.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and we have a second? Please cast your votes.
There should have been no, oh, John left, there should have been no.
Mr. Mayor, on the motion to continue the hearing to February 1st at 10 a.m., the motion was made by Mr. Nichol, it was seconded by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 5-1 with Mr. Barrios voting no.
Thank you. All right, this public hearing is closed. Excuse me, this public hearing is continued till February the 1st at 10 a.m. here in council chambers. All right, we will now go back to the discussion for Mr. McPherson to complete. Thank you, council members, for your attendance.
Yes. Yeah, we'll go to public comments, and then we'll resume the hearing when
Yes.
the entire council can be there.
Thank you. At 3:15. Please ask the audience to take your seats.
I'll try to get something out.
Please take your seats.
Okay.
Mr. McPherson, want to wrap up? I think you just had a couple more slides to finish up.
It was actually the two slides. One is the pyramid for adult and medicinal use decision flow. We were in conversation. I think the city manager is directing. I don't know if we got an action item on that or not, or clarity.
No, I just wanted to go back, and again, I apologize, we had to move to the moratorium item. It was related to the vote. Given the fact that we have council members that did have to go back to work, we will resume that hearing and go back then to really agenda item number 1 to make sure that all the council members have had a chance. I know Councilmember Nichol, I think dittoed by Councilmember Charette, provided some thoughts about things that you'd like to see in a draft regulatory ordinance. So I'd just like to open up the discussion to give any other additional input to staff, because our plan would be that we return to you with a draft ordinance with some modeling of what the potential fees might be. Certainly we'll have a better sense of what our costs might be as we kind of define what business uses we want to allow and regulate and how we want to regulate them. So I'd like to start with that, and then really the other thing on the agenda was to then walk through and give the council and the mayor an opportunity to provide us any additional input with those areas. Remember, the Citizens Advisory Committee was specifically asked to look at those things that were not addressed by Measure O. So today, or right now, I'd like some thoughts on those things that, given the potential fate of Measure O, what would you like to see in regulations? And then I wanted to go back to the council and ask, were there additional comments and thoughts about the Citizens Advisory Commission work? So if we could start with thoughts about the regulations themselves.
Councilman Nichol.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I will have to be leaving here shortly to get back to work. But first of all, I want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee. The work you did was not only valuable, but indispensable to what we're doing. And I think what's important to understand is the reason why this moratorium exists is because of Measure O and the fact that it now will be invalidated. And in the vacuum of no regulation, which the invalidation of Measure O does, but for us putting forward some regulation, there will be a vacuum, which means the state regulations will become effective. So it's absolutely essential that we have this moratorium now, because but for it, we will be subject to state regulation. And I think we've all understood, based on today's conversation, that the state regulation is not the type of regulation we want to see in our city. So I would implore those in the audience, those that are part of the public, I think we're close. We're actually not opposed to what was being said today in many cases, at least I'm not. But I think, but for this moratorium, I think it would put us in a position where we would have no city-crafted regulation. We would be subject to state regulation, which would not be advantageous for the city. So it's absolutely important that we do this. And not only that, but the work that the Citizens Advisory Committee did, I have read it, it's good. It's a good set of recommendations. What you've done in terms of outdoor grows, what you've done in terms of the outdoor smoking and being, in proximity of those that are consuming cannabis, what you said in terms of the taxation, what you said in terms of the events, I'm all for, and I don't think we're opposed to that. I think what we're doing now is, because the courts have invalidated Measure O, now we got to dive back in as a legislative body and address the whole universe of things that Measure O in part addressed. So that's what we're doing now. So just to be clear, this moratorium isn't geared toward shutting out the industry or shutting out the public. This is doing our due diligence as a legislative body to make sure that we have a law that is crafted for the interests of the city of San Bernardino, not crafted by a bunch of bureaucrats in Sacramento. So that's first and foremost. I would like to request that the city manager, when we come back on February 1st, that we ensure that those components that were put forth by the advisory council are included as that broader array of regulatory considerations. I think what was said today is absolutely correct. And please don't think that we've discounted the work you did. In fact, quite the contrary. We appreciate it so much that we're now willing to put forward a moratorium so we can add that to the whole list of other things we need to do now that Measure O is likely to be invalidated. So please work with us. And those that are representing the industry, we're close, folks. Please work with us. We don't want an antagonistic relationship here. But my fear is that there might be a misconception of what this moratorium is and what the effect of invalidation of Measure O means. So please work with us. I think we're close. I think we can do something that's good for the community, that's good for the industry. So again, I would ask our city manager, when we come back, let's make sure that's included, because I think not having it in there communicates that we didn't care what the advisory committee did. I'll speak for myself. I absolutely do care. I think it was good deliberation and good recommendations. So please work with us. We're close, folks, and actually I think we're going to come together on something that makes sense for everybody. So thank you. I have to run, but that's my comment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes, just sort of following up on what Councilman Nickel had to say. There was a lot of comments about just accept carte blanche what the Citizen Committee. Again, thanks what the Citizen Committee did. But in terms of legal, this is a legislative decision. It's something that has to be done by elected officials. And we're asking questions that we don't understand. Regardless of what the citizens did, they had lots of questions. So do we. And so it's a difference between the legislative decision in which we're making up new law. And this is a perfect example of it. There are certain situations where a non-elective body, like a planning commission or a citizens advisory committee, call it quasi-judicial, they base their judgments on established law. We're working to establish a law. That has to be done by elected officials, and what we've been doing here, as you've seen, we don't know. Weren't you listening? Weren't we asking questions all the time? Is it funny? I don't think it's funny. That's our job. That's what we were elected to do. You know, this sort of adolescent behavior of laughing and giggling, I guess that's what you are. It's tough sometimes to see the difference between 15-year-olds and 35-year-olds. But the point is, we're elected to establish the regulations. And the fact is, yeah, 55% voted for it, but 45% voted against it. And we represent them too. This isn't a winner-take-all. And you, Ms. City Manager, pardon, Ms. City
The
Manager,
audience,
you wanted,
please respect the speaker.
you wanted some discussion?
Yes, specifically related to, remember earlier we had talked about some of the information that was provided to us. If there are thoughts you want about types of licenses that you have concerns with or ways, I think one of the suggestions was that you want to ensure that they're aesthetically pleasing, that they aren't just these shells of buildings. So again, we've taken notes on those kinds of things, and we want to make sure we're gathering any input that you have related to how you.
Well, I think you probably took a lot of notes on what I had to say with regard to the cultivation of cannabis.
Yes.
We have a lot of warehouse facilities. It's a very expensive operation. The delivery of cannabis as well. In terms of home grows, we really can't have outdoor grows. That's the smell of growing cannabis is something a cross between skunk and heavy chemicals. I've already had complaints from residents.
Okay.
And so, and also people who are growing it at home, because it does demand a lot of water, a lot of electrical power, it needs to have permits.
Okay.
Needs to be permitted, because you have to have inspections to make sure that the electrical systems are correct. I think Lisa mentioned the fact that there's a lot of older homes here. Well, you don't want those homes inadequately powered. And so thus there has to be permits, there has to be inspections for the indoor grows. And for the time being, that's it.
One of the, I'm sorry, Councilmember Marquez.
My comments will be brief. I want to ditto what my colleagues have shared. I take this job very seriously, and I do read all my backup. And I want to thank Mr. McPherson for your presentation. This is a very, very complicated issue with a lot of moving parts. So many models to choose from. And so, to the city manager, please provide us with the many models that may be out there. I'm interested in the delivery services. That's something that I'd like to pursue. Also, want to thank the committee that sat on this, up on this dais at one time. I think I attended the majority of the meetings, and they did work very, very hard. I was hoping that I would see their recommendation in this packet, but I forgot where my copy was. So hopefully, the next time we'll have a piece of that. Well, I can't read that much up here. That would have been nice to have it beforehand, but that's okay. Thank you.
I thought you said you had it here, and the stuff you just handed out. Okay.
If we could direct our comments
Right.
at the dais.
Right.
And as a reminder, you received that information when they made their recommendations, so we will include it in the packet
Very
next
good.
time as well.
And just to kind of wrap it up, this whole thing has to be reviewed, assessed, evaluated carefully, and we'd have to have a fine balance between public health, public safety, land use, and business friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, I'm really thought there was going to be a different outcome from today. It's good information that we needed to go over, but I just want to get to a point where we're making a decision on what we're going to do for the future, to regulate, not to extend the moratorium, but to actually take action to put something in place so we can get, I think Fred said, get the ball moving. And one specific thing, though, I think we need to look at is separating medicinal and recreational or adult use. And so that's all I'm really looking at. Thank you, Mayor.
If I may ask a clarifying comment, just two follow-up items. Separate medicinal versus adult use in terms of regulation of them in
Yes.
different manners, but not necessarily prohibiting one and allowing the other.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other thing, when we have the meeting on February 1st, and we will remind everyone of this, we may want to all commit to staying here until, and I understand work commitments and things, but
I was ready to do that today.
yeah, but we have had, unfortunately, 3 members have to go because they've had prior commitments. So again, we'll make sure that everyone realizes, really, our goal is to be able to stay here until it's done.
Thank you.
Councilman Trett?
My only comments, because I agree with everything that's been said up to now, I don't quite understand the separation of medicinal from adult use. What's that? Yeah, I don't, so I think we need to look at all of this blended. But I also think it's important to say that a lot of the speakers have talked about us banning this stuff, and we are currently banning it, but we're working in a direction to unban it, if you will, and start to allow it, and to allow it in a manner that is conducive and effective and fair to all concerned and all parties, and to not just open up the floodgates, but to really get a handle on it, and that's what our job here is. Mr. Nickel, I think, said it exactly the way I wish I had articulated it, so I'll just say ditto his remarks, because I do believe that we're close to coming up with an ordinance, both bringing our thoughts, bringing our commission's thoughts, and the state regulations all together so that it's good. The state allows for the cities to regulate themselves, to ban it, to regulate it, to do whatever we want. So we're not going against state law, and we're doing what we think is best. And we recognize that 55% of the people voted for Prop 64. Well, I guess voted for here and for 64. Measure O has been proven to be spot zoning, and was really the public was hoodwinked by the people that wrote that. They spent money, and it kind of goes to show that sometimes we don't get the best people in the positions of power or positions of authority, positions of regulation, simply because of money. And we should be looking at this based on what's best for our community. And I, for one, am not for banning it entirely. I will be supporting some blend of a good ordinance that regulates it and allows for it to go on as the state and the voters have spoken. They've said they want it, and we will have it, but it needs to be done in an effective way. So again, I appreciate all the comments made here, and I agree with them.
Thank you. Mr. McPherson, you made mention of the micro businesses that are starting to be implemented, that area of the industry. I think Councilmember Barrios asked a question earlier, or maybe it was Councilmember Valdivia, about where they're being tried or piloted. If there's some ability to capture some of that information, I think that would be helpful. That is a possibility for allowing for the retail, the cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution under one roof, and so it could help to identify land and zoning options whereby the council is able to start cautiously, and maybe it's an area whereby it also provides for some sustainability. If that, essentially, it's a vertical integration of those 4 major components and drivers of the industry. So I think that might be worthy of some additional information to give to the council to be able to explore and find if the micro business option might be something worthy of using to start a limited engagement and opening up of that industry. So there's some examples of that. Would appreciate that being included in the discussion. So,
And I think
Councilman Mulvihill.
that's kind of what I'm thinking about too, because you can have a grow operation, a processing manufacturing operation, and a retail sales operation all in the same building, in light industrial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Does that complete the items on the agenda that we were able to, did we have anything else? We talked about public outreach, the ballot measure timing.
Right. We will come back with additional information on ballot measure timing, just as we begin to craft some of these things. Certainly that issue can wait until February 1st. I would just, because again, I think all too often we talk about cannabis and we think about we have a vision in our mind of what that means. It either means dispensaries or it's grows. You may want to look at packet page 65, and David may have a better suggestion. But I just want to read the titles of some of these kinds of licenses to you, and if you have any additional thoughts, because remember, our goal would be to craft draft regulations for you to review at your next meeting. So if you have any additional thoughts, so let me just read that, and I think, David, this is probably the best list. Cultivation, manufacturing, testing, quality control, retailer, non-storefront retailer, so that's really that delivery service we discussed, distribution facilities, micro businesses. Any additional guidance that you, or reactions?
Well, the testing issue, I think that the city of Riverside is taking that up. I don't know what area or how much volume they're going to be able to handle, or will they be able to handle the volume in this area as opposed to setting something up that might compete with them? Do you have any thoughts on that as far as whether or not it makes sense to consider lab and testing?
It's the less of your fears. It's like, like a blood lab type thing. It doesn't have volatiles that are going to impact you. You don't have odor mitigation. You don't have safety issues. It's not someone's going to rob them for product. If there's an interest, excuse me, if there's an interest of somebody setting one up in town, I would encourage that, just because it's an easy access point for someone to get their product to them more expeditiously.
But it is one that has to be separate from the others, is that correct?
It is separate, yeah. It is a separate. But it doesn't take the same amount of space as some of these other facilities or address any of the concerns that you would have for from a cannabis business versus a regular lab that does water treatment testing.
Other than Riverside, are you aware of other communities that are
Not in
adopting?
the Blythe will have one, but other than Blythe, I do not know if any of the others are currently have one that's permitted or in the process. Moreno Valley will probably allow it, but they're not there yet. But like I said, it's the lowest of the concerns. It's just a matter of, the land usage associated with it doesn't take a lot either. I would encourage you to allow that. Distribution and testing labs are the two entry points as far as moving the product and testing the product that the state has the lowest number of type of activities. So if someone's willing to do it, I would encourage you to support that.
What's the fee structure for labs? How do they capture their revenue?
They cover it through that. You saw, remember that accumulative test, like a batch could be $55. So, they can do 200-300 batches.
Is that on the worksheet?
It's on that
Excel
accumulative
worksheet?
one where it's roughly, they'll charge between $55 to $400 depending on the quality and the level of testing. But for the most part, you're looking at $55 to $75 for a typical basic test. So it's volume that they do.
So it was included there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other, go, Councilmember Farias.
Really quick, just wanted to add in, have, I guess, the licensing processes prepared. I know there's different ways.
Right, that was my, next on my list.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so licensing process, if
and
you
the
have.
and the permitting.
Yeah, if you have suggestions on the licensing process and permitting process. So any of those? Nope, that was open for you guys. any thoughts that you have about?
Well, I think one of the discussion items was whether or not to allow those who have been operating illegally
Yes.
to be able to have an option to be able to submit an application.
Right.
And I don't know that we have any consensus on that. It would seem to me that the good operators then are potentially the ones that are not going to be recognized as the preferred, potentially if you're allowing those that have already been operating illegally. It would seem like they're getting the option that the others who have been waiting to do it, they are not necessarily getting the recognition that they were not taking advantage of the black market, and they are those that are not necessarily maybe the ones that could potentially be difficult to keep in compliance.
Right.
And so I think if you're looking at trying to make that judgment call as to which ones you would want to consider allowing, that might be part of that discussion also,
Analysis.
that you'd want to probably give those who have been the more compliant to have their opportunity to be rewarded for that good behavior.
Well, and in fact, we heard from a gentleman who said that he had closed all of his operations, recognizing that that might be a consideration for the council.
Councilman Mullen.
Asked for the two captains. You keep records on the closures that you've made. Who was operator of this? So we know who has not been compliant and so forth.
Yes, we do. We keep track of who we're issuing citations to, who we encounter at each location. It's all part of our police reports.
So that we can make that split.
Yes, we
Yes.
will know that.
Okay, thank you.
I think also the discussion revolved around permitting for personal grows, and I think that some of the protections that were talked about with providing the landlords the ability to control what happens within them, and if you don't require a permit, then you give very little ability to the landlords to be able to have some teeth to exercise their landlord rights. And so I think that's one of the things that we probably want to give consideration to, requiring the permitting.
Yeah, and I would ditto that, because remember, as the council asks us to be much more effective in terms of our code enforcement, in many cases, we are holding landowners responsible for what's going on their property, and so I think it's really only fair that we ensure that their voices are heard with respect to any permits that we issue. So, yes, we will include, unless there's any further discussion, we will include some provisions that give you an opportunity as a council to do that.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, just.
And then, of course, there's some range of pricing that
Yes.
we need to be able to explore, and I think you'll bring that back in
Yes.
some of the financial models, so the option of so much per square foot, which tends to probably be an easier way to monitor, and then the level of taxation that seems to be workable to allow the business to be not priced out of the market by having the taxes too high. It was one of the things that I think was discussed also.
Right.
So,
Mayor. Mayor.
yes, Councilman Moore.
And this goes, what you were saying just before with regard to owners of rental properties. If the growers are required to have permits, then they have to have permission of the owners of their property.
Right.
So that's an easy connection to be made.
Yep.
And I think it was discussed earlier, there does need to be a recognition that 45% did oppose it, and so I think there needs to be some way to make sure that their interests are also given consideration in order for us to not be keeping them from from helping to be part of our community, because we want to encourage those to be part of our community also.
That's
So.
right.
One of the other
go
things
ahead.
that I think we might want to consider is how we determine what the number of permittees would be. We use a practice for our franchisees for the tow truck based on the number of so many per population. I don't remember what it is for the tow truck operators. I think it's one per 35,000. Seems to be a fairly common practice for how you select how many you're going to, at least in that environment. And so that could be an option that maybe the council wants to explore. So.
Okay, we'll come up with some suggestions on that. Some of the other things that, you know, I just want to make sure that the council has an opportunity to provide feedback. Public consumption use, I think I heard you want to ensure that this doesn't burden the overall community, that there are concerns, much like with alcohol and cigarette smoking, that we're consistent in how we address that. So we'll come back with some suggestions on that. Events, there was the recognition that, you know, we do have events in the city, and we want to ensure that the state standards are just minimum standards, and that we look at something that really protects the community greater. So we'll come back with some suggestions on ways that you can do that.
And I think one of the other things that we talked about is the environmental impact, and Councilmember Mulvihill talked about the high usage of water and electricity. And so if there's some ability to incorporate some recognition that we want to continue to be aware of the carbon footprint that these, for instance, maybe one of the recommendations might be that they have to provide so much from of their energy consumption based on renewable energy, solar or something, to not continue to be a drain on the electric grid. Any other comments? No? All right.
Okay.
Chief, thank you for being here. Oh, you were looking. Yeah.
Sid Andrea sitting next to me, that would be no.
All right. So at this time, do
No.
you have enough direction, or
I do, and I would.
want more?
No, I think I have enough. I've got 7 pages of copious notes. The only, just as a reminder, you will need to continue this meeting, the hearing, to February 1st at 10 a.m. I'm going to go right back to my office as soon as I finish with Councilmember Mulvihill, who asked me early this morning to see me afterwards. He may not even want to anymore, but then I will go back to my office and put this on your calendar so that we all remember that February 1st, 10 a.m. in this room.
Very good. So we will, if there's no other council comments. Yes,
Just a
Councilmember
question.
Marquez.
It's already on my calendar, 10 to 12, 10 to 1?
10 to whenever.
To like 10 to 10. Got it.
No. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yes, we will give you a break. No more breaks. Eating takes so much time. Yes, no, of course we will. Yeah, absolutely.
There may be a cannabis break, I don't know.
Diet turkey. No more turkey, clearly. The tryptophan was affecting everyone. Yeah.
We'll now move to public comments. Did we cover everything?
Yes.
All right. Robert Porter?
Mayor, council, good people, thank you for staying, everyone, and everyone who came and stayed for as long as you possibly could. Everybody went home. This is a very interesting meeting. I did like, Mr. Mayor, how you were a bit positive at the end there. It kind of felt like you were coming around to some possibilities, and that alone is incredible. It's just incredible. So thank you so much for at least, taking into consideration that there is a possible positive way to move forward with this. I'd also like to mention that today I met someone from the city manager's office. And this young man had moved to San Bernardino in November. And I thought that was the most incredible thing. I am encouraging every city worker out there to please make it an effort to do whatever you can to try to move back to our great city here in San Bernardino. We don't need people taking here and then going elsewhere. We need them to take here and then go right back into the community and spend that money on housing, on our utilities, on our schools. So if you have anyone that is living out of the city and may need a little nudge to move back in, invite them back here to San Bernardino. We'd love to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sung Kim? 3 minutes.
Last time I was here before this meeting, I introduced myself, and I just want to say again that if any of you would like to ask me any questions, I don't know everything, but I think I can answer a lot of these questions, and then we can get to where we need to after. person here talk about how much it costs to produce 1 pound of marijuana, other than in square footage. This is the wrong way to look at it. It's in kilowatt hours. If we're talking about powering the growth of a product, we have to talk about it in kilowatt hours and not about space. And not about space. Not about square footage. I can tell you exactly how much it costs for me to produce a pound of marijuana in San Bernardino today, and it's going lower every single day. It really doesn't help me to get in the grow industry right now, because there's not that much profit margin in it the way it's set up. But if it's set up correctly, everyone here can make as much money as they really want to and make a great city and not have to rely on our police force to have to use enforcement to regulate an industry that can easily regulate itself without any costs. The police here need to deal with the problems of a city that requires guns and violence. Marijuana has no, I mean, you're only going to be taking money away from yourselves if you try to use law enforcement. That's a big deal. As a business, what we want to do is lower the cost of our production. And it's not, if you encourage people to build warehouses that they can sell for $2 million, that $2 million warehouse is going to crash. Because the industry is not in warehouse indoor growing. The industry is changing to save money to grow greenhouses with light assist, which can create a quality product that no one can tell if it's indoors or outdoors, which only costs $100 a pound to produce. $100 a pound to produce. A dispensary here, if we only have 20 dispensaries max here, those dispensaries could, in theory, sell all the marijuana that can be grown by the people here, and everyone can be paid taxes without even having to pay taxes through a thing called blockchain banking, which, Mayor Davis?
Yeah, Mr. Kim, if you could wrap it up.
Okay, Mayor Davis, you are an accountant or a CPA?
Yeah, correct.
You could set up...
I was.
Okay, you could set up a banking system for all of us on the computer with your knowledge of accounting, so that none of us have to deal with cash at all. No cash involved here. What we have is
actually, I can't do that.
Well, I mean, you could set up a committee or someone to do that. A kid could do it. A kid could do it in high school. So.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Carmel Rowe.
So you guys shut me up early, but I'll be back. But the thing I would like to tell you is that, you know, when you bring up a moratorium or you use that urgency ordinance, it doesn't have to be a ban. It could have just been as simple, and I urge you to read this because I'm coming back, and I will be fully prepared the next time I come back. But this is what I have put forth. Instead of a ban, what it is this urgency ordinance adopting state law until the time in which we go through all the items that everybody has talked about, so that we can actually get a consensus of the black market, because we already do have an application with the city seal. We can use this application along with the background check form, which is the fingerprints, and so that we can know the good actors and the bad actors. Okay? This moratorium, today we had one option. It was a ban. When we come back next week, Andrea, City Attorney, I expect you to go through this and make any necessary corrections. And this is what I expect to see. And I heard everything that you guys just said right now and that you were talking. And if you overregulate the industry, you're going to create an even bigger black market, and you're going to create even more lawsuits, and you're going to create even a bigger mess than you've already created. So the only thing that you could possibly do to ensure the public health and safety, to use the application, just simply call for the application. Let people fill it out. Let them run their fingerprints. And you know what? If the state approves them, then you're not approving them, you're just not standing in their way. And there's no grandfathering clause. I didn't get to that, but there is no grandfathering clause in the Senate Bill 94. So if you think that you would be grandfathering people in, you are not grandfathering people in, nor will the state regulate you if you don't regulate yourself, because that time has already passed. Those are miscommunications and a fallacy, and I will bring back the whole entire law to back it up when I come back, along with my lawsuit, okay? Because I will be filing it, and I will be filing ex parte, because I am not going to stand by and watch you waste the people's money one more second. And this is something that I can actually prove by the actions that you've taken to the judge, that you guys are not doing what is in the best interest of health and public safety. This is what's in the best interest. Let's get their names. Let's get their social security numbers. Let's get their addresses. Let's not guess if it's 40 or 60 or 122. Let's know. Let's know all the cultivation. Let's take the sales tax, the user utility tax of 7.75%, which on Stephanie Smith's grow, that was $5,100 a month. Okay? Let's take the application, not guarantee a license, not stand in the state's way, and run background checks. That is what's beneficial in the city of San Bernardino for the public health, safety, and welfare. And anybody who disagrees, well, I don't think the judge will. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark Estamar. Yolanda Ramirez.
Oh, thank you for listening to me. I'm not talking about marijuana. I'm talking about something else, but I know you guys so busy with this. I just want to say, very simple thing. We have so many trash containers from the Burtec in the whole city of San Bernardino, and all the poor people, homeless, they don't have any place to live. They put the trash all over the city. My thing is to ask you, please, we don't need no more trash containers on our city. We need police officers. The money we have to pay unnecessary to Burtec, that money we can give it to the police department. On my taxes, we pay extra for the fire department, which I really like because we need them. They do a very good job. The same thing we have to do for them, for the police department. So I hope you can work something for them because we need more police department, no trash cans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William Ciosi.
Hello again. All right. So, well, most of you already know that when Measure O first came out, I had warned the city about the issues that it presented before they even had enough signatures to get on the ballot. But I was dismissed, brushed off, ignored, just that stupid low IQ pothead that doesn't know anything. But I think that our city attorney, Esquire over there, at a minimum owes the city an apology. And what I would really like to see him do is resign for the nonfeasance of putting Measure O, giving it a ballot title and summary. You've wasted a lot of city funds, time, and resources when even Carmel Rowe, she had an initiative at one time that you had marked up and told the people there were issues. Would you just let this slide? So I do think that you owe us an apology. At a minimum, I would call for your resignation. That's what I really would like to see. For years, I've been coming to this council. My main concern, my main area of expertise, education, study is cannabis. I do read a lot about law, history, and religion. And I've tried to keep religion out of this for a long time. I know the mayor, he's preferred to keep religion a part of it. So just let me say real quickly that it is my sincere religious belief that this plant was given to mankind, all of us, to use for sacrament, for meditation, for medicine, for food, for fuel, for fiber, fully unhindered by the Antichrist agenda of preventing those rights. I've heard council members up here lie, demonize, criminalize people that are good, honest people, just to uphold the agenda of this ban. And I don't care what you really say, my authority comes from above. I will grow my plants. I will grow them in the sunshine. I will enjoy them wherever I see necessary. Because I know that you people are liars, cheaters, thieves, and that you even encourage other bureaucrats to be such.
Mr. Ciosi, if you'd wrap up, please.
I know you don't like hearing that. Just like vampires don't like garlic, demons hate marijuana.
Jim Montes?
Another exciting meeting. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One of them was on the outdoor growing, which I know we went over and over again. She talked about it. But again, one of the points was if you have to get a permit, that information becomes public information. So that person's got to put their name and address and everything and say, hi, I'm growing. And that public information is available, and it could lead to more crime, actually. And when you make that ordinance over restrictive, there's lawsuits. There's lawsuits right now. There was one that the DPA and ACLU had up against the city of Fontana, and because they were over restrictive. And I'm sure that can be verified. I can send you the link to that as well. So just be careful when you guys put that in place. Also, when you're talking about micro businesses, as McPherson said again, that is one of the businesses that is estimated to fail. It has a higher failure rate, I believe. Estimated to have a higher failure rate because they have to be expert in multiple avenues of the cannabis industry. So I wouldn't encourage that kind of a business. Also, when we're talking about the amount of product that's going to be put out and how the market's going to be oversaturated, there's also a rate of anywhere between 84 and 94% that won't make it to market. So when you're talking about the slideshow that we watched, and he's talking about there being 30 to 40 billion, it gets greatly reduced. And if we do a really good job, I think that we could be that small percentage that could potentially be on top. Colton does have a license or a permit for testing. But I encourage people to have testing within their own city, because then it doesn't have to go out, and those test results can actually go directly through you guys as well. So you can have access to those as well. So that's another really cool thing. Dispensaries also have the lowest ROI. And I encourage the entire industry so they can get their products locally. When people started putting dispensaries and they didn't have anybody with products that were in that market, it's always a struggle. Like right now it's a struggle to get products to go into the dispensaries because there aren't enough legal people around. Does that make sense? So it's hard to find edibles. It's hard to have a great variety of products in your dispensary because you have to get from other legal sources. And I'm sure he could explain that to you as well. There's a shortage all over the place because of that. So you should consider multiple avenues of the industry. And it's really late, so I'm probably going to forget the rest of my notes. But thank you very much.
Oh, wait, can I say one more thing? Do I have a few more seconds?
Okay. I would encourage two separate ordinances, recreational and medical. We sat with Dana Rohrbacher. You want to have a distinct difference. They can parallel each other, but then they can merge seamlessly later on. Because if anything happens, if you have a building that has both medical and recreational in it, if they decide to crack down on medical, then what's going to happen to recreational? I mean, it doesn't really matter. It should be very distinct, at least at the beginning. That's what we encourage from normal anyway. And you guys could do a complete recreational ordinance right now, no matter what Measure O is doing, because they're medical. So move forward with your recreational, get that in place, and when you resolve Measure O, or when that gets all done, then you could just go ahead and take over with your medical. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez, have any announcements?
No, just looking forward to the continuation on February 1st.
Councilmember
And,
Barrios?
and real quickly, just a brief comment. In the future, can my colleagues come to work on time?
Councilmember
None, Mayor.
Barrios? Councilmember Schmidt? No. Councilmember Mulvihill?
No, thank you.
All right. You know, part of our process is an educational process, and I think it's important, as it's been pointed out here, that there are health concerns related to marijuana, and the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine produced a report regarding the cannabis health effects in January 2017. And there are a number of conclusions here. One indicates that there is substantial evidence of a statistical association between cannabis smoking and worse respiratory symptoms and more frequent chronic episodes. There's substantial evidence of a statistical association between cannabis use and an increased risk of motor vehicle accidents. There's substantial evidence of a statistical association between maternal cannabis smoking and lower birth weight of the offspring. There is moderate evidence of statistical association between cannabis use and the impairment in the cognitive domains of learning, memory, and attention. There's substantial evidence of statistical association between the increases in cannabis use frequency and the progression in developing problem cannabis use. During adolescence, the frequency of cannabis use, oppositional behaviors, a younger age of first alcohol use, nicotine use, parental substance abuse, poor school performance, antisocial behaviors, and childhood sexual abuse are risk factors for the development of problem cannabis use. And there's moderate evidence of a statistical association between cannabis use and the development of substance dependence and/or substance abuse disorder or substances, including alcohol, tobacco, and other illicit drugs. Again, that's a report that was put out by the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, dated January 2017. This meeting is adjourned until February 1st, 2018 at 10 a.m. here in the council chamber.